Sino notes that his classmate Nekazane sits right next to him. He adds that she spends all her time sleeping in class. The teacher yells at Nekazane, asking how many times he has to tell her to stop sleeping in class while she continues to snooze. The teacher strikes her on the head with a rolled-up paper. The teacher sighs in defeat while Sino thinks about how it has been 3 days since they became seat neighbors, yet he has never seen her face once, noting that she is pretty rad. The teacher calls out Sino's name. The teacher asks Sino to remind Nekazane to stay awake since he sits next to her, explaining that she will not wake up once she falls asleep and just needs a shout every now and then. Sino questions in disbelief that he actually has to be the one to remind someone. Sino reflects that he has been very timid since a young age and still has not had a proper chat with his classmates, struggling even to claim his own seat. He stammers to the teacher, feeling that the bar is too high and stressing over having to remind a girl of all people. The teacher pats his shoulder and leaves the task to him, and Sino reluctantly agrees. Sino talks on the phone with his middle school friend Takada, who laughs and asks if he is seriously stressing over his situation. Sino asks what he means by that, and Takada asks if he did well on his high school debut, mentioning he knew Sino would struggle with his personality, but finding it funny that it played out exactly as he imagined. Takada asks how the first day went since Sino put in a lot of effort with hair, wax, contact lenses, and new clothes, pointing out that Sino was way too scared. Sino hesitates to answer. Sino admits that he got so nervous he felt sick and ended up in the nurse's room, which makes Takada burst out laughing. Sino complains that the other classmates have formed groups already and tells Takada not to laugh, but Takada continues to laugh hard at his predicament. Takada tells Sino to make sure he gets a friend or two and encourages him to hang in there, reassuring him that his high school life has just started and that it will be fine. Sino quietly agrees with him. Sino thanks Takada and apologizes for calling him during the break. Takada agrees, telling Sino to treat him to a meat bun next time and suggests inviting their other friends to karaoke the next day before abruptly ending the call. Sino slides the classroom door open, resolving to do his best to make a friend as well. He looks into the classroom and is confused to find it completely empty. Stepping inside, Sino suddenly remembers that they are supposed to be in a different classroom for the next period, and he notices Nekazane still fast asleep at her desk. Looking at her hidden beneath her jacket, Sino realizes that she will be late if she continues sleeping. Sino nervously calls out to Nekazane, telling her that they need to move to another classroom and will be late if she does not hurry, prompting her to suddenly lift her head. Nekazane grabs Sino by his shirt and pulls him in close, whispering for him to breathe. Sino stammers in absolute confusion as she tells him to breathe again and then demands that he move. She pulls her head back and finally reveals her full face to him, looking at him with a tired expression. Sino stares back at her, realizing that this is the very first time he has seen her face. Still holding onto his jacket, Nekazane stares at him and simply says the name Masamune. She then suddenly slams her head back down onto her desk, muttering the name Shiratama before instantly falling back to sleep. Sino stands frozen with a bright blush across his face, completely stunned by the bizarre interaction as his jacket slips off his shoulder. Sino eventually relocates to the study room for his next class. He sits at his new desk, sweating nervously as he tries to process what just happened. Hiding behind his history textbook, Sino questions the entire interaction and how she could just fall asleep like that, trying to figure out who Masamune Shiratama is. He imagines a crude, round mascot character with an eye patch, a crescent moon helmet, and a small sword. Sino sketches the character out in his notebook, guessing that maybe it is something like that, while acknowledging his own lack of knowledge. He looks over at the empty desk next to him, realizing that in the end, she never showed up. As he walks home from school, past some shops, Sino notes that Nekazane skipped the class entirely and had already gone home by the time he checked after school, leaving him to wonder what is going on with that girl. Sino notices a sign for a rescue cat cafe called Mew located on the 2nd floor and expresses his confusion. He walks up the stairs, thinking to himself that he had no idea there was a cat cafe on the 2nd floor when someone suddenly calls out to him. Sino is startled to see Nekazane standing in front of him holding a grocery bag, and he nervously stutters her name. Nekazane asks him if he is interested in the cat cafe. Sino ends up sitting inside the cat cafe surrounded by cats, realizing he just went with the flow and followed her in. He wonders if the girl he just saw was really Nekazane, since he has never seen her act like that before. Someone places a can of cocoa on the table in front of him and addresses him directly. Sino nervously points out that he did not order it while internally wondering if he actually mistook a stranger for his classmate. Nekazane leans in close to his face and asks him to confirm that he just called her by her name. She stands up abruptly and demands to know who he is and how he knows her name. Sino covers his face and timidly explains that they sit next to each other in the same class. A small cat with a dark spot over one eye walks up and meows at them. Nekazane picks up the cat and asks it if it just had a snack a moment ago, calling it Masamune. Hearing the name, Sino stands up in shock and repeats the name back to himself. Nekazane warmly sniffs and hugs the cat while Sino watches her reaction with wide eyes. As Nekazane affectionately rubs her face against the cat, Sino realizes that she must have thought he was the cat earlier in class because she was half asleep. Nekazane stares at him directly and asks if he likes cats, declaring that cats are noble creatures superior to humans. Sino is taken aback by her bold statement. She introduces the cat in her arms as Masamune, named for the patch over his eye. She then points out another cat named Shiratama, explaining that he is the naughtiest for tearing up the sofa, and a third cat named Kanako, noting that she throws up the most. Sino smiles nervously and remarks that taking care of them must be rough. Nekazane holds Masamune close and gives a soft smile, replying that it is not rough at all. Sino stares at her, surprised that she could make such a gentle expression. Nekazane asks him not to tell anyone that she works at the cafe, explaining that their high school does not allow students to work part-time jobs, and Sino quickly agrees. As Sino turns to leave, he suddenly stops and calls out to her to wait. Nekazane glances back over her shoulder and asks him what he wants. Sino wonders to himself what he should do. Sino nervously introduces himself as Minato Sino, telling her it is nice to meet her. He immediately panics, internally questioning why he just did a formal self-introduction. Nekazane gives a soft smile and points to the can of cocoa on the table, offering it to him. She playfully holds a finger to her lips and tells him to consider it a hush fee, calling him her seat neighbor. Sino stares at her in quiet surprise. Later that night, Sino is at his house. Sino calls Takada and apologizes for keeping calling him, which Takada brushes off. Sino mentions how easily Takada gets along with people and asks if there is any trick to it, catching his friend's interest. Takada playfully asks what is going on, surprised that the timid Minato is asking about this. Sino stammers and admits that there is someone he is interested in, making Takada exclaim in excitement. Takada asks what kind of guy he is talking about. Sino describes the person as someone who likes cats, acts like a cat, and has pretty big eyes. Takada suddenly realizes he is talking about a girl, and Sino confirms it. Sino explains that while she is usually expressionless, she sometimes has a really kind and gentle look. He confesses that he just has a feeling he wants to get to know her more and maybe even become friends if he could. Takada bluntly points out that instead of just wanting to be friends, his feelings sound more like love. Sino is confused and asks what Takada is talking about. Takada ignores his denial, comparing Sino to a kid who believes in Santa, and says he will just wait for him to realize the truth on his own. The next morning at school, Sino recalls Takada's advice on what to do first. He slides the classroom door open and sees Nekazane already at her desk. He hesitates, recalling how he greeted her at the cat cafe the day before. Sino nervously wishes her a good morning. Nekazane blankly asks who he is, forcing Sino to introduce himself as Minato Sino again. Nekazane snaps her fingers in recognition, and Sino feels relieved that she at least remembered him. She begins to bring up the events of yesterday, which flusters him. Nekazane tells Sino that there is actually something she would like to show him. Sino remembers Takada's advice that after saying hi, he needs to make conversation about anything, and he realizes this is his chance to engage. Sino thinks that he might be able to start a conversation if he shows her his drawing, feeling that it is his best option. Sino hesitates, worrying that he might look like a weird person, but encourages himself to do his best, since nothing will change if he just waits around. He suddenly thrusts out his notebook, displaying his crude sketch of Masamune Shiratama, and tells her that he wants to show it to her. Nekazane stares at the drawing with a disgusted expression and bluntly calls it ugly while asking what it is. She immediately drops her head back down onto her desk, to sleep, leaving Sino frozen in silence with his notebook still held out. As Nekazane resumes snoozing, Sino sits back at his desk, surrounded by a gloomy aura, questioning if they can really become friends. Sino recalls a memory from before the entrance ceremony when Takada told him that he changed a lot, but still felt like something was missing. Takada offered to fix his look by opening up the front of his jacket, which Sino protested against, because he thought it would make him look like a delinquent. During the entrance ceremony, Sino walked nervously with his jacket open while Takada smiled proudly nearby. In the present, Sino groans and cringes at the embarrassing memory. Sino notes again that Nekazane sits next to him and is always sleeping as the teacher yells at her to wake up. Despite this, Sino smiles and reaffirms to himself that he wants to become friends with her. He imagines a social media post of Nekazane standing next to a caged cat holding a sign with the name Masamune on it. While carrying the class journal in the hallway, Sino thinks about how mysterious she is, realizing he only knows that she loves cats and sleeps a lot. He suddenly stops in his tracks, shocked as he realizes that he does not even know her first name. Sino starts trembling, wondering if it was rude for him to talk to her without knowing her name and trying to figure out how to find it out. He imagines casually asking for her first name, exchanging contact info, and asking where she lives, but quickly decides that there is absolutely no way he could do that. Sino then looks down at the class journal in his hands and realizes he can just check that. He figures she definitely writes her full name when she is on duty, but upon checking the journal, he is shocked to find that she only wrote her last name. He also notices that her entry under comments and reflections just says nice, whether instead of what she learned in class, worrying that her short response will get her scolded. Sino nervously mutters to himself. Sino figures that there should be a chance for him to learn her first name if he just keeps living life as usual, while the teacher yells at Nekazane to wake up in the background. Walking home, Sino realizes that there actually is not a chance, since they rarely use first names in everyday situations, but his thoughts are interrupted when a cat meows at him. Sino kneels down and wonders if it is a stray cat, noting that it is very friendly as he continues to ponder over names. He tries guessing the cat's name, asking if it is Tama or Mike, before finally guessing Mugi. The cat meows back in response, surprising Sino. Sino excitedly notes that the cat is answering to the name Mugi, completely unaware that Nekazane has silently appeared right behind him until he falls back in shock. Sino shakes in fear, wondering if she is a ninja, since there was no indication of anyone being around, while Nekazane simply remarks that it is strange for a stray cat to be so friendly. Nekazane kneels next to the cat and calls it a Sakura cat, confusing Sino. She explains that because it is a Sakura cat, people in the area probably take care of it from time to time, leaving Sino to question what she means. Nekazane points out that the cat's ears are cut like cherry blossom petals, which is why it is called a Sakura cat. Sino panics and asks if it hurts, but she assures him that the cats are anesthetized, so there is no pain. She explains that the cut is a mark indicating the cat has been spayed or neutered. She adds that animal protection groups and vets do this to stop them from breeding too much and getting put down, making Sino fall silent at the grim reality. Nekazane sulks and points out that it is kind of weird how people can have as many kids as they wish while they regulate the number of cats, prompting Sino to note that she sometimes goes big with her statements. Nekazane asks if he just said the name Mugi earlier. Sino embarrassingly admits that he just named the cat on his own and asks if it is weird. Nekazane bluntly replies that it is kind of weird. Sino awkwardly accepts her response, but Nekazane continues speaking. Nekazane reveals that Mugi is actually her first name, explaining that it feels like he is calling her, and that makes it a bit awkward. Sino frantically apologizes for making her feel awkward, though Nekazane tells him it was not a big deal. She clarifies that it is just because she is not used to being called by her first name, while Sino thinks to himself, finally realizing that her first name is Mugi. Sino watches as the cat suddenly jumps away and lets out a surprised sound. Sino notes that the cat left. Nekazane agrees, stands up, and asks if he is going home. Sino thinks to himself that he is happy to know more about Nekazane, but his thoughts trail off. He realizes that she seems to have absolutely no interest in him at all. Sino looks down and quietly dwells on his disappointing realization. Nekazane begins walking away and bids farewell to Sino using his name and catching him off guard. She stops, looks back over her shoulder, and asks if she got his name wrong, correctly addressing him as Minato Sino. Sino frantically stammers that she got it right and confirms his identity, prompting Nekazane to bluntly point out that his voice is cracking. Nekazane resumes walking away down the street, leaving Sino behind. Sino blushes and realizes with relief that she actually does remember his name. That night at dinner, A family member points out that Sino seems to be in a good mood and asks if something nice happened, but he frantically insists he is just being his normal self. Sino reflects on his desire to befriend his seat neighbor Nekazane, but notes a complication. As he walks down the school hallway, Sino wonders what exactly he should do, debating whether to start a conversation, despite feeling like he has nothing to talk about. He opens the classroom door thinking that it is not easy to find the right time to talk since she is always sleeping. To his surprise, he finds Nekazane awake and sitting up at her desk. He notices that she is holding her phone and watching something on it. Sino realizes she is wearing headphones and watching a video. He decides this is his chance to interact, stiffly stepping forward and nervously trying to force a conversation topic. Sino loudly asks if she is watching a video and Nekazane blankly replies yes. Conversation immediately ends right there as Sino stands awkwardly while Nekazane goes back to her phone. Sino internally begs his friend Takada for help, viewing him as an advisor with strong communication skills, before trying again by commenting that watching videos is a good way to pass the time. Nekazane dryly questions if that is so, and Sino asks what she is watching. He internally guesses it is probably cat videos, feeling happy that she is actually continuing the conversation. Nekazane pulls out an earbud and answers that she is watching a high-pressure washer, completely confusing Sino. She clarifies that it is just one of those videos where they clean dirty places with a high-pressure washer. Sino takes his seat, wondering how she feels when watching something like that. Sino stammers, having trouble figuring out what to comment on, but thinks that if she is willing to drive the conversation forward, he should try too. He forcefully yells out that her choice of video is rare, and she simply agrees with a yes. Sino sits back at his desk in utter silence, surrounded by a gloomy atmosphere as the conversation completely dies again, later that night at Sino's house. Sino gets on a video call with Takada, who greets him. Takada brings up their previous conversation and notices Sino is distracted, asking if he is watching something right now. Sino apologizes and says he is just checking out some videos while clicking through a high-pressure washing channel on his laptop. Sino explains that it is just a video about cleaning a dirty wall with a high-pressure washer, which immediately confuses Takada. Takada asks how long he has been watching it. Sino explains that there are all sorts of videos where you just watch the same thing happen over and over, and that you can get really hooked on them. Sino guesses that he has been watching for around 4 hours, prompting Takada to loudly ask what is seriously wrong with him. Takada asks if high school is really that tough for him, which Sino denies. Takada then brings up the girl they talked about before and eagerly asks how it went, making Sino realize why he called in the first place. Sitting in a gloomy slump at his desk, Sino admits that he totally bombed at keeping the conversation going, figuring it was not going to go smoothly from the start anyway. He adds that he saw her watching those types of videos at school earlier that day. Sino explains that he thought maybe he could chat with her more next time if he watched them too, though he admits part of it is just his own curiosity. Takada earnestly tells Sino to do his best, and that he is rooting for him from the bottom of his heart, which Sino awkwardly thanks him for. Takada goes ahead and warns him not to waste too much time on it, leaving Sino speechless. The next day, Nekazane stands outside the school building. Sino greets Nekazane with a good morning as she sits at her desk and glances over her shoulder at him. Sino steps into the classroom and repeats his greeting to her. Nekazane tells Sino that she checked out the video he watched, before explaining that she cannot quite put into words the feeling of watching things become beautiful and being able to watch it forever. Sino brightens up and enthusiastically agrees, telling her that he thinks it is really fascinating. Nekazane gives him a deadpan look and corrects him, stating that it is not like that at all. Sino looks deflated as Nekazane clarifies that it is not that interesting, and she just started watching out of curiosity, adding that watching cats is way more fun. Sino sits stiffly at his desk, silently cursing himself for missing the mark again and wishing he could find a deep hole to crawl into, while Nekazane continues watching her phone next to him. Sino is suddenly pulled from his thoughts when Nekazane speaks up right next to him. She tells him to look at her screen, pointing out that it is Shiratama from the other day. She pushes her phone closer to Sino. Nekazane removes her earbud and apologizes for forgetting to turn on the sound, offering the earbud to him and asking if he can hear it now. Sino leans back with a flushed face and stammers as she leans in close to him. Sino hides his face in his hands, internally panicking that he cannot hear the video over his own loud heartbeat. He awkwardly apologizes to Nekazane, claiming his ears are acting up, which prompts her to ask if he is okay. Nekazane lets out a small chuckle while Sino watches her and wonders to himself if her sense of personal distance is a bit off. Nekazane smiles softly and tells him to check the video out, asking if he thinks the cat looks adorable in it. Sino leans over to look at her screen. Nekazane casually asks if he is watching, and Sino frantically agrees and apologizes again, before realizing he has no need to say sorry. Later, Sino lies in bed watching a video on how to clean a mud-covered carpet, having gotten hooked on the channel for a while after that. During art class, it is announced that everyone will be drawing their seat neighbor's portrait, and Sino and Nekazane stand near each other holding their drawing boards. Sino begins scribbling on his drawing board with a pencil. Sino thinks that having to look at someone's face like this is nerve-wracking and notes that it reminds him of the first time he saw her face. Sino observes that her eyelashes are pretty long before suddenly questioning himself. He suddenly realizes that she is actually just fast asleep. Sino recalls a time he saw Nekazane happily sketching a stray cat outside. Sino panics and internally begs Nekazane to wake up, realizing that at this rate, his portrait will end up ratting her out about how she slacks off in class. Nekazane opens her eyes and suggests he just draw a face of her awake from his own imagination, completely shocking him. She dismisses the topic and immediately goes back to sleep against her easel while Sino desperately begs her to wait. Sino explains that if he draws from his imagination, it will end up looking squiggly like his previous sketch, prompting Nekazane to sigh in defeat and give in. She declares that she will stay awake for the next 3 minutes and tells him to remember and draw her face from that, which shocks him even more. She adds that it is okay to fudge her face a bit if he cannot remember, leading Sino to realize that her simply staying awake the whole time is not an option. Nekazane sits up straight on her stool and announces that the 3 minutes start now, telling him to take a good look and remember it. Sino blushes and looks away, stammering that even if she tells him to take a good look, he cannot do it. He tries to explain that it is actually kind of hard to stare, but abruptly yells out when he notices she is already falling back asleep. Sino points out that it has not been 3 minutes yet, and Nekazane apologizes, explaining that her consciousness is drifting off on its own, leaving Sino amazed at her utter lack of interest in class. The teacher announces that time is up and instructs the students to switch roles. They switch places, and Sino groans internally as Nekazane gives him an incredibly intense gaze while preparing to draw. She orders him not to move, explaining that she wants to get it over with as fast as possible to go back to sleep, making Sino question her intense desire to sleep. She leans in closer and continues to stare directly at his face. Sino sweats nervously as she maintains her unblinking close-up gaze on his face in complete silence. Sino breaks a heavy sweat as Nekazane stares at his face from inches away. Sino finally gasps for air and lets out a deep sigh of relief, prompting Nekazane to ask if he is all right. Sino apologizes and admits that he had been holding his breath, leaving Nekazane to wonder why he did that. Sino tries to explain his reaction by bringing up a famous scene in Spirited Away where the characters hold their breath on a bridge, but Nekazane bluntly admits she does not relate, killing the conversation instantly. Sino thinks to himself that he is completely out of his depth with these kinds of interactions. Nekazane looks up from her drawing board and simply says the word mole. Sino is surprised by her comment, but she clarifies that he has a mole near his right eye and another on his neck, which he confirms have been there since birth. Nekazane remarks that it is the first time she has actually noticed them. Nekazane goes back to sketching her portrait. Sino thinks about how a mole is such a minor detail. Sino reflects that the fact she paid enough attention to notice those small details actually makes him feel a little happy. He immediately starts criticizing himself, wondering if it is disgusting for him to feel happy about such a small thing. Sino continues to look closely at her face and observes that she really does have long eyelashes. He sits quietly and continues to pose for his portrait. Looking down at the floor, Sino realizes that he genuinely wants to get to know more about Nekazane. Later, the completed portraits are displayed on the wall, showing Nekazane's very simplistic drawing of Sino alongside his drawing of her. As Sino looks at his portrait and wonders why Nekazane drew him with what looks like 3 eyes, he glances over at her sleeping at her desk and realizes there is still so much he does not know about her. It is revealed that Nekazane has a special skill of being able to recognize every single cat at the Rescue Cat Cafe simply by hearing its meow. Sino walks past the sign for the Rescue Cat Cafe called Mew. At the cafe, a coworker asks Nekazane if she already distributed the snacks, to which she says yes. Nekazane cuddles Shiratama, giggling that the cat's licking tickles. The cat continues to scratch and lick her face. Nekazane suddenly looks startled, as if she realized something. She is surprised to notice a tenant wanted sign on the building. Nekazane buttons up her school uniform in the locker room. Sino reflects that it has been a week since he began greeting Nekazane every morning, noting that taking the initiative to start conversations is a massive personal change for him compared to his middle school days. Sino enters the classroom and bids a good morning to Nekazane. Nekazane sits silently for a moment before hesitantly replying with a quiet good morning of her own. Sino is immediately taken aback by her unusual behavior and wonders what is going on. Noting that Nekazane seems different than usual, as she stares out the window, Sino wonders if it is just his imagination, but is suddenly jolted when she calls out to him. Nekazane demands that he be completely honest with her, leaving him panicked over what she could possibly want to talk about. Nekazane looks away nervously and asks him if he has any thoughts about her. Sino is stunned and repeats the question to clarify, to which Nekazane simply confirms yes. Sino decides to confess his genuine hope that they could talk more, and despite worrying that it might be too sudden, he bows deeply and asks her if she would like to be his friend. Sino instantly snaps back to reality, realizing that there is absolutely no way he could actually do that in real life. He can vividly imagine her rejecting him with a look of disgust, feeling that it would end in total disaster. As Nekazane continues to stare intensely at him, waiting for a response, Sino panics and struggles to think of the right thing to say. Under intense pressure, Sino blurts out that he thinks her sleeping quite a lot in class seems very healthy. An awkward silence falls over the classroom as they sit at their desks. Nekazane lets out a sigh of relief and quietly acknowledges his response, though she still seems deeply confused. The class progresses, and everyone goes about their usual school routine during the break. Sino watches Nekazane sleep at her desk, wondering what her strange morning behavior was about, since she went straight back to sleeping like usual afterward, when he notices the bright sunlight beaming directly onto her face through the window. Thinking that the light must be too bright for her, Sino steps forward to pull the curtains closed, but the sudden clacking sound causes Nekazane to open her eyes. Nekazane sits up abruptly, looking completely shocked and frozen as she stares at Sino's back. Sino turns around and awkwardly explains that he was just trying to close the curtains for her. Nekazane pulls her hood tightly over her head, looking away in quiet embarrassment, and simply replies that she understands. Before Sino can say anything else, Nekazane suddenly gets up from her seat and quickly rushes out of the classroom, leaving him standing there in confusion. After school, Sino heads home alone and collapses face down onto his bed. He feels completely rejected, wondering if Nekazane fled the classroom because she cannot stand him getting close to her, and desperately tries to figure out what he did wrong. He questions if it was because of his morning greeting, though she had responded completely normally up until yesterday, leaving him utterly baffled by her sudden change in behavior. Rolling around on his bed in frustration, Sino shivers as he wonders if he unknowingly said or did something to hurt her feelings. He agonizes over what to do, debating whether he should apologize, but feeling terrible about the fact that he does not even know what he is supposed to be apologizing for. Sino looks down, feeling deeply dejected by the entire situation. He stares up at the night sky, dreading how he is even supposed to face her at school the next day. The next day, Sino finds himself walking past the Rescue Cat Cafe sign again. Inside the cafe locker room, Nekazane looks at a package of green apple-scented body wipes, wondering if she should use them. Her coworker asks if it is really that hot today, but Nekazane denies it, prompting the coworker to realize she must be worried about the other day when Shiratama would not stop sniffing and licking her. Nekazane touches her collar and embarrassedly worries that maybe Sino thinks she smells bad due to her sweat. The coworker reassures Mugi that there is no way she smells sweaty, and that the cat was likely just showing affection, but as she speaks, she notices a spot on Mugi's shirt and asks if it is a stain. Nekazane looks surprised as her coworker leans in closer to inspect the shirt. The coworker realizes the spot on Nekazane's shirt smells faintly of cat treats, concluding it must have gotten there while she was feeding Shiratama. Nekazane stands frozen in silent surprise at the realization. Nekazane gets embarrassed, realizing she has been smelling like cat food all day. Her coworker reassures her that it is okay and that nobody at school likely noticed the smell. The next morning, Sino slides the classroom door open and nervously calls out to Nekazane, who is already sitting at her desk holding her phone. Sino starts to stutter a greeting but stops in surprise. He stands at the door hesitating as he looks over at her. Suddenly, Nekazane greets him first with a good morning. Sino spins around in absolute shock as Nekazane looks back at him. Sino stammers out a greeting in return, deeply surprised because this is the very first time she has ever greeted him first. The lesson begins, but Sino remains distracted by her unexpected greeting. Sino glances over and notices Nekazane staring at her phone again, wondering if she is watching cat videos. Nekazane suddenly looks directly back at him, making Sino flinch in surprise. Nekazane turns to him and asks if he wants to watch as well, and after stuttering an apology, Sino eagerly asks if he really can join her. Sino stands right behind her as she taps on her phone screen to open a video. He gets incredibly flustered, realizing she is standing way too close to him. Nekazane explains that she is showing him a photo of Kanako, but Sino is sweating so heavily from the close proximity that he cannot focus on the picture at all. Sino sneaks a glance at her, realizing she is completely unfazed and acting just like her normal self. She shows him a funny picture of Mugi sleeping with his eyes rolled back, and Sino bursts out laughing at how hilarious the cat's face looks. Sino lets out a quiet sigh of relief, feeling incredibly happy and reassured that she does not dislike him after all. Nekazane continues to show him pictures, commenting on how the cat sleeps in weird positions when Sino suddenly detects a strange scent floating in the air. He asks about the smell, causing Nekazane to instantly freeze in terror. Sino notices another classmate holding a bag of fries nearby and happily assumes that must be where the food smell is coming from, noting that it is already noon. Nekazane clutches her phone close to her face, completely red with embarrassment. Overwhelmed by the close call, she suddenly stands up and bolts from her desk, once again leaving Sino completely stunned. Later that night, Sino sits alone in his room, reflecting on how she had agreed with him before running off to hide her face in her hood. Sino lies face down on his bed in agony, wondering why things keep ending up like this, while his mother calls him down for dinner. At her own home, Nekazane nervously sniffs her school jacket to see if it still smells like cat food. The next morning, Sino enters the classroom and bids her good morning, and Nekazane calmly replies in return. He walks past her to his desk while she sits quietly. They both sit at their adjacent desks in total silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. Sino clenches his fist, deeply feeling the unbearable awkwardness of the silence between them. Still hung up on how she bolted out of the classroom the day before, he worries that she might actually dislike him, though he tries to convince himself she seems normal today. He starts to panic, imagining that she might be sitting there thinking how much she cannot stand being next to him, when Nekazane suddenly glances back at him. Sino thinks about how much he truly wants to be friends with her, despite his fears. He looks down, feeling terrified of how she actually perceives him. Sino desperately wishes there was some way for him to know what is truly going on in her mind. When the bell rings, Nekazane packs her bag and stands up, casting one last look back at Sino as he sits quietly at his desk. During class, a group studies project is announced on the blackboard, leaving Sino to worry about what theme they should choose. He wonders if their theme will overlap with the other groups as his classmates start moving around. Sino and Nekazane are placed in a study group with two other classmates who immediately take charge of the conversation. Sino realizes he has no idea how to chime in during a group discussion, but is suddenly put on the spot when the other girl asks for his opinion. Sino stammers and panics as he tries to think of an insightful comment, but the girl quickly suggests comparing convenience store onigiri instead, and dismisses the other boy's attempt to respond. Sino feels gloomy for failing to speak up, but then notices Nekazane next to him looking deeply frustrated. Sino panics, assuming she is upset because the group discussion is not moving forward very well. He quickly realizes he was wrong when she simply lets out a yawn she had been holding back. The other classmates turn to Nekazane to ask if she has any suggestions, adding that they want something easy to research. They successfully decide on their topic, but realize they still need to organize all the content before the next class. When the girl asks if anyone can stay after school to work on the project, the other two group members immediately say they are busy, while Sino thinks about a reserved book he wanted to pick up from the bookstore. The other boy complains that he had wanted to go to karaoke instead as they prepare to pack up. Sino speaks up offering to stay behind and take care of the group work by himself. The others ask if he is absolutely sure, and he quickly assures them that his plans were not a big deal anyway, unaware that Nekazane is quietly watching him. Once school ends and the others leave, Sino sits alone in the empty classroom to start working on the project. As he looks at the piled-up papers, Sino realizes the workload is way too much for a single person, and decides he will have to finish it at home when Nekazane suddenly appears at the classroom door. He looks up in surprise as Nekazane unexpectedly apologizes to him. Nekazane expresses her regret for leaving all of the group work on his shoulders. Sino quickly waves his hands and reassures her that it is fine because he volunteered to do it anyway. Nekazane steps closer and asks him if he is absolutely sure he is okay handling all the work on his own. Sino happily smiles and confirms his answer. Nekazane asks if he is still planning on getting back to work, which he confirms, prompting her to wish him good luck as she turns to leave. Sino lets out a quiet sigh of relief after she leaves. He goes back to writing and organizing the papers at his desk in the quiet classroom. Suddenly, Nekazane quietly walks back into the classroom with her backpack on and stands next to his desk. Sino is shocked and asks if she has somewhere else to be, but Nekazane pulls up her chair with a clack, explaining that she still has some time before her shift starts and just needs to help copy down the notes. The two of them sit side by side in the quiet classroom, working together under the afternoon light. Sino tries to focus on his writing, though he still feels slightly nervous sitting so close to her. Sino asks if she is absolutely sure she wants to stay and help, and Nekazane explains that her shift does not actually start until 5, but she suddenly hesitates mid-sentence. An expectant silence falls between them as they continue to sit next to each other. Sino quietly asks her if she dislikes being around him. Sino looks down nervously while Nekazane looks back at him in complete surprise. Nekazane bluntly admits that she would actually rather be at home right now, causing Sino to freeze in utter shock and terror. Sino feels completely crushed and struggles to process her blunt statement, but she quickly continues. Nekazane explains that regardless of her desire to go home, she did not think it was right to leave all the group work to him. Sino smiles gently and says he is glad she stayed because the workload really is too much for one person, and Nekazane agrees that they can manage it if they work together. Sino hesitates for a moment before deciding to speak up. He confesses that he had worried she disliked him because she suddenly kept her distance from him the other day, leaving Nekazane completely speechless and red-faced. Red with embarrassment, Nekazane buries her face in her hands and stammers that the distance was actually just her own personal issue rather than anything to do with him. She looks up and earnestly reassures him that her behavior was absolutely not because she disliked him. Sino looks back at her, his eyes filled with relief and a gentle warmth. Noting that it is almost time for her shift to start, Nekazane takes half of the remaining worksheets to finish at home, despite Sino's protests that she has already helped him plenty. Before she leaves, Nekazane suddenly reaches out and hands him her phone, offering her contact information. She explains that she might run into parts she does not understand while working at home and asks if she can message him about them. Sino quickly agrees and prepares to exchange their contact details. They successfully add each other as friends on their messaging app. As they look at their newly added profiles, Sino asks if her icon is Shuratama, but she corrects him, pointing out that it is actually Masamune. Later that night, the stars shine brightly over Sino's house. Sitting at his desk and working on the study project, Sino is still happily distracted by her reassurance that she does not dislike him at all. As he continues to write, happily muttering to himself that she does not dislike him, his phone suddenly lets out a loud notification chime from his bed. Hearts racing, Sino lunges across his room to grab the phone, frantically wondering if it is a message from Nekazane. He opens his phone only to find an automated promotional message from a convenience store announcing their new Sakura Cafe lattes. Sino collapses face down onto his bed in complete disappointment. Lying back on his pillow, he sighs and doubts whether they will actually manage to become close friends. However, looking at her name and cat icons saved in his contacts, he smiles and feels like they have finally made a little bit of progress. He notes that she never ended up texting him in the end and tells himself to stop expecting too much and just go to sleep. Meanwhile, Nekazane sits at her own desk working on the assignment, but runs into a part she does not understand and looks up Sino's contact on her phone to message him. She notices how late it has gotten and decides it is best not to disturb him at this hour. A flashback reveals that during his entrance ceremony, Sino got so nervous in his new environment that he ended up sick in the nurse's office, feeling deeply apologetic to Takada for failing his high school debut despite all their preparations with contact lenses and hair wax. Resting on the bed, Sino realizes the entrance ceremony has already finished, recalling Takada's previous advice about trying to connect with classmates on social media before school even started. He deeply regrets being too scared to reach out to them back then, wishing he had just taken the plunge. He rolls over on the bed, feeling increasingly unwell, suddenly remembering that sleeping with contact lenses in is a terrible idea. He closes his eyes and starts to drift off, remembering his days back in middle school. He remembers how incredibly quiet and introverted he was, struggling even to ask classmates if a seat next to them was free. He recalls hearing his middle school classmates completely forget who he was and ask whose seat they were taking over, highlighting his low profile. Another student had lightly scolded them, though they defended themselves by noting he had a practically invisible introverted presence. That was when someone suddenly sat down and asked if they were seat neighbors. Sino had jolted around in absolute surprise. Takada had casually introduced himself, pointing out how nice it was to sit in the back row to take naps without getting caught. Sino realizes that he probably would have spent all of middle school completely alone if Takada had not taken the initiative to befriend him back then. Remembering this, Sino recalls his determination to change himself for the better upon entering high school, prompting him to buy contacts and research how to wear them. He had promised himself to do his absolute best to make a fresh start. His mind drifts back to the present as he continues to rest on the nurse's office bed. He bitterly notes that his idealized plans for a perfect high school debut did not go as expected at all. Suddenly, a strange silhouette creeps behind the divider curtain, causing Sino to let out a terrified scream. He cowers in fear as the curtain shakes violently, only to be surprised when he realizes the person on the other side is a girl. Sino apologizes for making such a loud noise, but Nekazane quietly responds from the other side of the curtain that she was just sleepy and came there for a nap, leaving him amazed that someone is already skipping class on the very first day. She bids him a good night, and Sino quietly replies, thinking to himself what an incredibly bizarre person she is. As the clock continues to tick away in the quiet room, Sino lies back and wonders if his classmates are currently doing self-introductions without him. Still lying on the bed, Sino is startled when the girl behind the curtain asks him if he is not feeling well. He rests his head on his hand and continues to lie on the cot. The curtain hangs silently between them. He admits that he is indeed feeling a bit sick, surprised that she is actually worried about him. Sino quickly downplays his sickness as just a mild cold to hide the embarrassing truth that he got sick from sheer nervousness, to which she remarks that he is actually quite lucky. Sino sits up in confusion, and she explains that he is lucky because he gets to skip doing self-introductions in the classroom. Sino worries that skipping introductions might make it harder for him to fit in with the class, but she asks if that is really a problem. She whispers that it is really not fine. Sino repeats her words to himself, deeply feeling that things are indeed not fine at all. As he imagines his classmates happily socializing and making friends, he realizes he does not want to remain isolated forever. He clenches his teeth, internally shouting that he is absolutely not okay with staying this way. Nekazane apologizes for suddenly venting her thoughts, and Sino turns in surprise as she slides down to sit on the floor against the divider curtain. Lying back down, she comments on how nice the breeze is, noting that it feels so much better than being inside the classroom. Suddenly, her hand reaches out from under the curtain, catching Sino completely off guard as she asks him to hold out his hand. She drops a honey lemon throat lozenge directly into his hand. Sino stares at the candy in disbelief, asking if she is sure about giving it to him, which she casually confirms. She tells him to take care of himself. Sino lies back down on his cot, staring quietly at the ceiling. Closing his eyes, he realizes that the nurse's room really does feel much better, silently agreeing that the breeze feels very nice. Looking at the candy in his hand, Sino resolves to properly thank her the next time they meet, unaware of how soon that will be. Still in the flashback, Sino holds the honey lemon lozenge, thinking to himself that she is a very nice girl when the school doctor walks in and remarks that it is only the first day of school. The doctor calls Nekazane by her first name, Mugi, and she casually greets him back as uncle, revealing they are related. While her uncle scolds her for slacking off in the nurse's office, She fires back by pointing out that he is reading a strange magazine with an idol on the cover which he frantically defends as just a regular manga. Nekazane gives him a deadpan look, prompting him to tell her to stop staring at him like that. Her uncle pulls open the curtain to check on Sino, asking if he is still alive, but Nekazane notes that he has already fallen fast asleep. Nekazane mentions that Sino caught a cold and prepares to leave, admitting to her uncle that she talked to him just a little bit. As she walks out, Nekazane reflects that Sino seems like a very serious person, which her uncle jokingly says is true of anyone compared to her, as he tells her to hurry up and go home. Sino walks into the classroom thinking about his seat neighbor Nekazane. He notices that she is fast asleep at her desk again today. Sino leans in to peek at her face, but suddenly slips, crashing loudly into a nearby desk. He clutches his bruised kneecap, internally apologizing for trying to peek at her sleeping face. Sino looks at her, reaffirming his desire to become friends with her. Sino wants to thank her for helping with the group assignment the other day, but decides it is best to wait until she wakes up. He waits patiently as the class goes on, keeping an eye on her sleeping form. Once class ends, Sino packs his bag, realizing that she did not wake up at all during the entire school day. Nekazane finally sits up looking dazed, and Sino seizes the opportunity to call out to her to say thanks. Nekazane abruptly stands up and apologizes, stating she is in a rush to get to work before quickly dashing out of the classroom. Sino is left standing alone in the empty classroom, completely missing his chance. He types out a draft on his phone to thank her for helping him finish the assignment without any trouble. He hesitates, worrying if the message sounds too formal, especially since this is the very first time he is texting her after exchanging contacts. Sino gets incredibly worked up and flustered as he stares at his phone screen. Taking a deep breath, he finally taps the send button. Sino instantly freezes in shock when a phone left behind on the desk next to him suddenly rings with a notification chime. Sino's message pops up on the lock screen of the phone lying on Nekazane's desk. Realizing that Nekazane left her phone behind, Sino grabs it and quickly runs out of the classroom after her. He runs out to the school gates, but finds himself out of breath and unable to catch up, prompting him to remember she mentioned heading to work. Sino walks back to the rescue cat cafe called Mew. He slides the door open, only to find the reception area completely empty except for a cat staring up at him. A girl working at the cafe suddenly calls out to him, asking him to wait before coming inside and not to open the door on his own. He apologizes as she slides the door shut, and she warmly reassures him that the rule is only to prevent the cats from running outside. She instructs him to wash and disinfect his hands first, while Sino frantically tries to explain his actual reason for coming. Sino quickly explains that he only came by to deliver something that Nekazane had forgotten. When he shows her the phone she left behind, Yuzajihara explains that Mugi is currently out shopping but assures him she will return shortly. She gives him a bright smile and invites him to wait and relax inside the cafe until she returns. Sino ends up sitting politely on the floor in the middle of the playroom, nervously wondering if it is really okay for him to wait there. One of the cats crawls onto his lap and meows happily, prompting a relieved smile from Sino as he begins to pet it. Yuzajihara leans in close to tell him that Masamune used to dislike people, leaving Sino sweating nervously at her close proximity. She sits down near him and casually asks if he is a friend of Nekazane's. Sino nervously explains that he is simply her classmate, which catches Yuzajihara's interest. She realizes they are in the same year, explaining that she is also a first-year student, although they attend different schools. When Sino comments on how tough it is to get used to high school, she laughs and mentions she recently went to the wrong classroom, and Sino finds common ground by sharing his own embarrassing classroom story. She introduces herself as Momoka Yuzajihara and tells him there is no need for formal politeness since they are the same age, prompting Sino to introduce himself in return. Sino watches her smile, thinking to himself that Yuzajihara seems like a very friendly and nice person. While smiling brightly on the outside, Yuzajihara internally questions who Sino is. She begins to suspect him, wondering how he could have possibly known Nekazane works at this cafe if he is really just her classmate. Noting that she has never even heard Nekazane mention a guy before, she grows increasingly suspicious and wonders if Sino might actually be a stalker. Yuzajihara glares at him, resolving to chase him away if he turns out to be a threat to her dear friend, while Sino sits completely relaxed and happy to have finally found someone his own age to talk to. She directly asks Sino if he hangs out with Nekazane outside of school, and when he frantically denies it, she laughs suspiciously and notes to herself that they do not have private hangouts. He quickly clarifies that because they sit right next to each other in class, they do end up doing things together fairly often. Sino mentions examples like their group study and art class projects, and Yuzajihara listens thoughtfully. She smugly brags that she and Nekazane attended the same middle school and ate lunch together almost every day, asserting her closer bond with her. Sino quietly concedes that they must be very close while internally acknowledging how little he actually knows about Nekazane. He adds that he truly believes Nekazane is a very nice person, which is why he is eager to talk and interact with her more. He blushes and admits that he really wants to become close friends with her. Hearing his honest confession, Yuzajihara looks at him in surprise and begins to reconsider her suspicions. The door opens, and Nekazane returns from her shopping trip, completely surprised to see Sino there as he holds out the phone she had forgotten in the classroom. Nekazane thanks him, admitting she had not noticed she left it behind, but then looks down at her screen and points out that there is a text waiting for her. She reads his polite thank you message right in front of him. Sino sweats profusely in sheer embarrassment as she reads the message with Yuzajihara looking on. Nekazane looks up from her screen and blankly tells him not to worry about it. Sino stands there quietly waiting to see what else she will say. Yuzajihara watches their interaction with a curious expression. Sino blushes and weakly replies in agreement. Yuzajihara is completely stunned, realizing that Sino's flustered blushing is undeniably the face of someone deeply in love. Nekazane grabs her things and walks back out to get back to work at the cafe. Yuzajihara enthusiastically cheers him on, loudly declaring that she is rooting for them to become very close friends. While Sino is deeply touched by how nice she is, Yuzajihara internally resolves to keep a close eye on him to make sure he is not a bad influence, choosing to stay quiet and not let him know she is watching. The next morning, school resumes as usual. Sino happily reflects on how incredibly nice Yuzajihara was to him. Sitting in class, Sino resolves to do his absolute best to push forward with his goal of changing himself for the better in high school. He looks over at Nekazane's desk, thinking about how he wants to be able to talk to her even more. However, he finds her completely fast asleep on her desk again. He notices that her school jacket is heavily covered in stray hairs. Sino rubs his eyes in complete disbelief as he looks closer at her jacket. When the teacher calls on someone in class, Sino's gaze drifts back to the sheer amount of hair clinging to her jacket. He breaks a nervous sweat, realizing that her entire back is absolutely covered in cat hair. Sino stares at her jacket, noting that the cat hairs are incredibly noticeable because they are reflecting the bright sunlight. He notes that it is not just a normal amount of stray hair, but looks as if she had rolled around on a fur coat dozens of times. He is left completely dumbfounded, imagining that she must have been hilariously swarmed and attacked by a pack of cats before school, while the teacher continues the lesson in the background. Sino panics as the teacher notices the mess and asks Nekazane if the hair on her jacket came from her pet cat. He breaks into a cold sweat, imagining her blurting out that the hair came from her job, which would immediately get her in trouble since part-time jobs are banned, so he desperately whispers for her to wake up. Nekazane slowly opens her eyes and glances at him as he frantically pleads with his hands clasped. Sino's heart races as she sits up and rubs her eyes, but he quickly tries to warn her about the state of her jacket. Nekazane finally notices something is off, but simply pulls her hood over her head in response. She immediately plops back down onto her desk and falls straight back to sleep. Sino is just relieved that the teacher did not find out about her part-time job while their classmates decide to leave her alone. Sino calls out to Nekazane to inform her that she has a bunch of cat hair on her back, prompting her to sit up and look back at him. Nekazane takes off her jacket and vigorously shakes it in the middle of the classroom, prompting Sino to note how bold her solution is. Sino quickly grabs a broom to sweep up the cat hair she shook onto the floor and slides the window open to let the air clear while she sits quietly on her chair. Nekazane softly thanks him, and Sino, while sliding the window shut, asks how on earth so much hair managed to get stuck on her jacket in the first place. Looking down, she explains that after he left the cafe yesterday, it turned out to be a very quiet day. She recalls that Masamune grabbed her school jacket in his mouth and began dragging it across the floor. Despite her telling him to give it back, Masamune happily rolled all over her jacket. Nekazane explains that the cat kept snuggling and playing with her jacket until closing time, admitting she even took a few photos of it. She slides through her screen to show him the photos she took, and Sino notes how happy she looks while looking at his own photo of her hair covered back. Sino points out that there is actually still some cat hair left on her back, specifically just below her neck. Nekazane reaches over her shoulder to scratch at the spot while Sino tries to direct her hand to the right position. He watches her struggle, feeling a bit conflicted. Sino realizes it would probably be much faster if he just helped her remove it himself, but hesitates because he knows she does not like being touched. Nekazane looks over her shoulder and insists that the stray hair is really bothering her. She blinks in surprise as Sino suddenly reaches toward her. Instead of waiting for him to help, Nekazane leans in close and plucks a stray white hair from Sino's own collar, noting that he has one on him too. She looks up at him and guesses it must have clung to his clothes while he was sweeping up her mess, quietly thanking him for his help. As she looks closer at the white hair, a sudden realization hits her, and she announces that it is actually Masamune's whisker. Sino clutches his face and curls over his desk in a flustered panic over her complete lack of personal space, making Nekazane ask if his stomach hurts, though he frantically insists he is completely fine. The Rescue Cat Cafe's official social media page displays its updates and adoptive information online. From his desk, Sino watches Nekazane look at her phone, realizing she is checking out yesterday's social media update about a cat named Sock being mischievous again. Nekazane chuckles softly at her phone screen as Sino enters the classroom and greets her with a good morning. When Nekazane turns to look at him, Sino freezes in panic, suddenly remembering how different his appearance used to be in middle school when he wore glasses. She blinks and stares at him intently. Sino remembers his morning routine at home, where he had prepared for his high school debut by putting in contacts and styling his hair in front of the mirror. In the present, he nervously pulls out his chair and takes his seat, repeating his good morning to her. Nekazane goes back to scrolling through her phone, noting that all the emojis mean the post was made by Momoka, before letting out a sleepy yawn as Sino sits beside her in a nervous sweat. Feeling completely overwhelmed by the social pressure, Sino internally begs to go home, which reminds him of a recent phone conversation he had with Takada. During their call, Takada had asked him how things were going with Nekazane and if he thought they could become friends, to which Sino admitted it was hard to say. Sino had explained that while he did not think she hated him, her complete lack of a sense of personal distance was sometimes highly confusing. Takada had questioned what he meant by her sense of distance, and Sino clarified that she would often get incredibly close to him without warning. Takada points out that getting that close to someone is normally a clear sign of interest and feelings, leaving Sino confused. Sino recalls how blunt she is and how she often rushes away, making him doubt Takada's theory. He explains to Takada that on the contrary, it feels like she has absolutely zero interest or concern for him, even though Takada points out her habit of getting too close. Takada suggests her boundary style might simply be like that of a cat, but then declares it is time for Sino to get a dramatic, noticeable makeover. Takada claims a makeover will force her to take an interest, but Sino panics, scoring low on his self-assessment gauge, as he worries that Nekazane will just find him creepy for suddenly trying to act cool. Takada compares it to a quiet kid suddenly showing up with dyed blonde hair and nose piercings to spark conversation, but Sino admits he would be too intimidated to even bring it up. Takada playfully tells Sino to send him a photo if he dyes his hair blonde, leaving Sino exasperated. Back in the present, Sino glances over at Nekazane, wishing that he could find some way to get her to actually notice him. He rests his hand on his head, lost in thought. He sits rigidly at his desk while she remains engrossed in her phone. Soon Nekazane falls fast asleep on her desk as the teacher continues the lesson. When the class finally ends, the other students pack up and chat while Nekazane remains asleep. Sino goes to the bathroom to wash his face, feeling incredibly embarrassed, and realizing she did not notice his styled hair at all, muttering that the look does not even suit him to begin with. He reflects on how much effort he put into his clothes and hairstyle since entering high school, yet he still lacks the confidence and wishes he were simply more handsome. He cannot help but wish he were better at talking to people. He scolds himself to get a grip and stop letting these negative thoughts get to him. As he heads back to the classroom, wondering how to get her to notice him, his eye suddenly begins to throb with pain. Sino slides the classroom door open and enters, finding Nekazane still sitting at her desk. He walks quietly back to his seat. Nekazane looks up and stares intently at him as he sits down. Sino sits at his desk rubbing his throbbed eye and wondering if his contact lens is irritating it or if a piece of dust got in. He stops rubbing his eye only to find Nekazane has turned away to stare out the window. Sino continues to pinch his eye in discomfort while Nekazane leans over to watch him closely once again. Looking at his distressed state, Nekazane worries that he seems angry and different than usual, so she knocks her desk and accidentally drops her eraser onto the floor. Nekazane calls out to him, pointing at the eraser she dropped. Sino squints in confusion, struggling to see her clearly. Nekazane is startled when a black cat suddenly appears on her head with its back arched, and she quietly apologizes to him. Sino continues to look on in a dazed, blurry haze. Sino's vision grows incredibly blurry, making it impossible for him to see anything clearly. Nekazane suddenly leans in extremely close to his face, causing him to jolt back in surprise. He squints his blurry eyes, trying to make out her face. Nekazane stares deeply into his eyes from inches away. Before anything else can happen, Yuzajihara slams the classroom door open, and Sino quickly stands back up, handing Nekazane her dropped eraser. Sino lets out a startled gasp as the tension is broken. Nekazane thanks him for the eraser, and Sino sits back down, feeling flustered. Later in the locker room, Nekazane mentions to Yuzajihara that Sino got really close to her today, making her feel kind of strange, which leaves Yuzajihara completely shocked. The next day, Sino enters the classroom and greets Nekazane with a good morning. Nekazane sits up and stares at him intently in complete silence. Sino breaks into a nervous sweat, wondering if she is watching him, before she quickly turns her head away. Nekazane quietly returns the greeting, explaining she had just forgotten to say it, and Sino is relieved to see her act completely normal again. As a heavy downpour begins to flood the schoolyard after class, Sino stands near the entrance looking out in dismay and noticing Nekazane standing nearby. Having forgotten his own umbrella, Sino wonders if he should wait out the storm, watching as Nekazane steps closer to the edge to inspect the rain. He wonders if she forgot her umbrella as well, watching as she extends her hand to catch the rain before pulling her hood over her head. Suddenly, Nekazane runs right out into the pouring rain, leaving Sino extremely worried for her safety before a loud crack of thunder rumbles through the sky. Startled by the thunder, Nekazane halts in her tracks and turns right back toward the school building. She sprints all the way back under the school entrance awning, shivering and hugging her wet clothes as Sino watches her return. Sino walks up to Nekazane as she huddles under the awning, shivering from the cold, and asks if she is all right. Shaking from a sudden jolt of fear, she mutters that she thought she was going to die, making Sino realize that she is actually terrified of the thunder. Sino suggests they have no choice but to wait out the rain or call their parents for a ride, but Nekazane gets startled again by another loud rumble of thunder. Seeing her cover her ears and shiver in fear, Sino is convinced that she is extremely afraid of thunder. As they walk back inside the school building, Nekazane decides to go take shelter in the nurse's office to pass the time until the storm blows over. Sino nervously asks if she is allowed to do that, but she assures him that she only goes there when it is completely empty. She adds that it is fine as long as nobody catches her, leaving Sino to sigh and decide that he will just go past sometime in the classroom. Inside the classroom, Sino listens as his classmates happily discuss getting rides home from their parents. Slowly, the classroom empties out as the other students leave together, leaving Sino sitting by himself. Alone in the quiet room, Sino pulls out a book to distract himself from his loneliness. He looks out the window, his expression growing somber. Sino walks past the nurse's office, initially telling himself that there is nothing he can do to help her, but he hesitates as he remembers how terrified and fragile Nekazane looked in the storm. Sino slides the door to the nurse's office open. He walks inside, softly calling out, but turns in surprise when he spots her. Nekazane is huddled on the cot with a blanket pulled tightly over her head, looking completely startled, and Sino quickly apologizes for scaring her while she admits she thought he was someone else. Nekazane points out that he has not gone home yet, and Sino nervously stammers that he was hoping to catch the school nurse by waiting there. They sit in silence on opposite sides of the room while the rain continues to pour outside. Nekazane looks at him from under her blanket while Sino stares down awkwardly in the quiet room. Sino breaks the silence by commenting that the rain does not seem to be letting up, and she quietly agrees. Another sudden rumble of thunder rattles the windows, making Nekazane flinch in terror once again. Nekazane buries her head completely under the blanket, and Sino watches her with deep concern, realizing she is definitely not okay. Confirming his suspicion that she is indeed terrified of thunder, Sino watches her peek out of her blanket as she explains she usually distracts herself by listening to music with earphones on thundery days. She sadly admits that she forgot to bring her earphones today, calling it the worst situation. Sino immediately digs into his bag and offers to let her use his, but then notices her looking completely horrified at the idea. He frantically tells her to forget he said anything, but Nekazane surprises him by asking if she really can use them. Sino suddenly panics and tells her to wait a moment. He pulls out a pack of disinfecting wipes to clean the earphones, sweating as he awkwardly explains that fluid sometimes comes out of his ears, which leaves Nekazane looking slightly concerned. Nekazane takes the wireless earphones, and Sino prepares to set up the music on his phone since they are already paired to it. Nekazane puts the earbud in, telling him that she will just listen to whatever songs he usually listens to. Sino blushes deeply and quietly agrees, opening his music app. He feels incredibly self-conscious about her listening to his personal music playlist. Sino slumps over in utter embarrassment as Nekazane notes he must be a very hard-working student because he listens to English vocabulary audio, before she suddenly lets out a soft sneeze. Sino asks Nekazane if she is all right as she sniffles under her blanket, then tells her to wait there while he turns on the wall heater. He walks over to the climate control panel but notices a sign strictly forbidding students from using the air conditioner without permission. He hesitates to press the button, unaware that Nekazane has quietly walked up right behind him to watch. She stares at him as he stands frozen in front of the control panel, telling him that he will catch a cold at this rate anyway. Remembering her earlier words about things being fine as long as nobody finds out, Sino breaks into a nervous sweat. He finally presses the button with a beep, prompting Nekazane to let out a quiet chuckle. He looks out the window and notes with relief that the heavy rain finally seems to be letting up, meaning they can go home now. They walk side by side down the quiet school hallway toward the exit. As they prepare to leave, Nekazane points out that the school nurse never actually showed up, asking him if he was really waiting for her. Sino panics and stammers that he will just stop by the staff room before heading home, quickly making his escape, while Nekazane watches him mumble and leave. Walking away, Sino lets out a heavy sigh of disappointment, feeling like he messed up completely and ended up being of no help to her at all. Meanwhile, Nekazane stands in the hallway quietly wondering if he was lying to her. She walks out of the school building wondering what his true reason for coming to the nurse's office was. She looks down at the earbud still in her hand. Walking home, she realizes that the terrifying thunder did not seem as scary as usual today, wondering if it was because Sino was there by her side. Back at the cat cafe, a sudden flash of lightning startles Yuzajihara, who sighs in relief and asks Mugi if she is okay. She finds Nekazane sitting huddled on the floor with multiple cats on her lap, quietly covering her ears to block out the sound. Yuzajihara feels a wave of affection, finding her shivering friend incredibly adorable despite her fear. Yuzajihara reflects on how intense the thunderstorm was the other day as they work at the cafe. Yuzajihara asks if Nekazane was all right during the storm, but when Nekazane calmly replies that she was fine because Sino was there with her, Yuzajihara drops her kettle in shock. Yuzajihara aggressively grabs Nekazane's collar, demanding to know why the Sino guy from the shop was there with her, though Nekazane insists she has no idea either. Nekazane explains it was just a coincidence that he came over, leaving Yuzajihara stunned, as she recalls her previous locker room conversation about them getting close. While Nekazane casually inspects a cat treat, Yuzajihara internally worries if Sino is actually targeting Nekazane, despite claiming he only wanted to be friends. Yuzajihara resolves to find a way to check up on Sino and find out what he is really up to. Later at home, Nekazane sits on the floor of her room and looks down as her phone lets out a notification chime. The next morning, school starts on a bright sunny day. Sino walks up to Nekazane's desk to greet her with a good morning, and she responds in kind before calling out his name. Nekazane asks him if he is free this Saturday, leaving Sino highly surprised as he confirms that he is. She looks up at him and directly asks if he wants to go out together. Sino freezes in absolute shock at her sudden invitation. She explains that a new mall just opened near the station and suggests they hang out there, casually adding that Momoka will be joining them too, which makes Sino realize it is a group outing. Nekazane asks if he is all right, and Sino frantically snaps out of his daze and confirms that he is. She tells him that he does not have to answer immediately and can just let her know before Saturday before she walks out of the classroom. Later that evening at home, Sino works on his homework while his mind remains completely occupied by the thought of hanging out with her. Looking down at his notebook, where he has scribbled drawings of their plans, he wonders why she invited him, questioning if hanging out is truly something friends do. He ends up calling Takada, who correctly guesses that this dilemma is the reason Sino reached out to him. Sitting on his bed, Sino listens as Takada expresses his own disbelief that the two of them are actually going out together. Sino clenches his bedsheet in anxiety, questioning if it is really okay for him to go, but Takada enthusiastically encourages him, arguing that her invitation proves she must have some kind of interest in him. Sino quietly asks if that is really the case, but Takada tells him to have some more confidence in himself. Takada warns him that some girls can be extremely harsh judges, explaining that even looking lost in a food court with a tray could ruin his impression, leaving Sino completely horrified by how small things can go wrong. Sino admits he is starting to feel anxious because he has no idea what to wear, prompting Takada to offer to help him choose an outfit from his wardrobe. He pulls out some old clothes from middle school, but Takada immediately screams over the phone, warning him not to dare show up in a tucked-in checkered shirt. Later, Sino starts typing out a message to Nekazane about their plans on Saturday, worrying if his wording sounds weird when his phone suddenly beeps with an accidental outgoing call. He panics and breaks into a cold sweat, realizing he accidentally hit the call button and trying to figure out how to delete the call history. His phone suddenly rings as she calls him back, making Sino jump up in terror before he reluctantly answers with a shaky hello. Sino holds the phone to his ear in absolute panic as her voice comes through the receiver. He frantically apologizes and explains that he accidentally dialed her number, but Nekazane is unfazed and asks if they can keep talking for a bit since it is actually good timing. Nekazane whispers that her father keeps nagging her to study, explaining that she wanted to use their phone call as a perfect excuse to escape from him. Suddenly, Nekazane's father calls out to her from the hallway, demanding to know who Sino is, and if he is a guy, which Sino can hear clearly over the line. Sino trembles in terror, wondering if her father is going to kill him, but Nekazane quietly reassures him that she got away and asks if he can make it this Saturday. Sino gets incredibly flustered as Takada's earlier words about her having some kind of interest in him echo through his mind. He clenches his fist, trying to find the courage to respond. He quietly asks Nekazane if she is genuinely okay with him joining her on Saturday. He waits in absolute heart-pounding suspense for her answer. Nekazane calmly replies that she is absolutely fine with it. Sino happily agrees, and Nekazane suggests they meet up in front of the station at 1 in the afternoon. When she admits she had worried he might turn her down because the invitation was so sudden, Sino enthusiastically reassures her that he is actually extremely happy she invited him. Nekazane smiles softly to herself, replying that she is glad she made the right choice to ask him. Nekazane bids him a good night, and Sino prepares to hang up the phone. After ending the call, Sino puts down his glasses and rolls over on his bed, realizing that their outing is already scheduled for the day after tomorrow. He covers his forehead in frustration, realizing that he is too anxious and excited to fall asleep. He looks out at the starry night, questioning if he will be all right on Saturday. On the day of their hangout, the weather is bright and sunny outside the train station. Sino waits nervously by the station fountain, adjusting his hair and worrying if he looks weird when Nekazane suddenly calls out his name behind him. Nekazane arrives wearing a casual t-shirt and hoodie, and Sino immediately cringes in absolute embarrassment, realizing he overdressed and chose the completely wrong outfit. As he silently panics over how embarrassing it is to have overdressed, Nekazane blankly asks if his stomach hurts, forcing Sino to insist he is fine and softly greet her back. As they walk toward the newly opened mall, Sino asks if it is her first time there, and when she wonders if there is a cat cafe, he suggests a pet shop they could visit instead. Nekazane asks if he has been there before, and a panicked Sino frantically denies it, claiming he just saw it online, hiding the fact that he spent hours researching the mall beforehand. Nekazane suggests they head inside, and Sino agrees, recalling that Yuzajihara had texted him earlier to go ahead because she might be running late. Sino is suddenly startled when a voice from behind apologizes for keeping them waiting. He turns to see a very stylish and curled-haired Yuzajihara waving at him, happily explaining that styling her hair took much longer than expected, but she is glad to have made it on time. A flashback reveals that on a previous school day, Sino had greeted Nekazane while wearing the very circle-patterned T-shirt Takada had forbidden him to wear. Nekazane had looked at him and quietly covered one of her eyes. She had blankly pointed her finger upward, treating his T-shirt like a vision test. Back in the present, Sino is completely dumbfounded to see Yuzajihara standing right in front of them at the station, asking her why she is there. Yuzajihara explains that she was actually the one who planned the three-way hangout and asked Nekazane to invite him, leaving Sino completely frozen, as he realizes that Nekazane's initial invitation was entirely set up by Yuzajihara. Sino sweats, nervously wondering if he had simply misunderstood the invitation and failed to listen properly. Yuzajihara leans in extremely close and whispers, asking if he actually thought it was going to be a date with just him and Nekazane, which makes Sino flinch in surprise, before she adds that she just thought it was a great opportunity for them all to get along. Yuzajihara gives him a bright smile and explains she also wanted to become friends with him, leaving Sino pleasantly surprised. Sino thinks to himself what an incredibly nice person she is, completely unaware of her true intentions. Yuzajihara notes his airheaded demeanor, but refuses to let her guard down, suspecting he might just be acting that way to get close to Nekazane, and resolves to expose his true nature. The three of them enter the mall and start walking around, with Nekazane looking closely at the directory map, while Yuzajihara excitedly talks about parfaits and clothes. Nekazane observes that there are so many people, and Yuzajihara agrees, noting that the crowd is even bigger than she had anticipated. Sino points out that there are a lot of clothing stores on the first floor, catching Yuzajihara's attention. Seizing the opportunity, Yuzajihara grabs Nekazane by the arm and drags her toward a clothing store, insisting they should make the most of their rare outing. Yuzajihara dresses Nekazane up in various outfits, eagerly gushing over how well they match her style and pale skin, before handing her a frilly floral dress to try on next. Nekazane looks at the frilly dress, quietly chuckling to herself that the cats at the cafe would love to play with it, even if they end up tearing it to pieces. While Sino waits awkwardly outside the fitting room, listening to the other shoppers, Nekazane suddenly steps out in her new outfit and thanks him for waiting. Nekazane looks at him as she stands styled in a white dress and a casual jacket, leaving Sino completely wide-eyed and speechless. Nekazane asks him what is wrong, and a flustered Sino frantically turns his head away, claiming nothing is wrong at all. Watching his reaction, Yuzajihara is completely unconvinced, noting that he clearly thinks Nekazane is incredibly cute. Yuzajihara eagerly drags Nekazane to the next store, ignoring her complaints about being tired after only 20 minutes, while Sino watches them in exhaustion. Next, they head to a pet shop called Pet Plus, where Nekazane eagerly looks at a kitten in a display window before entering to hold one of the animals. Later, they stop in front of a claw machine filled with cat plush toys, and Nekazane stares at them thoughtfully. Sino attempts to play the game, but admits he struggles to judge the distance of the claw, prompting Nekazane to crouch next to the machine and guide his movements. Nekazane suddenly grabs his hand to guide the joystick directly, leaving Sino completely wide-eyed and blushing at the unexpected physical contact. The claw machine successfully grabs a small cat plush, and Nekazane retrieves it, smiling warmly as she thanks Sino for winning it for her. When Nekazane happily comments that the toy looks exactly like Masamune, Sino is left completely mesmerized by her gentle smile, thinking about how amazing she is. While Yuzajihara watches them blankly, Nekazane tries to hand the toy back to Sino, but he nervously insists she should keep it, which she quietly agrees to do. Yuzajihara excuses herself to go to the restroom, but once she closes the door behind her, she clutches her face in an emotional overload, screaming internally that their interactions are so incredibly pure. She sighs and feels foolish for ever suspecting him of having bad intentions after observing how completely oblivious he is before walking back to rejoin them. When she returns, she is surprised to find Sino on his hands and knees on the floor, while Nekazane crouches next to him in confusion. Sino dejectedly admits that he dropped his contact lenses, prompting a deadpan Yuzajihara to wonder if he is simply just an idiot, while Nekazane asks if he wears contacts. Feeling like he ruined the day, Sino tells them to go ahead and enjoy the mall without him, since he will only be in the way with his blurry vision. Yuzajihara asks if he will be all right since his vision is so bad, and he reassures her that he will just rest a bit before heading home, although he immediately mistakes a giant stuffed rabbit mascot for her. Nekazane tells him that she is going to buy them some drinks while they wait. Sino sits alone on a bench, and Yuzajihara walks over to sit with him, finding the situation slightly awkward before Sino apologizes for causing trouble, and she reassures him it is fine. He quietly mentions that he is just glad Nekazane seemed to have a lot of fun today. Sino looks at Yuzajihara and remarks that she must really care about and like Nekazane a lot. Yuzajihara asks if caring for her friend is a bad thing, and a panicked Sino frantically waves his hands to clarify that he did not mean it like that at all. Yuzajihara softens and explains that Nekazane was the only one who reached out to her when she struggled with relationships in middle school, declaring that she is who she is today because of her. She adds that Nekazane probably does not even remember doing it. Sino clutches the throat lozenge in his pocket, admitting that he often wondered where he would be if he did not have friends around either. He reflects that even if a kind gesture seems insignificant to the person who did it, those small acts of kindness can make a huge lasting impact on the person who receives them. He looks at Yuzajihara with a warm smile, explaining that is why he completely understands how she feels. He adds that he was genuinely happy when she told him earlier that she wanted to become friends with him too. Sino happily smiles and thanks Yuzajihara. Sino remarks that Nekazane is taking a long time to return while Yuzajihara looks away quietly. Yuzajihara confesses that Nekazane is incredibly important to her and that her top priority is simply for Nekazane to be happy. Sino listens as she prepares to ask him a direct question. Yuzajihara asks him what he truly thinks about Nekazane, catching Sino completely off guard as he stammers to find an answer. She smiles and quickly clarifies that this does not mean she has accepted him or anything, leaving a confused Sino sitting on the bench as she walks away. Left alone on the bench, Sino ponders what he really thinks about Nekazane, but his thoughts are interrupted when he notices someone walking up to him. Nekazane returns and addresses what he had said to her earlier. Sino looks down, admitting that she is so laid back and independent, unlike himself. He reflects that her independent nature might be the reason for his feelings. He recalls how his interest in her grew and made him want to be friends, admitting that his check-up on her during the thunderstorm was simply because he was worried about her. The busy sounds of the mall echo around them. Sino continues to speak softly about her. He tells her that she is someone who is always honest with herself, explaining that he genuinely admires that quality in her. Suddenly, Nekazane lets out a startled gasp and spins around, burying her face in her hands. She hides her face behind her hands in absolute embarrassment. Sino looks at her in confusion, sensing that something is slightly off. Nekazane peeks at him, her face completely flushed and red with embarrassment. Sino leans in close to check on her while she looks back at him with wide, blushing eyes. She lets out a soft, nervous sound. Sino suddenly jumps up in a flustered panic and raises his hands, startling Nekazane. He stammers an apology and announces that it is time for him to go home, quickly thanking her for the day before running off. Sino walks away down the hallway, leaving Nekazane sitting alone. Nekazane sits in complete silence, clutching her water bottle as her face turns bright red and her heart pounds heavily. Later that night, the stars shine quietly over Nekazane's house. She recalls his words about her wondering if he had mistaken her for someone else in the past. Lying in bed with her thoughts, she realizes that Sino had been thinking about her in his own unique way. She admits to herself that she actually knows next to nothing about him. She thinks back on his expressions, realizing she wants to change that. Sino reflects that it was not just a matter of not knowing, but rather that he had not even tried to understand her before. Nekazane rolls over in her bed, staring intently at her phone screen. She scrolls down to find Sino's contact name saved on her phone. She stares at his name and nods quietly to herself. She lies down, quietly repeating his full name to herself. In a side story, a customer at the cat cafe notices that Nekazane has tied her hair up today. The customer mentions that her hairstyle seems to change every day, wondering if it depends on her mood, while Nekazane quietly holds a cat. Nekazane gives a very minimal reaction, prompting the customer to call her out on it. But she internally reflects that her affection is entirely focused on a specific cat with black fur and golden eyes that she fell in love with at first sight. The customer admits to himself that he only visits the cafe to see Nekazane, wondering how to get closer to her when he notices the weekly work shift schedule posted on the wall. He realizes the schedule details her exact working days and shift end times, prompting him to stare at it while a coworker sneaks a suspicious glance at him. Feeling lucky, the customer smiles and prepares to take a photo of the schedule with his phone so he can wait for her outside the cafe. Yuzajihara suddenly pops up with a cheerful smile, asking if he thinks he will get a good shot. The customer jumps in complete panic as Yuzajihara stands next to him, smiling warmly. She points to a sleeping cat named Mitarashi, assuming he was just trying to take a picture of it, and the customer lets out a quiet sigh of relief. The customer observes that Yuzajihara also works at the cafe and seems to be very close friends with Nekazane, noting that he often sees them talking together. Yuzajihara asks him if there is a particular cat he likes, since he visits so often, causing him to tense up in panic. When he awkwardly admits that is true, Yuzajihara excitedly offers to guess his favorite cat. The customer thinks there is no way she can guess, but Yuzajihara starts by guessing that the cat has black fur. She lists off characteristics like being nicely groomed with big golden eyes. She adds that the cat always seems a little sleepy and rarely reacts. The customer sweats nervously, wondering if she was actually just talking about the black cat named Ohagi, while Yuzajihara proudly asks if she got it right. She tells him that although people say black cats are bad luck, that is actually not true at all. She explains that the model for the famous novel was a black cat, which many consider a lucky cat that brings good fortune. She enthusiastically praises black cats as being incredibly charming and neat, while the customer quietly slips away. Yuzajihara asks if he wants to try holding the black cat, but the customer nervously declines. The customer sits awkwardly on the floor with a black cat on his lap while Yuzajihara watches him quietly. He wonders what is even going on. The black cat jumps off his lap and walks away. The customer claims he does not really care about cats, while Yuzajihara points out that the cat just ran away from him. Yuzajihara smiles as she pets a different cat, suggesting that cats are much smarter than people think and wondering if the black cat sensed something about him, which leaves the customer slightly exasperated with her. Looking closely at her, the customer feels as though she has been seeing right through him the entire time. Holding a cat, Yuzajihara directly asks him if he actually likes cats, catching the customer completely off guard. The customer nervously stammers that he does, explaining that his grandmother has cats that he always dotes on. As Yuzajihara laughs at his response, he panics internally, wondering if his true intentions have been completely busted. He suddenly starts to stand up, continuing his thought. He explains that cats are free-spirited animals, so people should not fuss over them too much, which confuses Yuzajihara. He smiles and adds that leaving them be is for their own good. Suddenly, Yuzajihara reaches out and firmly grabs him by the shirt, startling him. Pulling him close with a fierce protective expression, she tells him to make sure he does not overstep his bounds to avoid stressing her friend out. Utterly intimidated by her threat, the pale customer quietly agrees. The exterior of the Rescue Cat Cafe is shown against the sky. Later in the staff locker room, Nekazane asks Yuzajihara if she was chatting with that specific customer today. Yuzajihara casually replies that they were just making small talk. Nekazane accepts the answer and roughly pulls her hair tie loose, prompting Yuzajihara to yell for her to stop and offer to help her fix it instead. As Yuzajihara expertly combs and braids her hair, Nekazane compliments her skills but tells her she does not need to do this every day. Yuzajihara stubbornly insists that she genuinely wants to do it. Yuzajihara excitedly explains that it would be a waste not to style her since she is already so pretty, adding that she even wants to do her makeup, while showing her a new eyeshadow color she thinks would suit her perfectly. Nekazane flatly refuses, calling the whole process a massive pain, while Yuzajihara whines and begs her to give it a try. Yuzajihara points out that this hairstyle makes it easier to work, which Nekazane agrees with. Finishing the braid, Yuzajihara announces that she is all done, and Nekazane calls out to her. Nekazane turns her head slightly and quietly thanks her. Yuzajihara clutches her hands to her chest, blushing deeply with a racing heart as she is completely moved by Nekazane's gratitude. Overjoyed, Yuzajihara tells her not to worry about it and excitedly suggests they try curling her hair next time, offering to bring her own curling iron. Nekazane flatly refuses, groaning in annoyance. Sino sits on the floor in a daze, noting that before he even realized what happened, he was completely surrounded by a bunch of cats. He pinches his cheek and observes that it does not hurt at all. Seeing that everything around him is pure white, he concludes that he must be in a dream. Suddenly, Nekazane, sporting actual cat ears and a tail, sits down right beside him, prompting him to look over at her in confusion. To double-check, Sino pulls hard on his own cheek, stretching his skin to an impossible length to confirm that reality is distorted. Nekazane rolls onto her back and rubs her eyes like a sleepy cat. Sino blushes profusely, frantically reminding himself that since it is a dream, surreal things like this are allowed to happen. As Nekazane continues to roll around lazily on the floor, Sino trembles nervously and tells himself to calm down, reciting prime numbers in a desperate attempt to keep his composure. Sweating nervously, Sino wonders what he should do about the situation, debating if he is allowed to pet her or if he should try to move her away without touching her. Suddenly, Nekazane stops and glances up directly at him. Nekazane raises her head and leans in extremely close to Sino's face, staring intently into his eyes and causing him to jolt back in surprise. Suddenly, Nekazane lashes out and scratches Sino fiercely across the face before quickly dashing away. Sino suddenly wakes up in his bed, rubbing his face and quietly accepting that her unpredictable behavior is just typical cat behavior. Back at the cat cafe, Yuzajihara asks Nekazane if she has ever thought of growing her hair out, suggesting it as a nice change of pace. Nekazane holds a cat and blankly replies that she has not really thought about it. Yuzajihara confidently insists that any hairstyle would look good on her, suggesting she could try curling or even braiding it. Nekazane flatly states that having long hair sounds like a massive pain, while Yuzajihara groans, noting that she always uses that excuse. Yuzajihara persists, acknowledging that it takes time to dry long hair after a bath. Nekazane uses a hair dryer on a large, fluffy cat as she listens. Yuzajihara adds that long hair often gets caught in brushes, but argues that taking care of it can actually be fun. Nekazane continues to quietly groom the fluffy cat. Nekazane points out that they are not talking about long-haired cat breeds, holding up a clump of fur she just brushed out and mentioning they can even make a fur ball with it. Yuzajihara agrees, imagining the size of the fur ball they could make. Yuzajihara excuses herself to go do the dishes, casually mentioning over her shoulder that Nekazane would look really cute if she grew her hair out, leaving Nekazane looking slightly surprised. Later, a cat hops up and playfully grabs at Yuzajihara's long pigtail, swiping at the wobbling hair. Nekazane smiles softly to herself, admitting that maybe having long hair is not so bad after all. Yuzajihara asks if she said something, but Nekazane quickly denies it. In a new scene, Sino plays a video game with Takada, laughing and teasing Takada that his overconfidence will lead to his downfall. Takada yells in frustration from the laptop screen, complaining that Sino is way too good at the game and that he just got wrecked again. Sino's mother calls out from the hallway, telling him she wants to throw away his worn-out socks and asking him to come look. Sino chuckles and tells her he will throw them away since they have holes in them. 2 days later at school, Takada asks Sino if his socks are hole-free today, making Sino blush and nervously ask him to stop talking about it, while Takada laughs loudly. Sino sits at his desk next to Nekazane, who is fast asleep once again. He nervously recalls that they have to go to a different classroom for the next class. Sino tries to gently wake her up, sweating nervously as he flashes back to a previous memory where she suddenly grabbed him in her sleep, making him hyper-aware of the danger. Giving her a 5-star danger rating, Sino carefully tiptoes away from her desk, telling himself it is too dangerous to get close because he might get hugged again. Standing exactly 4 meters away, Sino tries calling her name but realizes it is completely useless since she is in such a deep sleep and refuses to wake up. Sino pulls out his phone, wondering what he should do, before getting a sudden idea and preparing to press the call button on her contact profile. Nekazane jolts in her seat as her phone suddenly begins ringing loudly on her desk. She slowly opens her eyes, looking completely dazed by the sudden noise. Sino watches her from a safe distance, happily realizing that his plan worked as she finally wakes up. However, Nekazane immediately drops her head back onto her desk and falls asleep again, leaving Sino standing in stunned silence. Shocked that she hung up his call so quickly, Sino reflects that she probably treats her morning alarms the exact same way before going right back to sleep. Concluding that he has no choice but to wake her normally, Sino sneaks closer to estimate a safe distance before reaching out to gently call her name. Suddenly, Nekazane reaches out in her sleep, and forcefully grabs him, lifting a panicked Sino right off his feet. Still fast asleep, she pulls him close and gently rubs him, muttering that Ohagi is a very good boy. Sino stands with a pounding heart and a deeply flushed face, realizing he narrowly escaped being trapped by slamming her back down onto the desk, which ultimately results in both of them being late for class. Later, Sino watches from the doorway as a photographer takes Nekazane's picture for the cover. As the camera clicks, Nekazane poses by making a small finger heart gesture, leaving Sino completely bewildered by the hand sign. Sino asks her what the pose means, and Nekazane admits she has no idea, explaining that she only did it because Momoka always makes that gesture in her photos. Deciding to make a guess, she holds the finger gesture up next to her head and declares that it represents cat ears. Sino stares at her in absolute awe, completely believing her explanation and marveling that it makes perfect sense. The two of them seriously pose together with the finger cat ears, prompting the photographer to awkwardly ask them to just do a normal pose instead, because they look too weird. Suddenly, Nekazane's hair noticeably fluffs up with static, surprising her. Nekazane remarks that something smells nice, and Yuzajihara eagerly reveals that she recently changed her hair oil, asking Nekazane to guess the scent. Nekazane bluntly guesses that it smells exactly like scented toilet paper, prompting an exasperated Yuzajihara to beg her to use a better description, like a bouquet. Yuzajihara pats Nekazane on the head, noting that she is glad Nekazane is a girl because she would be an incredibly insensitive and dense guy otherwise. A white cat named Shiratama walks over and greets Nekazane before stepping close to sniff her hair. Upon smelling her hair, the cat makes an absolutely horrified and shocked expression. The cat quickly backs away in disgust, while Nekazane and Yuzajihara watch it retreat in silence. Yuzajihara asks in terror what that face was, but Nekazane casually asks if it is her first time seeing a cat react that way. Nekazane calmly explains that the cat sometimes makes that exact face when smelling the shop's slippers, leaving Yuzajihara completely horrified by the comparison. Nekazane pats a devastated Yuzajihara on the head, attempting to comfort her by explaining it is just a normal flamen response, while Yuzajihara cries that her chances of getting married are ruined. In another surreal scenario, Sino notes that before he even realized it, he had somehow transformed into a black and white cat. Realizing his new feline form, Sino goes into an absolute panic over his sudden transformation. He wonders frantically if he is stuck in another dream and what he should do, but he suddenly jolts as Nekazane peers down at him closely. Nekazane scoops him up off the floor, noting that she has never seen him around before. She immediately buries her face deeply into his furry stomach and takes a huge sniff, while Sino screams internally in sheer panic and embarrassment. Nekazane concludes that he is shy around people and apologizes, setting him down in the corner. Still in his cat form, Sino begs to wake up from the dream, terrified by how dangerous she is right now. Nekazane turns around and sits quietly on the floor with her back facing him, remaining completely silent. Sino watches her back in confusion, expecting her to pet him all over, but realizing she is not doing anything at all. As 10 and then 20 minutes pass, other cats naturally gather around Nekazane, making Sino realize how much cats genuinely like her. Nekazane slowly turns her head with a soft expression, noting that he is finally looking her way. Sino stares back at her wide-eyed, completely captivated by the moment. Looking at her calm demeanor, Sino finally understands exactly why cats like her so much. Sino wakes up in his human form and immediately apologizes to a confused Nekazane, feeling a sudden urge to apologize without fully knowing why. Later, he greets her with a normal good morning at school. Sino reflects that Nekazane sits next to him in class and is always sleeping. He notes that she sleeps through everything, even when the teacher scolds her, or when she gets left behind during classroom changes, finding her to be an incredibly interesting person. Sino stands at the classroom doorway, turning his thoughts to his own situation. Looking at Nekazane as she plays with a cat, he firmly decides that he wants to become friends with someone like her. While looking over some papers, the teacher suddenly asks Sino how things are going with Nekazane. The teacher reminds him of a request from the start of the year where he asked Sino to talk to her from time to time because she refuses to wake up. Sino nervously recalls his ongoing exhausting struggles to actually wake her up during class. The teacher notes that Nekazane seems to talk to Sino quite a lot, adding that it is perfectly fine if Sino finds it too difficult to keep talking to her. Sino stammers nervously. Sino recalls the teacher telling him earlier that she is not the type to approach people, so he should make an effort to be friendly with her. The teacher asks if the papers Sino is holding are from the classroom, and Sino confirms he brought them since he was heading that way anyway. The teacher thanks him for always helping out. Sino sits on the stairs holding his lunch and reflects on the idea of being friends with her, admitting he wants that too. He recalls how awkward their Saturday outing ended and blushes as he wonders if her actions meant something, but quickly shakes his head, doubting himself and wondering if she meant someone else. He suddenly wonders where Nekazane usually eats her lunch, realizing he has never seen her eat. He notes that she always seems to wander off somewhere during the lunch break. Leaning back and looking up, he softly remarks to himself that she really is like a cat. Suddenly, an upside-down Nekazane leans over from the stairs above, staring directly into his face and startling him. Sino clutches his chest as his heart pounds in surprise, while Nekazane casually sits down next to him, commenting that the spot is nice because there are not many people around. She explains that this quiet atmosphere is why she usually eats her lunch there, and Sino nervously agrees. Sino recalls feeling awkward eating alone in the classroom because he failed to make friends on the first day of school. He tells her this and asks where she usually eats lunch since she is never around. Nekazane lists out isolated places like the infirmary behind the school building or the rooftop. When Sino points out the rooftop is off limits, she ignores him and comments on the nice wind, making him realize she dodged the question. She then reaches into her bag. She pulls out a sandwich and takes a bite. Sino watches in surprise as she quietly munches on her food, realizing she intends to just sit and eat right there with him. While she casually slurps from a juice box, Sino breaks into a nervous sweat, unsure of what he is supposed to do in this situation. They sit together in silence, with Sino nervously taking a bite of his rice ball while she chews on some gummies. Nekazane holds out her bag of gummies and asks if he wants some, and a flustered Sino politely thanks her. She then pulls out several printed photos of cats and begins cutting them out with scissors. Sino asks if they are for her cat cafe job, and she confirms that they are. She explains that the photos are something important that they use in the shop, catching Sino's interest. She holds up a cutout photo of a white cat and asks Sino what he thinks about it, leaving him stammering for an answer. Nekazane shoves the photo directly into his face, demanding that he look at it. A flustered Sino stammers that he thinks it is pretty cute while begging her to back up because she is way too close. Nekazane proudly agrees that it is cute, making Sino realize that she actually just wanted an excuse to show off her cat. Nekazane explains that she needs to finish cutting out the photos by the end of the day and thought she could focus better in this quiet spot. Sino nervously concludes that it is fine for her to be there, even though he still finds the whole situation a bit strange. Nekazane continues to quietly cut out the photos, looking softly at the picture of the cat. Sino watches her work in silence. Suddenly, Sino offers to help her with the task. Nekazane looks at him in surprise and asks if he really wants to help, and he enthusiastically confirms that he does, insisting it is not a bother at all. He holds up a piece of paper with an incredibly poor and simple doodle of a cat on it. Nekazane stares at the paper and bluntly asks if it is supposed to be a cat. Sino slumps over in defeat, muttering that it looked much better in his head. Nekazane explains that a spot on the store's paper is completely blank and lonely, so she wanted him to draw something like a cat to fill it up. Sino sweats nervously and admits that while he wanted to help, he completely forgot how bad he is at drawing. Nekazane stares silently at his terrible drawing with a critical expression, leaving Sino to panic and assume she absolutely hates it. The school bell suddenly rings, signaling the end of the lunch break. Sino slumps down in gloom, feeling like he is just spinning his wheels lately and wondering if he can truly ever make friends at this rate. To his surprise, Nekazane tells him she will take the drawing and thanks him. She suddenly reaches out and presents two closed fists right in front of his face, startling him. She tells him to guess which hand holds a prize. Confused, she tells him to just pick one. Sino nervously reaches out and taps her left wrist, selecting that hand. Nekazane opens her left hand, revealing that it is completely empty. She bluntly tells him too bad and that he picked the wrong hand, leaving Sino completely confused as to what the game was even about. Stepping up the stairs, Nekazane reaches over and gently places something on top of his head. With a soft smile, she tells him it is a consolation prize before bidding him farewell and heading back to class. Sino reaches up and grabs the item she left on his head, realizing it is an apple-flavored candy. He blushes softly and smiles, thinking to himself that this is definitely a winning prize. The sign for the Rescue Cat Cafe Mew sits outside the building. A poster looking for new owners for the rescue cats is displayed on the wall, prompting someone to excitedly ask what it is. A blonde coworker asks Nekazane if she made the poster herself. Nekazane confirms that she did, and Yuzajihara praises it as incredibly cute. Yuzajihara points to a poorly drawn cat on the poster and notes that it seems a bit off. When Nekazane explains that Sino drew it, Yuzajihara stammers and points out that it barely looks like anything at all. Nekazane smiles softly and chuckles, suggesting that maybe the drawing is not actually that bad. She adds that the more she looks at it, the cuter it gets, simply because it is supposed to be a cat, leaving Yuzajihara completely confused by her logic. Elsewhere, Sino holds the apple candy he received, deciding it is way too precious to eat since he rarely gets candy unless it is a gift from someone. He carefully holds the small wrapped piece of candy in his hands. He suddenly looks up in surprise as someone approaches. Takada asks if Sino wants to pick up where they left off in their last game, and Sino quickly agrees, briefly wondering if his previous romantic thoughts were just his imagination. Outside the school, a student suddenly yells out and asks a shocked Sino if he is interested in joining the tennis club. The recruiter hands Sino a flyer telling him to ask his friends to join as well, and inviting him to check out the club anytime. Sino nervously agrees, silently lamenting that he does not actually have any friends to ask. Looking at the tennis club leaflet, Sino realizes that he has been so focused on making friends in his class that he completely forgot joining a club was also an option. He thoughtfully considers the idea of joining a club. Later in the classroom, Sino notices Nekazane looking at a tennis club leaflet and asks if she received one as well. She confirms that she did. Sino asks if she is going to join any clubs, silently feeling disappointed and assuming that juggling a club and her job would be too rough for her. Nekazane explains that she has not thought about it yet because she already has a part-time job, prompting Sino to stop and turn back toward her in surprise. Sino suddenly realizes that he is being a bit pushy, but his thoughts are interrupted when Nekazane holds out her phone and tells him to check out what is on the screen. She shows him a picture of a cat named Masamune, explaining that the cat completely forgot to put his tongue back in his mouth, causing Sino to hold back a laugh. Nekazane casually mentions that the cat stayed like that for 2 full hours. When Sino nervously asks if the cat's tongue would dry out, she simply calls it cute and offers to send him the photo, to which he gratefully agrees. Looking at her phone, Nekazane suddenly mentions she has been wondering for a while about the sunset, making Sino jolt in surprise as his heart pounds. He looks back at her in absolute confusion. She clarifies that she is asking about his profile picture on their messaging app, pointing out his sunset icon. Relieved, Sino explains that there is nothing really special about it. He just felt that using the default blank icon looked too lonely, so he changed it to a picture of a sunset he took while walking home. When Sino nervously asks why she wanted to know, Nekazane casually rests her chin on her hand and replies that it was nothing and she was just curious. Walking out into the hallway alone, Sino stops and reflects on their conversation. He notes with a soft blush that it really feels like Nekazane is chatting with him much more than she used to. He then looks at the school notice board, amazed by the sheer number of club recruitment posters on display. As he mutters to himself that having so many options makes it hard to decide which club to join, a student quietly sneaks up right behind him with her hands raised. The student suddenly grabs him in a chokehold from behind, causing Sino to scream in absolute terror before she drags him away down the hallway. She slams a clubroom door open and cheerfully announces to her vice president Gouda that she found a first year, though Gouda immediately tells her to let Sino go because it looks like an actual kidnapping. She gets right into Sino's face with a wide grin, loudly declaring that she saw him looking directly at their club's poster. She excitedly grabs his hands and asks if he is interested in joining. Gouda walks over and scolds her to at least introduce herself first, while a panicked Sino frantically apologizes. She introduces herself as Kiyomiya, the club president, and points to Gouda as the vice president. After Sino nervously introduces himself and asks what kind of place this is, Kiyomiya tells him to look around. He looks at a wall completely covered in various beautiful pictures, as Kiyomiya proudly announces that he is in the photography club. Sino stares in absolute awe at the display, muttering that the photos are beautiful. Kiyomiya notices his reaction and eagerly asks if he is interested. She proudly points out specific photos explaining that she took one at the beach and another during a winter break trip, bragging about how neat they are. Sino continues to stare silently at the photographs, while Kiyomiya confidently assumes that he is starting to think photography looks like a lot of fun. Kiyomiya enthusiastically explains that they take photos of various places and people, emphasizing how fun it is to meet so many new faces. Sino suddenly looks down in dread at the thought of socializing, prompting a confused Kiyomiya to ask why that makes him sad when it should be the happy part. She gently asks what he thinks, adding that he would likely enjoy joining the club if he has even the slightest bit of interest in it. Sino hesitates for a moment, struggling to find the right words. He stands before the president and vice president, still stammering as he tries to voice his thoughts. Unable to commit, Sino bows deeply and apologizes, asking them to let him think about it for a bit. Later, sitting alone on a bench outside, he beats himself up over why he even said that. He reflects on how nice it seemed when he saw other students cheerfully inviting him to join a club, earlier wondering why he is hesitating so much. He gazes off to the side, lost in his own conflicted thoughts. Staring down at his hands, he admits to himself that the real reason he hesitated is simply because he is being a coward. With tears welling in his eyes, he confesses his fear of trying new things, silently cursing himself for being so pathetic, despite his genuine desire to change. His self-deprecation is suddenly cut short when a rustling noise from the nearby bushes startles him. A small calico cat steps out from the foliage, catching his attention. Sino stares in silence as the cat looks back at him with a blank expression. Wondering if the cat lives around the school, Sino pulls out his smartphone and snaps a picture as the cat rolls playfully on the ground. Before he can process anything, Nekazane suddenly leans over his shoulder from behind, startling him as she asks if there was just a cat nearby. Sino confirms that there was, though it just ran away, while Nekazane explains she could simply sense a cat nearby. As she notices his phone and asks if that is a photo of it, Sino internally marvels at her incredible cat detecting abilities. Nekazane leans in closely to look at the screen, demanding to see the picture, and causing Sino to flinch in surprise at the sudden proximity. Crouching together, she observes the screen and recognizes the animal as the calico cat from before, which Sino quietly confirms. Still holding his phone, Nekazane asks if he takes a lot of photos. Sino stammers that he only takes them occasionally, but she eagerly asks if he has any other pictures of cats or anything else to show her. Sino casually scrolls through his gallery, explaining that he rarely takes photos of anything special and mostly just captures images of food and landscapes. As she continues to browse through his phone, Sino looks away in utter bewilderment, wondering what exactly is going on between them. Nekazane looks closely at Sino's phone and compliments his photography skills, saying he is really good at taking photos. A surprised Sino asks if that is true, and she firmly confirms that it is. Nekazane explains that most of her own photos end up as blurry messes, though Sino silently notes that might just be because of her fast-moving feline subjects. She goes on to praise his profile picture icon, admitting she initially mistook it for a professional stock image, which leaves him completely speechless. Sino nervously downplays her compliment, explaining that he only took the photo on a whim. As he stammers, Nekazane continues to stare at him intently. Looking down at his phone with a quiet smile, Nekazane softly tells him that she genuinely likes the photos he takes. Sino stands frozen in absolute surprise, his eyes wide as her words echo in his mind. Their moment is suddenly interrupted by a soft meow, prompting Nekazane to immediately walk away to follow the cat. Sino crouches with his face in his hands, filled with regret for submitting his registration form to join the photography club. Back in the clubroom, the president, Kiyomiya, happily accepts his form, expressing her joy that he decided to join after seeming so hesitant, while a defeated Sino quietly reassures her that it is fine. When the president asks him why he suddenly decided to join their club, Sino sheepishly explains that someone complimented his photos, which made him think he should finally give photography a try. Sino adds that he actually knows absolutely nothing about cameras or photography, admitting that his reasoning for joining might seem a bit too simple and foolish. Kiyomiya immediately cuts him off, loudly declaring that his line of thinking is not true at all. She reassures him that feeling happy because of someone's praise or simply wanting to try something new are perfectly fine reasons to start any activity. Kiyomiya reveals that she also knew nothing about cameras when she first joined, pointing out that Gouda actually used to be in the judo club, which leaves a shocked Sino utterly amazed. And annoyed, Gouda tells the president to stop pointing at him, but she playfully brushes off his complaints while he repeatedly begs her to stop. Kiyomiya suddenly asks if there is anyone else Sino can invite to join the club, prompting him to think of Nekazane and admit that while there is someone, it might be a bit difficult. Kiyomiya eagerly urges him to just talk to them, demanding to know if this potential recruit is a male friend. Sino blushes and confesses that it is actually a girl, nervously stammering that they are not exactly friends, yet though he genuinely wants to become friends with her. Kiyomiya reacts with extreme excitement, slamming her folder down and loudly pointing out that his feelings are definitely not just about friendship, declaring that he is clearly in love. Gouda quickly stops her and whispers to quiet her down, prompting an annoyed Kiyomiya to ask why he stopped her from speaking. Gouda glances over at Sino, who is looking incredibly innocent and starry-eyed as he simply wishes to make a new friend. An incredibly excited Kiyomiya desperately wants to explain the truth to him, squealing that this situation is going to be incredibly fun. Gouda stops her once again, calmly suggesting that it will actually be much funnier if they do not tell him anything at all. Kiyomiya stares ahead silently with a blank, serious expression behind her glasses. Kiyomiya suddenly breaks into a massive grin, grabbing Sino's hands and shaking them enthusiastically to welcome him to the photography club, promising him that it is going to be incredibly fun. While a flustered Sino stammers in response, Gouda quietly sighs and apologizes to him for her behavior. Meanwhile, Nekazane crouches next to a cat that is meowing loudly at her, apologetically telling it that she does not have any treats on her. An auxiliary note mentions that Sino was originally supposed to be abducted by the school's rugged rugby team, but fortunately for him, that did not end up happening. A camera clicks as someone snaps a picture of a small cactus wearing sunglasses and a flower lei. Sino carefully holds a camera, nervously wondering if he will actually be able to handle using it. Kiyomiya proudly boasts that taking photos with a real camera is a completely different experience, pointing out that it is a high-tech device capable of capturing even Gouda's thick eyebrows in absolute high definition, which prompts Gouda to repeatedly beg her to stop. Kiyomiya reassures him that the camera is not difficult to use at all, promising him that he will get used to it the more photos he takes. Sino quietly practices learning how to adjust the camera's focus to create a bokeh effect when Kiyomiya suddenly calls out to him. Holding up a camera with a sparkle in her eye, Kiyomiya eagerly asks Sino if he is ready to receive his very first assignment for the photography club. A close-up shows Nekazane holding a classic camera up to her eye, her lens reflecting a tiny image of Sino as she takes a photo. Later that night at home, Sino sits quietly at his desk, staring down at his phone and sighing in deep thought. He recalls Kiyomiya giving him his first assignment, which is to take photos of things he likes by the time they hold their next club meeting. He looks at his phone, nervously, completely unsure of what he should shoot. Looking at some of his mystery novels on his desk, Sino silently worries that simple objects like books might look a little too dull in a photograph, wondering if his skills are the issue, or if he should try to find something that naturally looks much better on camera. Glancing at his books and video game controller, Sino admits to himself that while he genuinely enjoys reading and playing games, he is too embarrassed to proudly display those hobbies to the club. He clutches his face in frustration, groaning that the more he thinks about it, the less he actually understands what he should photograph. Sino looks up in quiet contemplation as he tries to figure out what he genuinely likes. He continues to ponder what his true preferences are. He then thinks back to school, remembering how Nekazane sat beside him to show him a picture of a cat named Kanako from the day before. Sino chuckles as he recalls how often he finds Nekazane completely dozing off, silently wishing his own likes and passions were as clear and straightforward as her love for cats. Back in the classroom, Nekazane suddenly asks him what is wrong, noting that he seems to have something heavy on his mind. A startled Sino panics, his heart racing as he frantically asks her what she means by that. Sino sighs and honestly admits that he is struggling to figure out what he should photograph for his photography club assignment. Nekazane suggests that Sino could take photos of cats for his assignment. When she asks if he wants to try, Sino thoughtfully agrees. Sino looks up as a realization strikes him. Sino finds himself standing outside Cat Cafe Mew in surprise. Walking up the stairs with Nekazane, Sino nervously wonders if he should really be there expressing concern about bothering her while she is working. Nekazane reassures him that she already got permission from the owner Iri, while Sino recalls the photography club president, lending him the expensive camera while warning him to be extremely careful. Holding the camera bag with absolute care, Sino reminds himself that he must not break the expensive equipment under any circumstances before Nekazane invites him to step inside the cafe. The camera clicks as Sino takes a close-up photo of a cat staring directly at him. After Sino silently notes how well the shot turned out, Nekazane asks how it went and leans in to look at the camera screen, loudly gasping in awe at how amazing the photo is. Nekazane marvels at the photo, pointing out how clearly and beautifully the cat's fur is captured, while a flustered Sino awkwardly agrees. While another cat wanders over to sniff, the camera Sino asks Nekazane if she is interested in trying it, prompting her to lean in and stare at him with an intense, quiet gaze. Nekazane suddenly reaches close behind him to grab a cat toy to help him get better shots, causing a stiffened, panicked Sino to freeze in place as he desperately reminds himself not to drop the camera. Sino tries to wave the cat toy with one hand, while holding the camera with the other, silently lamenting that taking this photograph is proving to be incredibly difficult in multiple ways. Nekazane quietly sneaks up behind Sino with her hand raised, but her attempt is interrupted when Sino suddenly remarks that the cat has run away. Sino turns around and asks her if something is the matter, but Nekazane quietly tells him not to worry about it. As Sino continues to snap photos of a resting cat, he realizes he wants to try shooting in various other ways, finding the entire process to be surprisingly fun. Sino suddenly begins to tremble in panic, as he realizes he completely forgot his actual club assignment of photographing things he likes. Just then, Nekazane places a can of coffee in front of him, thanking him and asking if he managed to take his photos. Sino sighs and admits that although he took plenty of photos today, he still has not completed his actual club assignment, prompting a curious Nekazane to ask him what the assignment is. Sino explains that his assignment is to take photos of things he likes, and Nekazane hums quietly in understanding. Sino rubs his forehead as he confesses his ongoing dilemma over whether he should seek out visually impressive subjects, or if it is perfectly fine to capture simple everyday things he genuinely likes. As Sino sighs that the more he thinks about the assignment, the more confused he gets, Nekazane bluntly remarks that he is a very serious person, which strikes him with sudden shock. Nekazane suggests that he might simply be overthinking the entire situation. And as a slumped Sino admits she probably has a point, she reaches out and prepares to show him what to do in times like these. Nekazane suddenly places a cat directly onto Sino's face, explaining that simply being around cats makes everything okay, leaving a muffled Sino to awkwardly ask if that is really the case. Setting the cat down onto his lap, Sino relaxes under its warm and fluffy presence, realizing this must be what cat therapy feels like. He suddenly lets out a quiet chuckle, causing a curious Nekazane to ask him what is wrong, as he quickly dismisses it. Sino explains that he actually used to be more of a dog person, but now he thinks he likes cats just as much. Nekazane suddenly leans in extremely close to his face, pointing out that he just admitted to liking them. Nekazane points out that this means he officially has something he likes now for his assignment. When a panicked Sino protests that he only said it on a whim, Nekazane simply asks why that matters. She quietly asks him if liking something on a whim is a bad thing. Sino gently pets the cat and softly admits that it is not bad at all, prompting a satisfied Nekazane to say she told him so. With a soft smile, Nekazane reassures him that everything is perfectly okay now. As a cat meows nearby, Sino continues to pet the sleeping feline, realizing that he was completely overthinking things and did not need to stress himself out so much. He reflects on how he spent the entire night worrying about his assignment, only for Nekazane to effortlessly clear his doubts with just a few simple words, making him realize how much she has been helping him lately. As Sino silently wonders why she is so helpful, he looks over at Nekazane as she looks down with a gentle smile. He ponders his feelings, realizing how different he feels whenever he is together with her. Sino's heart pounds heavily as Nekazane suddenly calls out his name. Nekazane asks if she can try taking photos of things she likes as well, catching Sino completely off guard. He loudly stammers his agreement, instantly embarrassing himself over how strange his voice sounded. When Nekazane accidentally fumbles the camera, Sino quickly catches it, trembling in relief and apologizing for the close call as his heart races in panic over the expensive equipment. The camera clicks twice as Nekazane takes a close-up photo of a cat's paws. Crouching down, Nekazane smiles as she snaps another photo of a small cat sitting on a stool. Sino lets out a quiet gasp of surprise as a cat suddenly climbs directly onto his chest. Holding the camera in her hands, Nekazane turns around and stares in silence at Sino and the cat. Nekazane looks through the viewfinder and the camera clicks as she takes a photo of a smiling Sino cradling the cat. The camera is placed on the table in the photography clubroom as Kiyomiya lets out an excited gasp. Staring at the camera screen showing his sunset landscape photograph, Kiyomiya enthusiastically declares that his photo is incredibly good. Sino explains that he enjoys the scenery on his way home, prompting Kiyomiya to praise the shot again. He admits that while he had a difficult time choosing at first, he eventually realized there are actually many things he likes. Sino adds that once he figured that out, he was able to take photos much more enjoyably, which Kiyomiya praises. She then notices his photographs of cats squealing that they are incredibly cute, as Sino quietly confirms it. Gouda slides the clubroom door open and comments that they are quite early today, and Sino politely greets him as Kiyomiya continues clicking through the photos on the camera. Suddenly, Kiyomiya stops scrolling, her expression shifting to a suspicious grin as she spots something on the camera screen. Gouda asks her why she is grinning so strangely, but she quickly tries to play it cool by claiming it is absolutely nothing. Staring at a photo of Sino happily cradling a cat, Kiyomiya hints that she found something very interesting. When Gouda and Sino curiously ask what she found, she playfully sings that it is nothing at all. An auxiliary note recalls Kiyomiya previously lying to Sino that the camera was outrageously expensive to ensure he would treat it with extreme care, while Gouda quietly sighed and told her to make sure she eventually tells him the truth. The scene shifts to the school courtyard where large hydrangeas are blooming in the warm summer air. Back in the classroom, the teacher announces that final exams are starting next week and begins writing down the test topics on the board. Sino fans himself in his seat, silently reflecting on how quickly the end of the term has arrived and how hot the weather has been lately. A sudden realization hits Sino, leaving him completely wide-eyed with panic. He glances over at Nekazane, nervously worrying if she will actually be okay for the exam since she always sleeps in class and is highly likely to be at risk of failing. To Sino's absolute shock, he realizes that Nekazane is actually wide awake. He stares in complete disbelief as she quickly scribbles down notes, astounded that Nekazane of all people is actively studying. Nekazane explains that if she fails and has to take makeup classes, she will have fewer days to work her part-time job, so she is cramming just enough to stay above the passing score. Sino silently marvels at her practical approach, and after successfully passing their exams, the summer holiday arrives in no time. At a shop, Yuzujihara holds up a patterned yukata fabric against Nekazane to see how it looks on her. A cicada chirps loudly on a tree branch as the summer heat continues to rise over the neighborhood houses. At home, during the holidays, Sino helps his mother wash the dishes, spends some time studying at his desk, and eventually lies down on his bed with his phone. As a high school student with absolutely zero summer plans, he lazily wonders if he should get started on a mushroom growing kit. He thinks of Nekazane, realizing she is probably busy working at her part-time job at this very moment. He sighs to himself, noting that he is going to have a far lonelier vacation compared to her active schedule. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted when his phone loudly buzzes, prompting a shocked Sino to sit bolt upright in bed, nervously hoping it is who he thinks it is. He opens the message only to find a photo from Takada showing off an octopus on his back at the beach. Sino chuckles quietly at how much fun his friend is having, deciding he should probably just stick to studying instead. He receives a brief text message commenting on how huge it is. Sino stares wide-eyed in complete surprise at his phone screen as a new notification appears. Sino arrives at a lively festival where Kiyomiya waves him over, introducing him to the stall owner Gramps as their helper for the day. Sino politely introduces himself, and Gramps gives him a heavy pat on the back. As yakisoba sizzles on the grill, Kiyomiya explains that they suddenly ran short of help and thanks him profusely for stepping in while a sweating Sino reassures her that it is no trouble at all. Kiyomiya encourages them to do their best with the large crowd, and when Sino asks Gouda if he is helping out today, too, Gouda explains that he is only making a very brief appearance. Kiyomiya leans in to whisper that Gouda is actually about to go on a festival date with his girlfriend from the soft tennis club, shocking Sino. An annoyed Gouda mutters that he can hear her perfectly. Gramps barks at him to stay quiet as they work, and Sino serves customers and takes their payments while the festival area remains incredibly lively. Plumping down on a stool, an exhausted Sino mutters about how hot it is, but Gramps suddenly peeks out to loudly apologize to him, leaving Sino confused as to why he is apologizing. Gramps hands Sino a bottled drink, a freshly made package of yakisoba, and a food stall voucher as a reward for his hard work. When a hesitant Sino asks if it is really okay for him to accept all of this, Gramps assures him that he earned it after working his butt off without a single break. Gramps adds that, although Sino's voice is pretty quiet, he was a massive help today, thanking him once again. Sino holds his food while Kiyomiya watches him quietly from nearby. Sino sits back down on the stool with his food and drink, reflecting that, although the work was incredibly tiring, it was still a rewarding experience. Gramps beams with a warm, genuine smile as he bids him farewell. Holding his food voucher, Sino smiles softly and reflects that he is genuinely glad he came to help out today. While taking a bite of his delicious yakisoba, Sino suddenly hears a familiar voice calling out his name from behind. He turns around to find Nekazane standing there dressed in a beautiful dark yukata and holding a bagged goldfish. Sino stares up at her with a heavily blushing face as Yuzajihara's voice calls out to Nekazane nearby. Yuzajihara runs up with her cotton candy and is utterly shocked to see Sino eating there, loudly pointing at them in surprise. Nekazane asks Sino if he also came to the festival, and a flustered Sino quickly confirms it, explaining that he is helping out at one of the food stalls. When Sino nervously comments on their yukatas, Nekazane explains that Yuzajihara picked them out for them. Meanwhile, Yuzajihara grits her teeth in sheer frustration, mentally screaming at him to just tell her she looks cute. Sino asks if she scooped a goldfish, and Nekazane explains she wanted to bring it home as a souvenir for her cat Masyun. Sino freaks out in absolute panic at the thought of her cat eating the fish, but Nekazane quickly tells him she was only joking, prompting Yuzajihara to silently note how incredibly easy he is to trick. The festival announcement declares that the fireworks are about to begin, and Yuzajihara eagerly drags Nekazane away to secure a good viewing spot, to which Nekazane agrees. Nekazane looks back and waves goodbye to Sino, promising to see him later. Kiyomiya suddenly creeps up behind a dazed Sino with a massive, mischievous smirk. Kiyomiya points at him excitedly, declaring that she does not even need to be told, because that is clearly the girl he wants to become friends with. Kiyomiya praises Nekazane as super cute, urging him to seize the opportunity to go watch the festival fireworks together with her. When Sino hesitates, Kiyomiya insists that this is his perfect chance to get closer to her, promising him that she will take care of the stall by herself. Sino quietly worries to himself that he was not actually invited to join them this time. He sheepishly adds that he would feel incredibly bad about getting in their way and ruining their fun. A loud boom echoes as the fireworks begin to paint the night sky, and Kiyomiya comments on the sudden start. Looking at him with a soft expression, Kiyomiya warmly tells him that he is truly such a nice and thoughtful kid. As the fireworks continue to shoot up into the night, she praises him for being so considerate and working so hard to help them, while a humble Sino quietly blushes. Kiyomiya quietly begins to continue her thought. Standing alongside him as the fireworks burst overhead, she tells Sino that he is so serious and kind that it sometimes feels like he is missing out on a lot in life. Meanwhile, amidst the booming fireworks and heavy chatter, Nekazane and Yuzajihara struggle to push their way through the dense festival crowd. When a frustrated Yuzajihara complains that she cannot get through and wonders where they can sit, Nekazane points out a nearby spot with fewer people. Nekazane suddenly stops and looks back in surprise. Looking around at the massive sea of people, Nekazane realizes she has lost her friend and calls out for her. A bonus snippet reveals that Nekazane's sudden desire to scoop goldfish came from watching the cafe's cats playfully tap a video of swimming fish on a tablet, which Yuzajihara had agreed was an unusual but acceptable request. Nekazane walks down a quiet side street alone, her back turned as she searches for her friend. Back at the food stall, Kiyomiya enthusiastically comments on how pretty the fireworks were. However, Sino remains distracted, deeply puzzled by her earlier comment and wondering what she actually meant. Kiyomiya suddenly announces that it is time to start cleaning up, prompting Sino to quickly agree, though she stops and notices something. Sino spots Nekazane standing in the distance, looking down at her phone in the crowd. Sino quickly runs over to her and calls out her name. Nekazane asks him if he has seen Yuzajihara anywhere around, and a concerned Sino asks her what is wrong. Nekazane explains that she got separated from her friend and spent the entire duration of the fireworks searching for her, adding that they cannot get in touch because the phone signal is so bad. As Sino offers to help search for her as well, Nekazane's phone suddenly rings, and she quickly answers it to see if it is Yuzajihara. Yuzajihara screams frantically through the receiver, demanding to know if Nekazane is okay. When Yuzajihara anxiously asks if she has been hit on by anyone, Nekazane calmly assures her that she is perfectly fine because Sino is with her, making Yuzajihara grumble in response. Nekazane asks her if she is doing okay, and Yuzajihara confirms she is fine and is currently sitting down on a bench to take a break. Reflecting on how difficult it will be to meet up in this dense crowd, Yuzajihara asks if she can make it home on her own, and Nekazane confirms she can. However, Yuzajihara suddenly screams directly at Sino through the phone, ordering him to get Nekazane home safely, which a startled Sino loudly promises to do. Nekazane hangs up the phone and tells Sino that Yuzajihara is okay, allowing him to let out a huge sigh of relief. Sino calls out to Kiyomiya, apologizing and explaining that he is going to walk Nekazane home, but the president quickly calls out for him to wait. Kiyomiya hands Sino an envelope with some money as thanks for helping out, brushing off his protests. She then pulls out a classic fireworks set and presents it to him as his participation prize. Nekazane softly calls out his name as he holds the colorful fireworks package, which is labeled as a set made for 2 people. Kiyomiya smiles warmly at him and begins to offer a final piece of advice. She tells him that she thinks it is perfectly fine for him to be a little more greedy sometimes. While walking home together under the night sky, Sino remains deeply confused about what she meant by being greedy, prompting Nekazane to ask if he is doing okay. Sino quickly snaps out of his thoughts, apologizing and caringly asking Nekazane if her legs are tired from walking, but she softly reassures him that she is completely fine. Sino notices that she bought some cassella cake, and Nekazane explains it is a souvenir for the cafe honorary. When Sino playfully teases her that she shouldn't feed it to her cat Masamune, she simply falls silent. Nekazane looks down slightly and quietly admits that she is a bit sad she missed out on seeing the fireworks. They arrive near her neighborhood, and Nekazane points ahead, explaining that her house is just around the corner and thanking him for walking her home. Sino looks down in silent disappointment, realizing their walk is coming to an end and admitting to himself that he does not want to say goodbye to her just yet. Suddenly, his eyes widen in deep surprise as a certain realization finally dawns on him. He questions his own reluctance to say goodbye, recalling Kiyomiya's words about being greedy and wondering if he simply wants to spend more time with Nekazane, which is cut short when she calls his name. Sino looks directly at Nekazane, his face flushing deeply, as he finally admits to himself that he simply wants to stay by her side for just a little while longer. Sino firmly clutches the fireworks set in his hand, gathering his courage as they stand together in the quiet street. Calling out her name, Sino suddenly holds out the fireworks package directly in front of her. He nervously explains that he wants to give the fireworks set to her, and Yuzajihara pointing out that Yuzajihara had mentioned being tired over the phone earlier. He adds that since Yuzajihara spent the entire evening looking for her, she likely missed out on seeing the fireworks too. He tells her that she and Yuzajihara should enjoy using the fireworks set together. Nekazane holds the bag of fireworks in her hands, looking up at him in surprise to ask if he is absolutely sure. Sino smiles gently and confirms that he is completely sure. Nekazane looks down in quiet contemplation. Nekazane reaches her hand out gently toward him. She gently grabs hold of Sino's sleeve. Startled by her touch, Sino looks at her as she quietly calls out his name. Looking directly into his eyes, Nekazane asks him if he has a moment to spare. Nekazane leads Sino up a set of stone steps through a quiet wooded area, assuring him that they are almost there and that it will not take long. Sino follows her, quietly fanning himself and thinking about the summer heat before she turns around to face him. They arrive at a high vantage point overlooking the glowing lights of the town and the festival below, and Nekazane announces that they have made it. Sino marvels at how beautiful the view is, and Nekazane agrees that it is especially scenic because of the ongoing festival, while Sino notes to himself that there is indeed no one else around. Sitting side by side on a wooden park bench, Sino comments that the air feels quite chilly up here, and Nekazane softly agrees. Looking up at the bright moon, Sino admits he had no idea a quiet place like this existed, and Nekazane explains that she comes here occasionally because it is a hidden gem with very few people around. A gentle breeze blows as Nekazane remarks that simply sitting quietly in a spot like this is something she truly values. Closing her eyes peacefully, Nekazane adds that she really loves zoning out and completely forgetting about the time here, before asking him if he wants to know the best part about the spot. She reveals that if someone is lucky enough, they can sometimes meet a ginger tabby and a tortoiseshell cat here. Sino silently smiles, thinking that such an interest is incredibly typical of her, while Nekazane sadly notes that the cats do not seem to be around today. Sino admits that he also really likes quiet spots like this, and Nekazane softly acknowledges his thoughts as they stare out at the beautiful city view. After Nekazane comments that they must be quite alike, Sino turns to look at her and directly asks her why she decided to bring him to this special place. Nekazane remains quiet for a brief moment, her expression turning slightly serious. Looking up at the moon, Nekazane explains that she simply wanted him to know about this spot too, admitting she thought they could take a little detour together. As the wind softly blows, Sino's eyes widen in absolute surprise and silent joy at her honest words. Nekazane gently touches her hair ornament as she gazes off to the side in the quiet evening light. She slowly turns her head back to look directly at Sino, resting her chin on her hand. Looking out over the shimmering lights of the town and festival below, Nekazane quietly confesses that she is not entirely sure why she wanted to bring him here. He sits quietly, noticing that in the absolute stillness of the night, the sound of his own heartbeat is strangely loud. A goldfish swims peacefully inside a small, wavy-rimmed glass bowl. Back at the festival, Yuzajihara hangs up her call with a beep after fiercely commanding Sino to get Nekazane home safely, which he had nervously promised to do. Yuzajihara stares down at her phone screen, looking completely frustrated and exhausted. She clutches her head in deep distress, groaning in frustration, as she feels incredibly conflicted about pushing the two of them together. Sitting alone on a stone ledge, Yuzajihara kicks her leg in annoyance, muttering to herself about leaving her friend alone with him, but ultimately concluding that Nekazane's safety is what is most important. She admits to herself that Sino is certainly not a bad person, but she still cannot seem to shake off her complicated mixed feelings about the situation. Yuzajihara lets out a deep, defeated sigh as she sits in the quiet festival area. Deciding that she should probably head home as well, Yuzajihara stands up but immediately winces in pain, letting out a groan as she realizes how much her feet hurt. Sitting back down, she laments her terrible luck, feeling sad that she and Nekazane did not even get to watch the fireworks together. She tries to comfort herself by thinking that it is fine as long as her friend is safe, but she suddenly jolts as a voice nearby asks her if she is doing okay. She looks up to find a boy dressed in a yukata standing over her, wearing a strange superhero mask over his face. Yuzajihara stares back at him with an absolute deadpan, unimpressed expression, silently wondering who on earth this guy is. When the masked guy asks if she is not feeling well, Yuzajihara begins to stammer a reply, silently noting that he looks incredibly suspicious. Takada notices her wincing and remarks that her feet do not look too good, catching Yuzajihara by surprise. Turning away, Yuzajihara brushes off his concern, claiming that it is really nothing. Yuzajihara insists that she can continue walking after just a little rest. Takada thinks for a moment and tells her to stay there for a second before stepping away. Yuzajihara watches as the masked boy jogs off into the lively, chattering festival crowd. Takada returns shortly after, apologizing for keeping her waiting and presenting a box of bandages, while Yuzajihara wonders if he really pushed his way through the dense crowd just to buy them for her. Takada quickly clarifies that he did not buy them, but actually won them at a nearby shooting gallery, leaving a shocked Yuzajihara shouting in disbelief. Takada then holds out a children's personal alarm. He also won, asking if she wants that too, which Yuzajihara flatly declines. She takes a tentative step forward to test her foot. When Takada asks if she can walk now, Yuzajihara admits it still hurts a little, but she can manage, prompting Takada to offer to walk her to the exit because it is too dangerous for her to walk alone. The two of them slowly walk side by side through the bustling festival area. As they walk slowly, Takada suddenly asks if she wants a piggyback ride, which makes a flustered Yuzajihara shout in absolute shock. Takada laughs and says he was only joking, while a deeply annoyed Yuzajihara glares at him in silence before suddenly spotting a stall nearby. Yuzajihara spots a shining plastic toy sword on display, recognizing it as the iconic neon sword from a popular superhero franchise. When Yuzajihara mutters about the movie, Takada gets incredibly excited and swings the glowing toy sword around with sweeping sounds and beeps. Takada stares dazed at the glowing sword, calling it incredibly cool, which prompts Yuzajihara to tease him by asking if he is the type who buys wooden swords on school trips for no reason. Takada looks at the price tag and sighs that 700 yen is a bit too expensive, while Yuzajihara reflects that she initially thought he was trying to hit on her, but now wonders if his actions were just out of genuine kindness. They finally reach the Torii gate at the edge of the festival grounds, and Takada announces that he will stop there. Pointing ahead, Takada advises her that the main path has more people and is safer, wishing her a safe trip home, and Yuzajihara softly thanks him. As Yuzajihara begins to walk away, she suddenly stops and turns around to call out to him. Yuzajihara thanks him for helping her and asks if he can tell her his name. Takada tosses an item to her, insisting that she should take it after all. Yuzajihara catches the box and looks down in confusion, realizing it is the personal alarm from earlier. Yuzajihara deadpans and asks if he is just dumping his unwanted items onto her. Takada laughs and tells her to keep it just in case, since she is walking home alone, before asking her if she knows a certain fact. Striking a pose, Takada declares that a hero always leaves without introducing himself, because that is what makes him cool. Watching him walk away, Yuzajihara silently notes that his hero act is honestly incredibly stupid. Despite her annoyance, she lightly blushes and admits to herself that he is quite a weird guy. A friend suddenly runs up and calls out Takada's name. The friend scolds him for disappearing suddenly and causing them to worry, noting that their other friends have already left. Takada apologizes, explaining that he stopped by the restroom and got distracted at the shooting gallery. His friend then asks what he was actually doing the whole time. Lifting his mask with a soft smile, Takada replies that he was simply helping someone. His friend immediately accuses him of just trying to hit on a girl, while Takada loudly protests that he was seriously just helping someone out. Sino readies his camera to take a photo as Nekazane quietly approaches him from behind. She leans over his shoulder to see what he is photographing, leaving Sino slightly confused by her sudden presence. She presses her cheek right against his head to look directly through the viewfinder, causing him to sweat nervously. Sino turns his head, bringing their faces incredibly close together as they stare directly at one another. Completely flustered by the sudden proximity, Sino tumbles backward out of sight, leaving a startled Nekazane behind. Sino sits on the ground, rubbing his head in deep embarrassment, while Nekazane calmly crouches beside him next to a small cat. Sino notices Nekazane looking at her phone and asks if she is watching another cleaning machine video. She casually replies that she is actually watching a video of a tea stem, leaving him deeply confused. Sino looks into his school bag with wide eyes, marveling that something inside is moving. Beside him, Nekazane blankly watches her phone screen, quietly commenting on how cute a cat's tail is. A calendar hanging on the wall displays the month of September, featuring several marked dates for upcoming events, including a scheduled photo session. Sino sits quietly holding his camera, looking completely dazed. Kiyomiya suddenly shouts from right behind him, causing Sino to jolt in fright. She asks him why he is staring blankly and wonders if he is already missing summer break, to which Sino apologizes and explains that he was just completely lost in thought. Recalling Nekazane's gentle expression when she softly admitted she did not know why she brought him to her secret spot, Sino silently admits to himself that he simply cannot get the look on her face from that night out of his head. Kiyomiya excitedly leans forward with a massive smile, enthusiastically suggesting that they should get Nekazane to join their photography club. Both Sino and Gouda stare at her in absolute confusion, with Sino letting out a stunned gasp. Sino nervously points out that Nekazane already seems to be quite busy, but Kiyomiya quickly presses him, prompting a flustered Sino to stammer in agreement. Shoving a camera directly into Sino's face, Kiyomiya eagerly points out that he wants to get closer to her, adding that they would have many more chances to talk, and even go on trips together if they were in the same club, leaving Sino to groan, as she repeatedly pressures him to agree. Gouda expresses doubt that they will be able to find her easily, suggesting they might have to check cooler or less crowded spots, which prompts Sino to mentally question if she is some kind of wild animal. Stepping away with an enthusiastic cheer, Kiyomiya declares that she is going to go find her to officially start their recruitment, while Gouda bluntly tells her to leave the girl alone, and a worried Sino asks if Kiyomiya will actually be okay. A hand drops a coin into a vending machine slot with a sharp clink. In the school hallway, Nekazane pulls out her coin purse by a vending machine just as Kiyomiya suddenly slides right into view behind her and loudly calls out to her. Kiyomiya introduces herself as a second-year student and asks if she is Nekazane, instantly giving her a playful nickname as Nekazane looks back in quiet confusion. With a bright sparkle in her glasses, Kiyomiya excitedly asks Nekazane if she has any interest in joining the photography club. Staring back with an incredibly flat expression, Nekazane immediately delivers a sharp and absolute rejection. Without another word, Nekazane casually walks away, leaving a completely stunned and silent Kiyomiya standing alone. Kiyomiya frantically slides right in front of her to block her path, begging her to hold on and insisting that it is way too early for her to make a decision, while Nekazane simply stares in absolute bewilderment. Staring blankly at the persistent upperclassman, Nekazane bluntly explains that she simply wants to go to the vending machine, but Kiyomiya desperately pleads with her to just hear out her recruitment pitch. Striking an energetic pose, Kiyomiya excitedly promises that joining the club comes with free camera rentals and snacks, and playfully attempts to bribe her by offering exclusive photos of Gouda's muscles. Unimpressed by the offer, Nekazane simply continues walking away in absolute silence, leaving Kiyomiya frozen in place once again. Slumped in her chair back in the clubroom, a defeated Kiyomiya whines to Sino that she was rejected incredibly hard, while a sweating Sino nervously points out that Gouda is definitely going to be angry with her for using his photos like that. Kiyomiya complains that she has been trying to talk to Nekazane every single day since then, but Nekazane simply gives her the cold shoulder by constantly walking past her, though Kiyomiya admits she completely expected that to happen. Undeterred, Kiyomiya decides she should try talking to her at least one more time today. When a shocked Sino asks if she still wants to go, Kiyomiya confidently declares that she is not backing down that easily, leaving Sino to silently note her persistent ambush strategy as she steps away. Sino politely interrupts and asks Kiyomiya why she is so intensely fixated on Nekazane, in particular pointing out that if it is just about recruiting new members, she could easily try asking someone else instead. Sino quickly apologizes, clarifying that he did not mean to sound like he was criticizing her, but Kiyomiya simply lets out a loud laugh and asks if the reason is not already completely clear. Kiyomiya enthusiastically declares that she wants to recruit her simply because she finds her incredibly interesting. As Sino processes her answer, Kiyomiya quickly adds that there is more to it than just that, struggling slightly to put her exact feelings into words. While Nekazane smiles softly at a message from her cafe boss, offering some souvenirs in the break room, Kiyomiya explains to Sino that she is drawn to Nekazane because the girl seems like the complete opposite of her. Back at the school, Kiyomiya suddenly pops up right behind a bench where Nekazane is sitting, loudly announcing that she finally found her. Nekazane immediately glares at her and states that she is going back to the classroom. Laughing nervously, Kiyomiya points out how obvious it is that Nekazane does not want her around, desperately begging her to wait and just talk for a little bit before suddenly getting an idea. Kiyomiya offers to treat her to some juice, but Nekazane bluntly refuses the offer. Kiyomiya then holds up a packet of weirdly flavored gummies and asks if she wants to try them, only to be hit with another instant and flat rejection. Trying a different approach, Kiyomiya pulls out her phone and shows Nekazane a photo of her uncle's cat, eagerly asking if it is super cute. Nekazane finally shows a slight reaction to the screen, prompting an excited Kiyomiya to smoothly slide right onto the bench beside her. Nekazane quietly observes that the cat's paw pads are different colors, noting the pink and black mix, and a thrilled Kiyomiya enthusiastically agrees about how cute it is. Kiyomiya attempts to transition the conversation back to recruitment, But Nekazane immediately shuts her down with a firm no before she can even finish her sentence, leaving Kiyomiya to laugh at how fast she was rejected again. Kiyomiya casually remarks that it is a shame since Sino is in the club too, then suddenly asks Nekazane if Sino used to wear glasses, catching Nekazane's attention. When Nekazane asks how she could tell, Kiyomiya proudly claims it is because they are both glasses wearers. Putting jokes aside, Kiyomiya explains that she figured it out because Sino still unconsciously does a little gesture of pushing up non-existent glasses. Kiyomiya continues her analysis, noting that Sino has a habit of carrying his bag with his right hand, and tends to walk with a slightly hunched posture, guessing that he might not be very confident in himself. Nekazane quietly points out that Kiyomiya is incredibly observant, to which the upperclassman bluntly replies that it is simply because she likes him. Nekazane stares at her in silence, prompting Kiyomiya to quickly clarify that she does not mean she has romantic feelings for Sino specifically, but rather that she just genuinely likes observing people in general. Looking intently at Nekazane, Kiyomiya asks if she agrees that there is always a specific reason why a person ends up being the way they are. Kiyomiya explains that whether someone is short-tempered or shy, their personality is completely shaped by their past experiences, their environment, and their relationships. Pushing up her glasses, she begins to add that when she is with someone, she smiles and admits that she cannot help but wonder why that person acts the way they do. Leaning in extremely close, Kiyomiya gently taps Nekazane's chest and admits that right now she is wondering why she is so uninterested in other people. Nekazane flatly slaps her hand away, prompting Kiyomiya to laugh and repeatedly apologize for the intrusion. Suddenly, Kiyomiya spots Sino arriving nearby and calls out his name. Nekazane looks over at him and quietly notes to Kiyomiya that she was right about him holding his bag with his right hand. Kiyomiya lets out a soft, smug chuckle. Looking at Nekazane's oblivious expression, Kiyomiya silently notes to herself that the girl is genuinely unaware of the situation. Kiyomiya tells Nekazane that she is not going to force her to join the club, but asks if they can just hang out and chat like this, occasionally expressing a genuine desire to talk to her more. Nekazane delivers another instant flat rejection, causing Kiyomiya to burst into laughter and playfully point out how incredibly persistent she is. Nekazane abruptly stands up, announcing that she will be leaving, while Kiyomiya cheerfully tells her to think about it. Before she can leave, Kiyomiya mentions that Sino brought a lot of cat pictures he took to the clubroom, playfully asking if she wants to take a look, since they are still there. Sino stares blankly at the two of them, completely confused by the exchange. Inside the clubroom, Sino sits at a table while an equally bewildered Nekazane sits across from him, looking through the photos. As Kiyomiya grins cheerfully in the background, a shocked Sino asks Nekazane what she is doing there, and she quietly calls his name. Kiyomiya explains that Nekazane absolutely insisted on coming to their clubroom. While Sino silently wonders if the two of them actually became friends, Kiyomiya tells him to take his things and head home. Suddenly, Kiyomiya steps right up behind Nekazane and grabs her shoulders, causing her to jolt in surprise. Kiyomiya loudly points out that Nekazane's skirt is super short, declaring that it definitely breaks the school rules. Nekazane glares back in deep annoyance while an incredibly awkward Sino sweats in the background. Nekazane firmly demands that Kiyomiya stop touching her, but the upperclassman playfully whines and continues to pester her. Unable to watch, Sino politely asks his senior not to go overboard. Sino's eyes suddenly widen as he hears a sudden squeak from Nekazane. Nekazane quickly covers her mouth in embarrassment as her eyes lock directly onto a stunned Sino, while Kiyomiya quietly observes them from behind. Nekazane blushes profusely, tightly covering her nose and mouth with her hands in deep embarrassment. Sino stares at her awkwardly, stammering as he tries to find the right words to say. Sino's face immediately flushes bright red as he breaks into a heavy sweat. Realizing her mistake, Kiyomiya laughs nervously and apologizes, asking if she just made things incredibly awkward, while both Sino and Nekazane remain completely silent in their embarrassment. Gouda suddenly steps in and chops Kiyomiya on the head, resulting in the upperclassmen getting seriously scolded. Sino and Nekazane walk side by side in awkward silence, just as they are about to part ways, while an auxiliary note explains that Gouda was created specifically to keep Kiyomiya's chaotic personality in check. Arriving at the classroom with his bag, Sino looks around in quiet confusion. Standing by his desk, Sino silently wonders if Nekazane wandered off somewhere. The teacher announces that Nekazane is the only student absent today, leaving Sino completely surprised. Sino sits quietly at his desk during class, looking incredibly worried as he stares off to the side. He stares directly at Nekazane's empty desk beside him. He envisions Nekazane resting her head weakly on someone's lap while looking incredibly exhausted and unwell. Pulling out his phone, Sino quickly taps the screen to type out a message asking her if she is doing okay. He hesitates before sending the message, silently wondering to himself if it is really okay for him to reach out to her like this. He worries that she might have caught a cold and wonders if she is all right, but his thoughts are suddenly interrupted when his phone loudly chimes with a new notification. Sino stares down at his phone screen in absolute shock. He reads a message from Nekazane begging for help and stating that she is at the cafe, prompting Sino to freeze in pure panic as he frantically imagines her completely immobilized by a severe fever and dehydration. Sino violently slams the door open and loudly calls out to his teacher, causing the startled man to choke on his cup noodles. Sweating nervously and looking away, Sino poorly feigns an illness, claiming he is feeling extremely nauseous, dizzy, and has a stomachache, desperately asking for permission to go home. The confused teacher simply tells him to take care. As a concerned teacher remarks that Sino looks pale and genuinely under the weather, a heavily sweating Sino mentally apologizes, feeling physically sick from pretending to be ill for the very first time. Sino quickly arrives outside the Rescue Cat Cafe Mew building. Bursting through the cafe doors in an absolute panic, Sino mentally notes that he still cannot reach Nekazane on the phone. The cafe owner calmly greets him and politely asks him to wash and sanitize his hands. Completely ignoring her instructions, a frantic Sino holds up his phone and loudly demands to know if Nekazane is okay. He stammers that they need to hurry, but the owner gently asks him to take a moment to calm down, confusedly asking him to explain what is the matter and where Nekazane currently is. Suddenly a hand reaches out and completely covers Sino's eyes. The cafe owner gently covers his face, explaining that covering a cat's eyes helps calm their anxiety, and softly asks him if he is feeling any calmer now. Taking a deep breath, Sino sighs and admits that he actually feels a bit calmer. The owner smiles warmly and says it is all good, while an embarrassed Sino apologizes for his outburst and heads over to the sink to wash his hands. Sino shows her his phone and explains that Nekazane sent him the distress message. The owner lets out an amused chuckle, shaking her head affectionately at the girl's antics. She smiles reassuringly and tells Sino that there is absolutely nothing to worry about and that the girl will be perfectly fine, instructing him to just wait there until she returns. Following her instructions, Sino sits politely on his knees in the middle of the quiet cat cafe while cats wander around him. The owner approaches and places a bottle of green tea in front of him, casually asking him if he likes sweets. She offers him a packaged manju, explaining that they are from a specific sweet shop and are incredibly delicious. As she hands the treat over to Sino, a nearby cat stares intently at the exchange. The cat suddenly lunges forward to snatch the food, but the owner quickly blocks it with her hand, causing Sino to jolt in surprise. While Sino silently marvels at her incredibly fast reflexes, the owner gently scolds the cat and reminds it that human food is forbidden, before turning to apologize to Sino. She formally introduces herself as Iri Kawasaki, the owner of the cafe, and apologizes for not doing so earlier. Sino quickly bows back, expressing his genuine amazement at her being the owner. Surrounded by cats, Iri smiles cheerfully and declares that humans are simply mere servants to cats. Watching her, Sino silently wonders if she is the person who ultimately influenced Nekazane's exact mindset. Iri suddenly realizes she does not know him and asks who he is. Sino politely introduces himself as Minato Sino, explaining that he is in the same class as Nekazane. Sino answers Iri, explaining that he thinks Nekazane is simply living true to herself, as she always does, while internally recalling how she frequently sleeps at her desk and does whatever she pleases during school hours. Iri listens with a quiet, knowing expression. As they walk through the hallway, Sino notices a hand-drawn illustration of a cat posted on the wall and stops to take a closer look, while Iri watches his curious reaction. Iri steps up beside him and warmly asks if he thinks the cat poster is pretty cute, while a slightly surprised Sino stares back at her. Iri explains that Nekazane actually made the adoption poster entirely by hand to help find warm families who would be willing to welcome the rescued cats into their homes. Touching her ear piercings, Iri adds that Nekazane is incredibly reliable and always steps up to help out at the cafe whenever things get too busy. Iri further explains that Nekazane actively dedicates her time to taking care of all the resident cats and making sure they are well looked after. As Iri summarizes that Nekazane is a massive help overall, Sino listens in quiet reflection, processing how much effort his quiet classmate puts in behind the scenes. Suddenly, the front door opens as Nekazane returns carrying a pet carrier, prompting a startled Sino to loudly call out her name while she looks back at him in utter confusion. A panicked Sino holds up his phone and shows her the screen, explaining that he rushed over because of the distress message she had sent him earlier, which leaves Nekazane completely speechless. Nekazane quickly apologizes, explaining that she had meant to send the help message to Iri because one of the cats, Kanako, was resisting going to the vet, but she ended up sending it to Sino by mistake. Hearing her casual apology, Sino facepalms in deep exhaustion, realizing he skipped school and panicked entirely over a simple text message mix-up. Iri hums a quiet tune and excuses herself to step out for a bit, while Nekazane releases the cat and notes that the vet confirmed Kanako is going to be completely fine. Once they are left alone in the room, a heavy and awkward silence falls between Sino and Nekazane as they stand side by side. Sino breaks the silence by asking her why she missed school today, and Nekazane explains that she had to take Kanako to the vet because the cat was not feeling well in the morning. Crouching down to pet the cat, Nekazane adds that even though Iri told her she did not need to skip school, she insisted on going herself, so Iri would not have to leave the shop, admitting she was also deeply worried about Kanako. Listening to her, Sino recalls Eris' words about Nekazane being a massive help to everyone around her. Sino looks at Nekazane with a soft expression, realizing that despite her quiet and distant demeanor, she is truly an incredibly kind and thoughtful person. Nekazane notices him staring and asks what is wrong, prompting a flustered Sino to quickly brush it off and mention that he was just thinking about how kind the cafe owner is. Nekazane looks down with a gentle expression and agrees, softly adding that the owner has done an immense amount of things to support her as well. However, Nekazane suddenly turns her attention back to him and asks why he is not in class right now, causing an instantly guilty Sino to jolt in pure panic. Sino hesitatingly admits to Nekazane that he faked being sick to leave school, which leaves her repeating his words in mild surprise, while a sweating Sino tries to stammer an explanation. With his face flushed red, Sino covers his face in embarrassment and confesses that he panicked because he was deeply worried that something terrible had happened to her. Nekazane looks down in silence, softly absorbing his honest confession. As they stand quietly in the cafe, a heavily sweating Sino silently worries that the school might suspect his sudden illness was a lie. Nekazane playfully teases Sino about being a delinquent, causing him to sigh and awkwardly apologize with a sheepish chuckle. From nearby, Iri beams with a massive grin, giggling with her hand to her cheek as she watches their adorable interaction. Iri happily notes that she now fully understands the dynamic between the two, watching them closely before gently calling out to Sino. Iri quietly mentions that she wants to discuss something regarding Nekazane, who is busy looking down at a cat in the background. Iri abruptly stops herself and tells him to forget about it, leaving a curious Sino looking back at her in confusion. Instead, Iri smiles warmly and gently asks Sino to please continue to get along well with Nekazane. Taken aback by her sincere request, a startled Sino blushes and loudly stammers his agreement. Nekazane suddenly pops up and asks if they called her, causing both Sino and Iri to frantically stammer in denial and quickly pretend they were just discussing how cute cats are. Yuzujihara thoughtfully remarks that she does not know either, pointing out that Iri has worked at the shop since forever and suggesting that Nekazane might have the answer. Nekazane gazes back with a deadpan expression, flatly advising her not to ask and adding that it is for her own sake. Iri is shown happily petting a cat and giggling, stating that the truth is a secret and will remain a complete mystery. In the classroom, the teacher stands by the blackboard and announces that the school sports festival is scheduled for 2 weeks from now, triggering excited chatter among the students. As the teacher continues explaining that they will be busy with preparations and urges everyone to work hard together, Sino looks over to find Nekazane fast asleep on her desk. A classmate at the blackboard instructs everyone to write their names under the events they want to participate in, while an overwhelmed Sino decides He will sign up later once the crowd around the board clears out. Nekazane lets out a tired groan as she slowly wakes up at her desk, and Sino notices she is finally awake. Sino suggests that she should go up and write her name down for the sports festival event she wants to join. Nekazane listlessly asks if she really has to write her name down, prompting Sino to think that she already has the words expressing how much of a pain it is written all over her face. Nekazane asks Sino which event he plans to pick, leaving him to hesitate. Sino imagines himself failing miserably during the cavalry battle and dropping the baton during the relay race. Sino explains that he wants to choose an event where he can survive admitting he is not fast and wants to avoid running, which Nekazane notes leaves him with very few options. Nekazane suddenly suggests the ball toss, catching Sino completely by surprise. The two of them turn and silently stare directly at one another. Leaning her head on her arms, Nekazane softly remarks that they are the same in wanting to avoid active events. The class representative suddenly announces that everyone must sign up for at least 3 events, forcing a sweating Sino to realize they will have to run after all, while Nekazane groans in disgust. As Nekazane yawns, Sino silently notes to himself that she seems to be smiling much more often lately compared to before. He continues to reflect on how much she has changed and opened up since the very first time they talked. Sino smiles warmly and gently as he thinks about her gradual progress. Looking out at the sky, Sino resolves to do his absolute best at the upcoming sports festival. After finishing up sports festival prep late, a tired Sino walks down the hallway hoping the upperclassmen are in the clubroom, but he suddenly spots Nekazane and calls out to her. Sino peers into a classroom and finds Nekazane standing with 2 other female classmates. One of the girls explains that since they are in the same group for sports festival prep, they wanted to talk, revealing that her friend has been curious about Nekazane for a while now. The girl cheerfully explains that they had noticed a cute classmate who spent a lot of time sleeping in class. One of the girls cheerfully explains how glad she is that they ended up in the same group and starts to ask if they can hang out, but Nekazane abruptly cuts her off with an apology. Nekazane explains that she has something to do and casually walks away, leaving her 2 classmates standing in stunned and slightly awkward silence. Sino quickly apologizes to Nekazane for asking her about it so suddenly as she walks past him. The scene shifts to the exterior of Sino's house, standing quietly under a starry night sky. Sitting at his desk with his glasses on and writing in a notebook, Sino thoughtfully reasons that Nekazane probably rejected her classmate's invitation simply because of her busy part-time job. Holding his mechanical pencil over his notepad, Sino wonders why he is feeling so deeply bothered by the situation. Hearing a knock on his door, Sino's mother asks if he can run to the convenience store to buy some eggs. She forgot promising to make hamburgers for dinner as a reward, and Sino quickly agrees to head out. Sino arrives outside the brightly lit Tona Mart convenience store. Walking down the store aisle, Sino searches for the eggs and quickly spots the cartons resting on a shelf. Just as Sino reaches out his hand to grab a carton of eggs, his hand almost brushes against another customer who is reaching for the exact same carton at the same time. Sino politely tells the other customer to go ahead and take them, and she gratefully thanks him. The woman looks closely at his face and calls him by his name, leaving a confused Sino to stare back, before she apologizes, noting that he probably cannot recognize her in her current outfit. Dressed in an elegant black gown, she introduces herself as Iri, the owner of the cat cafe, leaving a shocked Sino to gasp in absolute disbelief. Iri explains that she wears this outfit for her other night job outside of the cat cafe, and comments that Sino also looks a bit different than usual, while a heavily blushing Sino quietly wonders what kind of night job she does. Iri points out that Sino also looks different with his glasses on, while he sheepishly explains that his vision is quite bad without them, and she caringly asks if his parents will worry about him being out so late, before he reassures her that his house is very close by. As Iri turns to walk away, she casually mentions that Nekazane is actually at the cafe right now if he wants to see her, causing Sino's heart to beat frantically in pure embarrassment as she giggles at him. Adjusting her shawl, Iri suggests that even though it is late, she can buy him a drink as a thank you for letting her have the eggs. Sino holds the bottle of green tea Iri bought him. Standing outside, Sino politely thanks her for the drink, and when Iri asks if he is absolutely sure he only wants green tea, he nervously stammers his confirmation. Iri explains that she needed the eggs to cook a staff meal for the cafe, and when Sino hesitantly asks about her other job, she happily reveals with a broad smile that she gets to drink plenty of alcohol while chatting with customers. Eri quickly clarifies that she just works at the snack bar shown on the nearby sign and assures him it is not a shady job, making a flustered Sino frantically wave his hands and yell that he did not mean anything bad, which only makes her laugh. Sino thoughtfully points out that it must be incredibly difficult for her to juggle multiple jobs at once. Eri suddenly asks him if he has any pets at home, and a curious Sino replies that he does not have any. Eri explains that she has cats and notes that even though they cannot communicate with words, they show clear emotions, always returning the love they are given, and making them truly adorable. Eri gently points out that there are still many real-world problems that cannot be solved simply by a cat's cuteness. Eri admits that the cafe is not exactly thriving, explaining that she works multiple jobs to make up for the financial shortfalls, because owning pets means taking absolute responsibility for their lives, prompting a regretful Sino to apologize for asking such an irresponsible question. Eri looks down and quietly confesses that she is actually much more worried about Nekazane right now. A surprised Sino repeats her words, asking if she is really that worried about Nekazane. As another ordinary day ends and the cafe closes, a hungry Nekazane leaves the building carrying her bag and decides to stop by the convenience store. Nekazane stops in her tracks as she approaches the convenience store, spotting two people standing outside. Nekazane observes Eri and Sino standing close together near the store. Staring at them, Nekazane quietly wonders to herself why Eri and Sino are together. Eri turns her head and asks Sino if he is also worried about Nekazane. Sino hesitates after her previous question, prompting a smiling Eri to ask him what he means by that. Eri looks up at the moon and explains that something specific happened back when Nekazane was still in middle school that made her start visiting the cafe regularly. Eri recalls how Nekazane originally seemed like a somewhat lonely child, but she gradually began to open up as they spent more time together at the cafe. Eri remembers a specific day when Nekazane came to speak with her. Holding up a kitten, a young Nekazane directly told Eri that she wanted to work at the cafe. Eri explains that she was incredibly happy to hear that, adding that since Nekazane was still a middle schooler and could not legally work, she initially just helped out with small tasks until she officially started her part-time job in high school. Sino silently processes her story, and Eri gazes up at the sky, starting to continue her thoughts about Nekazane. Eri asks Sino if he thinks Nekazane might be neglecting other areas of her life because she prioritizes her work at the cafe way too much. Sino recalls how Nekazane turned down her classmates with a quick apology the previous day. Eri admits that she knows Nekazane genuinely cares deeply about the cafe. Eri explains that because she genuinely likes Nekazane, she wants the girl to cherish her own youth and personal time much more. Eri quietly admits that she cannot help but wonder if she is inadvertently taking away precious moments from Nekazane's life by letting her work so much. As Eri sadly questions if it would be better for Nekazane not to come to the cafe at all, Sino's phone suddenly vibrates with messages from his mother asking if he is okay, prompting Eri to apologize for taking up so much of his time, and suggests they head back, which a startled Sino quickly insists is no problem at all. Having secretly overheard their conversation, Nekazane quietly turns and walks away into the night, muttering that it is nothing, while Sino looks back in her direction in mild confusion as he and Eri head home. The next day, the scene shifts to the exterior of the school building during a cloudy afternoon. Sino peeks into the classroom where his classmates are busily painting large banners on the floor for the upcoming sports festival amidst lively chatter. Sino watches as Nekazane sits curled up on the classroom floor, quietly painting a tiny spot on a large banner. Sino silently wonders why she looks so unusually small and huddles up so tightly while repeatedly painting the exact same spot on the banner. Sino thoughtfully recalls Eris' sad expression from the previous night, wondering about the past event that had originally drawn Nekazane to the cafe. Sino decides to walk over and sit down right next to Nekazane, catching her attention as she looks up from her painting to face him. Sino asks Nekazane if he can help her with the painting, and she quietly thanks him. Sino tries to make conversation by asking if she saw the panel's design, and after she gives a brief affirmation, he awkwardly forces a big smile and hopes the weather will be nice, which only earns him another flat single-word response from her. An aura of heavy gloom surrounds a completely dejected Sino as their conversation instantly dies out. while Sino silently worries that they are regressing back to the awkward state of when they first met. Nekazane suddenly turns to him and asks if he is doing okay. Startled by her question, Sino lets out a quiet gasp, wondering to himself if he had just been imagining her unusual distance. Nekazane points out that Sino seems a little down. Sino insists that he is fine and tells her not to worry, but looking at her quiet face, he secretly wonders if she would have been more willing to open up and talk about her worries if she were with someone like her close friend Yuzejihara instead. Nekazane keeps her eyes cast downward in heavy silence, leaving Sino to look over at her with concern. Sitting beside her in the busy classroom, Sino sadly reflects that she feels incredibly far away from him right now. Across the room, the class representative looks over their work with a sigh and comments to a classmate that their sports festival preparation progress is looking pretty shaky. The class representative suggests that they should stay after school to continue working on the preparations, asking if everyone is okay with that plan. As the rest of the class cheerfully agrees to stay and make jokes about overtime pay, Nekazane stares blankly, realizing she has a conflict. Nekazane steps out into the quiet corridor and places a phone call, her heart beating nervously as Eri answers the phone. When Eri asks what is wrong, Nekazane shifts her feet nervously and hesitatingly brings up her part-time job. With her eyes downcast, Nekazane explains that because of the massive amount of sports festival preparation work, she might not be able to help out at the cafe as much before falling into a silent, anxious wait. Eri immediately and cheerfully tells her not to worry about it at all. Eri warmly tells Nekazane that she must be busy and shouldn't push herself too hard, reassuring her that Momoka can easily hold down the fort at the cafe and that everything will be completely fine even if she cannot make it in. The focus shifts back to a gym jersey left lying around in the classroom. As Sino notices that Nekazane left her gym jersey behind and wonders if she went on a break, a classmate approaches and calls out his name. The classmate asks Sino if Nekazane is doing okay, noting that they seem close and explaining that she had seen Nekazane outside looking a bit off a short while ago, which leaves Sino looking up in surprise. The classmate explains to Sino that although Nekazane claimed she was perfectly fine when asked, she still felt there was something deeply concerning about her behavior. Before she can even finish her sentence, Sino suddenly snatches up his things and bolts out of the classroom, leaving Kiyomiya calling after him in sheer surprise. Kiyomiya shouts his name in confusion as Sino runs down the corridor as fast as he can. Sino thinks to himself that he simply does not understand. Sino reflects on their complicated relationship, thinking about how Nekazane sometimes feels incredibly close to him, only to suddenly seem impossibly distant. Searching frantically through a wooded park, Sino admits to himself that her constant back-and-forth behavior leaves him feeling incredibly down and anxious. As the wind rustles loudly through the surrounding trees, Sino admits to himself that despite all his anxiety, he still wants to be there for her. Sino suddenly stops in his tracks as he spots Nekazane sitting alone on the ground with her head buried in her knees, looking completely dejected. Sino takes a slow, tentative step forward, resolving that even if it is only a small step, he needs to close the distance. Sino approaches her in the quiet woods, firmly deciding that more than anything else, he simply wants to stand by her side. The story transitions back to Eris' memory, where she recalls the sudden sounds of rustling and clattering coming from the front door of the cafe. Surprised by the sudden noise, Eri looks up from petting her cats on the cafe floor and wonders what on earth happened. Eri peeks around the door to find a young Nekazane standing at the entrance, completely soaking wet and dripping with rainwater while tightly clutching a shivering kitten in her arms. While gently towel drying Nekazane's hair, Eri asks what happened, and Nekazane explains she was trying to give the kitten a bath because he hated it, prompting Eri to say she should have called her for help, though Nekazane quickly shakes her head in refusal. Young Nekazane looks up seriously and explains that getting help would not count, as her helping Eri, prompting a touched Eri to smile warmly at her. Eri reaches out and gently pats the young girl's head in silent appreciation. Eri gazes down at Nekazane with immense warmth and tenderness, softly calling out her name. Grateful for her warm praise and head pat, young Nekazane quietly thanks Eri. Sino calls out her name, causing Nekazane to jolt slightly in surprise. Sino gently asks her if she is doing okay, but she remains completely silent, keeping her face hidden. Sino asks if she is feeling unwell, but Nekazane quietly shakes her head to signal that is not the case. Sino sits down beside her with a quiet creak. Sino sits down on the ground right next to her, matching her huddled posture. Nekazane quietly peeks at him from between her arms as they sit together. Nekazane quietly asks him why he isn't telling her to return to the classroom, but Sino remains silent. Sino looks out at the trees and gently remarks that the breeze up here is nice and cool. Nekazane observes him as Sino adds that it is much better to sit out here than inside the stuffy classroom. As the leaves rustle softly around them, Sino prepares to speak. Looking incredibly sad, Nekazane admits that she believes she has been nothing but a burden to Iri all along, adding that Iri told her it might be better if she stops coming to the cafe altogether. Sino urgently tries to protest her words, but Nekazane quietly continues, bringing up the phone call she made to Iri earlier. Clutching her jersey tightly, Nekazane explains that Iri told her the cafe would be perfectly fine without her, which made her feel as though she was being explicitly told not to come back anymore. Sino silently stands up and looks on, starting to his own thoughts as the wind rustles again. Sino thoughtfully suggests that maybe she simply got it wrong. Sino reflects on Nekazane's efforts, noting that everything she did all this time was solely out of a genuine desire to help Iri. Nekazane looks up at him with wide, emotional eyes and quietly begins to speak. Sino stands in silence as the conversation continues. Sino passionately shouts that her assumption is not true at all, causing a startled Nekazane to look up at him. With an earnest, intense look, Sino firmly declares that there is absolutely no way everything she did for Iri all this time was wrong. Sino forcefully reiterates that there is simply no way, leaving Nekazane staring at him in deep surprise. Turning her head away, Nekazane weakly attempts to argue. When Nekazane brings up Iri saying it might be better if she did not come, Sino passionately cuts her off, explaining that Iri is actually just worried about her and simply wants her to have more personal time. Sino looks down slightly and admits that he is not really in a position to speak on the matter since he is an outsider. Sino looks back at her and explains that since she is the one who has always stood by Eris's side, she should be the one who can truly feel how much Iri actually cares about her. Nekazane recalls a warm memory of Iri hugging her and gently thanking her for her help. Sino softly calls out her name, waiting for her response. Sino earnestly reminds her that Iri had such a gentle look on her face when talking about her, repeating how Iri praised her as a massive help and confessed to absolutely adoring her. Nekazane's mind drifts back to another memory of Eris's gentle, loving smile as they stood together with the kitten. Sino steps closer and softly confesses that it is not just Iri who feels that way. Sino passionately declares that he knows it too, telling her that he knows exactly how incredibly nice and kind she truly is. With tears in his own eyes, Sino raises his voice to tell her that is exactly why he feels this way. Deeply moved by his words, Nekazane stares at him as a single tear falls down her cheek, letting out a quiet sob. Sino's eyes widen in surprise as he realizes she is crying. Completely panicking at the sight of her tears, a heavily sweating Sino frantically spins around in absolute confusion while Nekazane continues to quietly sob. While Sino looks back at her in surprise, Nekazane quietly mutters her relief. Wiping her tears, Nekazane softly admits how glad she is to hear that Iri does not hate her, and a relieved Sino gently agrees that it is truly great. Sino gently sits down close by her side, comfortingly staying with her in the quiet woods. Someone reaches their hand out before clenching it tightly into a fist. A voice from a distance points in their direction and tells someone to look over there. Nearby students notice Nekazane crying and begin to whisper among themselves, wondering if the two had a fight. One of the whispering students tells the others not to stare so much because they will notice. Sino quickly grabs the gym jersey to drape it over her. Sino suddenly drapes his gym jacket completely over Nekazane's head to shield her from the onlookers, startling her as the whispering students quickly walk away. Huddled under the jacket, Nekazane quietly asks if the other students were staring because of her. Sino blushes and apologizes to her while Nekazane remains hidden under the jacket. The leaves rustle softly around them as Sino starts to step away. Gripping his jacket tightly, Nekazane quietly reassures him that it is perfectly fine. Sino stands quietly, taking a moment before speaking. Sino crouches back down next to her, awkwardly clearing his throat. Sino wonders what time it is, guessing that most of their classmates have probably already gone home. Suddenly, Sino bursts into a fit of violent coughing, causing Nekazane to jolt in surprise under the jacket and ask if he is okay as a heavily sweating Sino apologizes. Holding his throat, Sino sheepishly admits that he is not used to raising his voice like he did earlier, and his throat simply cannot keep up. Nekazane smiles softly under the hood of his jacket. Nekazane offers him some lozenges from her bag in the classroom, but a waving Sino politely declines and asks if he can run to get some water instead, which she permits, as he continues to cough. Sino walks down the path to fetch some water while Nekazane quietly waits for him under the tree. Sino walks out of the wooded area heading back toward the school building. Sino takes a deep breath as he walks, determined to return quickly to her side. Nekazane remains huddled quietly on the grass under the tree. Sino's passionate declaration about her actions echoes deeply in her mind. The wind rustles through Nekazane's hair as she slowly begins to lift her head. Slowly pulling his jacket over her shoulders, Nekazane gazes forward with wide, teary eyes. Meanwhile, standing in front of a vending machine, Sino holds a bottle of water and thoughtfully wonders if Nekazane would prefer a sweet drink. Beginning a bonus flashback scene from their first year, Kiyomiya cheerfully calls out to someone in the hallway. Kiyomiya loudly asks a first-year Gouda if he has any interest in joining the photography club. Gouda continues walking down the school hallway, completely ignoring Kiyomiya as she excitedly leans out of a classroom window. Undeterred, Kiyomiya holds up a photo and eagerly asks if he wants to see a funny picture that looks like a ghost photo, prompting a flatly unimpressed Gouda to ask who she even is first. Kiyomiya quickly introduces herself as a first-year student from Class 3 and explains that she is actively recruiting club members because they are always short-staffed, though Gouda points out that it is already autumn and a bit too late for that. Kiyomiya whines about being the only first year in the club and feeling incredibly lonely, desperately begging him to join in exchange for sweets, while Gouda flatly tells her that his loneliness is not his problem and silently thinks to himself about how loud she is. When Kiyomiya desperately asks if he really has no interest in joining, Gouda walks away, saying he is not interested, and asks how she even knows his name in the first place. Kiyomiya explains that she remembers seeing him receive an award at the last school assembly, causing Gouda to jolt slightly in surprise. Kiyomiya recalls that he had won a gold medal at the event. Kiyomiya leans out the window with a smile, calling him by his full name, Saugo Gouda, and identifying him as a former member of the judo club. Completely unfazed, Gouda flatly tells her to try finding someone else, walking away as a defeated Kiyomiya screams in frustration behind him. Walking home down a quiet side street later that evening, Gouda thoughtfully wonders to himself what is wrong with that weird girl. Gouda stops in surprise as he spots some of his former classmates approaching him in the street. His former classmates happily greet him, asking how he has been, to which Gouda replies that he is doing well, and they playfully tease each other about being sweaty after their club activities. As his classmates wave goodbye and walk away, they note to themselves that Gouda seemed pretty normal back there, hoping that he is not still hung up on his past. The classmate quietly adds that even so, the situation must still sting a little bit for Gouda. The classmate continues, saying that if it were not for his injury, Gouda probably could have gone much further in his judo career. Back in the past, Kiyomiya cheerfully waves to him with a broad smile, while Gouda merely stares back at her in deadpan silence. Meeting her again at a vending machine, a sighing Gouda mutters about her persistent presence, while Kiyomiya excitedly asks what drink he is planning to buy. Kiyomiya enthusiastically suggests that he should join her club if his vending machine purchase results in a winning can, but Gouda instantly delivers a flat rejection as he presses the button. To their absolute shock, the machine rings to signal a winning can, prompting an ecstatic Kiyomiya to laugh and celebrate before telling him to go ahead and pick whatever second drink he wants. Kiyomiya excitedly chooses apple juice, and Gouda retrieves the bottle from the dispenser and hands it over to her as she happily thanks him. Gouda demands that she finally drop the subject about him joining the club. Gouda tells her to let the photography club recruitment go and bids her goodbye, leaving her to stare after him. Over the next few days, Kiyomiya repeatedly pops up from behind bushes and park benches to ambush him, shouting his name and leaving Gouda constantly startled. Finally, reaching his limit, a heavily annoyed Gouda lifts Kiyomiya up by her collar and scolds her for being way too persistent, while she merely giggles at his frustration. Gouda sits down next to her on the grass and directly asks why she is so intensely fixated on recruiting him in the first place. Gouda candidly advises her that if she wants to recruit new members, she should find someone who actually wants to participate and be active in school. Looking down with a somber expression, Gouda admits that he does not want to do anything at all. Kiyomiya gazes back at him and gently states that is exactly why she wants him. Kiyomiya turns to him with a broad smile and explains that, because of his current state of mind, she thinks he would be absolutely perfect for the club. Walking home, Gouda grumbles to himself about not understanding what on earth that girl is thinking, sighing in frustration, as he realizes her relentless pestering is likely going to start showing up in his dreams. A basketball player on the school steps argues with Kiyomiya that his pose is actually cool and says he would rather have a photo of himself scoring, promising to give it his best shot next time. Kiyomiya laughs cheerfully with her friend as she holds her camera. Hearing them discuss how the basketball club practices until 7 in the evening, a quiet Gouda stands nearby and listens to their lively chatter. This is a photo of Kiyomiya playing basketball labeled with her name Sumire. Seeing her name on display during the school festival, Gouda finally learns her first name is Sumire. Gouda stares quietly at the display. Standing amidst the bustling festival crowd in the hallway, Gouda stares at the various photos pinned to the exhibition board. The next scene transitions to the school building under a late afternoon sky. Gouda arrives at the door of the photography clubroom. Opening the door, Gouda finds the clubroom completely empty, but he steps inside and notices that the wall is completely covered in pinned photographs. Gouda notices a handwritten manuscript on the desk, just as Kiyomiya walks in and asks in surprise what brings him to the clubroom. When an excited Kiyomiya asks if he is actually thinking of joining the club, she suddenly trips and lunges forward, knocking a startled Gouda flat on his back as his grip slips, and her papers fly all over the floor. Kiyomiya looks down at him in absolute panic, anxiously asking if he read her writing before blushing deeply and stammering an apology. Waving her hands in embarrassment, Kiyomiya sighs and says that there is no helping it if he has already read her manuscript. Gouda hesitatingly asks if she wrote the pages, and a proud Kiyomiya beams and confirms that it is a novel she wrote herself. Kiyomiya laments how embarrassing it is, explaining she only left her guard down because she thought she would be gone for a second, while Gouda listens quietly. When Gouda suggests she should have joined the literature club, instead Kiyomiya points out that their school does not even have one, adding that she wanted to join a club where she could interact with all kinds of different people. Kiyomiya explains that she has loved stories ever since she was a little girl. Kiyomiya explains that interacting with people and learning about their thoughts and experiences made her realize that everyone has their own unique story, which inspired her to start writing stories of her own, because she finds it fascinating and fun. Looking down at her manuscript, Kiyomiya quietly admits that she has never been able to figure out how to end her story. Kiyomiya explains that the main character in her story, Kinder, reminds her of Gouda describing him as a boy who gave up on his dream because of an injury. She confesses that is exactly why she became interested in him, explaining that she wanted to get to know him better in the hopes of finally figuring out how to finish her story. Apologizing, Kiyomiya admits that she approached him for purely selfish reasons, expressing regret that her genuine interest in people might have turned into a self-serving kind of affection in his case. Gouda interrupts her to mention that he saw her photo exhibit, and when a surprised Kiyomiya asks if he suddenly got interested in her, he confirms it, explaining that her photos stood out from the typical scenery and animal shots. He notes that she captured moments showing people enjoying their everyday lives. Gouda looks directly at her and tells her that she simply has a genuine love for people, catching Kiyomiya completely off guard. Kiyomiya stands completely stunned in silence, quietly processing his words. Leaning in with a playful smile, Kiyomiya asks if he is actually just a nice guy, prompting Gouda to turn away and grumble that she would be cuter if she just accepted the compliment honestly. Kiyomiya laughs and tells him that he really is something else, promising that she will respect his wishes and stop trying to recruit him to the club after today. Kiyomiya stands by the desk in the quiet clubroom, giving him a gentle parting smile. Kiyomiya adds that she genuinely enjoyed spending time around him and bids him farewell as she turns to leave. Just as she reaches the door, Gouda calls out her full name, Sumire Kiyomiya, prompting her to stop and look back in surprise. Gouda steps up and gently taps her forehead with a document. Gouda asks her why she thinks he came to the clubroom in the first place, while Kiyomiya holds the paper up to cover her blushing face. Gouda gently suggests that her story's ending does not necessarily have to follow the exact same path, pointing out that it is perfectly fine to choose a different road. Kiyomiya reads the paper to find Gouda's completed club registration form for the photography club. Looking at her with a gentle smile, Gouda tells her that it would be a real waste for him to just stand around and do nothing. Kiyomiya stares back at him with wide, joyful eyes. As they walk down the school corridor, an excited Kiyomiya cheerfully asks if they should take a commemorative photo to celebrate him joining the club, which a deadpan Gouda immediately refuses. Back in the clubroom, Kiyomiya lies relaxed across some chairs while flipping through her manuscript, casually mentioning to Gouda that she has never written a romance novel before. Kiyomiya continues explaining that because she wants to write a romance story, she wanted to ask someone with actual experience what it is like. Kiyomiya flips her notebook page and asks Gouda when he even realized his own feelings, and Gouda thoughtfully replies that he only realized it just last week. Kiyomiya leans on her desk and tells Gouda that she wants to hear it directly from him, asking if he has anything to report. Gouda rests his chin on his hand and casually admits that he got a girlfriend. An incredibly excited Kiyomiya leans in extremely close, rapidly firing off questions about how they met, who confessed first, and what club she is in, while a mildly annoyed Gouda tells her to cut it out and not to turn someone else's love life into fodder for her stories. After helping a classmate carry some trash, Sino opens a classroom door and accidentally touches Nekazane's hand as she tries to open it, causing a sudden static shock that leaves them both startled. Sino asks if she is okay, but Nekazane's hair stands on end like cat ears from the static shock, prompting a highly flustered Sino to panic and loudly ask if she is all right. Nekazane deadpans that it was only static electricity and tells him not to worry about it, allowing a heavily sweating Sino to breathe a deep sigh of relief. Sino notes that static shocks happen quite often when it is cold, and Nekazane agrees, explaining that it even happens to cats at the cafe from time to time. She adds that the cats always give her a weird look afterward, as if she did something wrong, which makes Sino laugh. Sino mentions that the same static frizzy hair happens to him as well whenever he takes off his clothes, prompting Nekazane to look at him and say she wants to see that, leading to an awkward silence between them. Nekazane touches Sino's hair to make it frizzy while he holds his sweater, leaving him to wonder what she is doing. Sino warns Nekazane that if she keeps touching his hair, they might get shocked, and a sudden spark zaps them just as he predicted. The scene transitions to the cat cafe, where Eri and Momoka greet each other after finishing work, noticing Nekazane sitting quietly in the corridor. Momoka points out in surprise that Nekazane is looking incredibly tiny as she sits huddled up on the floor. Eri explains that Nekazane physically shrinks whenever she gets upset, which leaves Momoka deeply confused about what that even means. Momoka asks why Nekazane is feeling so down, and Eri explains that Nekazane accidentally trimmed too much of a cat named Ohagi's claws. Eri details the accident, explaining that Ohagi got startled by something falling and jolted her paw directly into the clippers just as Nekazane was cutting. Momoka remarks that Nekazane almost never messes up, but Nekazane suddenly appears holding a premium can of tuna as an apology to Ohagi, though Momoka points out that she already fed the cat a short while ago. Nekazane slumps to the floor in despair, and Momoka gently pats her head to comfort her, reassuring her that Ohagi's claws will grow back very soon. Overwhelmed by how cute Nekazane is, Momoka clutches her chest and resolves to cheer her up as a friend, while Nekazane quietly steps closer to Ohagi. Nekazane looks closely at Ohagi with deep remorse, apologizing to the cat and saying she is sorry that it must have hurt. Ohagi approaches her hand, sniffing and licking her finger to show there are no hard feelings. With their friendship fully restored, Nekazane happily hugs the black cat, and Momoka is relieved to see that Nekazane has finally returned to her normal size. Returning to his dream, Sino realizes that he is suddenly sitting on the floor next to the cat-eared version of Nekazane. Seeing her yawn, Sino realizes that they are on their fourth round of these dreams, and the strange situation is starting to have less and less of an effect on him. Sino tells himself that it is just a dream and he will probably wake up soon, but he looks over in surprise as Nekazane turns to face him. Sino asks if she is hungry, and as Nekazane nods, she suddenly tries to chase after a butterfly, prompting him to tell her to wait while he searches his pockets and finds a wrapped piece of chocolate. Sino suddenly hesitates, remembering that chocolate is highly toxic and causes severe poisoning in cats, leaving him to look at the cat-eared Nekazane in deep concern. Sino frantically tries to decide if the cat-eared Nekazane counts as a human or a cat in this situation, ultimately deciding it is best to play it safe and not give her the chocolate. Nekazane aggressively grabs and claws at Sino to get the candy, while a panicking Sino desperately pleads with her to hold on. Sino tells Nekazane no, and holds the chocolate high out of her reach, explaining that he cannot let her have it in case something bad happens. Sino panics and yells at her to wait as Nekazane gets right in his face in her relentless pursuit of the chocolate. The chocolate suddenly slips from Sino's hand and drops to the floor, leaving Nekazane to stand completely frozen in shock. Nekazane fearfully slides away on the floor, prompting a deeply apologetic Sino to frantically call out her name and assure her that he was not angry and did not mean to startle her. Sino suddenly gasps as his consciousness jolts back. Sino wakes up in his bed under a bright morning sky and quietly reflects on his strange dream before heading to school, where Nekazane greets him with a polite good morning in the classroom. Feeling deeply guilty about his dream, a gloomy Sino profusely apologizes to Nekazane, leaving her completely confused as to why he is saying sorry. Nekazane points out to Sino that he has been acting rather restless lately, which startles him as a text note explains he is simply anxious to go home and play a newly released video game. While taking photos on his phone, Sino observes a cat playing playfully on the grass and wonders to himself why it is so unusually used to being photographed. The school sports festival begins with high energy as students gather in the courtyard to cheer and throw balls into the tall baskets. Sino stands in the middle of the sports field wearing his team headband, looking completely dazed as the game's balls bounce all around him on the ground. Yahello watches Sino from a distance as he stands completely out of it on the sports field. The boy with the red headband asks what happened to Sino, while Yahello laughs hysterically and snaps photos of Sino with her phone. While the sports festival continues with high energy all around him, Sino sits in the stands repeatedly telling himself that he needs to focus since everyone else is giving their best effort. Sino clutches his head in intense embarrassment as he recalls his previous behavior in the woods, agonizing over how he suddenly raised his voice and draped his jacket over Nekazane's head. Sino decides he needs to go cool his head down for a bit to escape the loud cheering of the festival. Sino runs into Nekazane at the outdoor sink, and when he asks if she is there to get a drink of water, she explains that she found the crowded festival grounds to be quite exhausting, which Sino quietly agrees with as he turns on the faucet. As they stand together, Sino realizes this is the first time they have been completely alone since the emotional day in the woods, while Nekazane nervously wonders what she should do. Nekazane asks if he is feeling nervous, catching Sino off guard just as he splashes water onto his face. Nekazane asks if he is doing okay, prompting a flustered Sino to frantically confirm that he is before she asks if he is running in the upcoming relay event. Nekazane suggests a trick to help with nervousness, explaining that writing a character on his palm and pretending to swallow it should help, clarifying that he should write the kanji for cat. Sino begins tracing the kanji for cat on his palm while Nekazane watches him quietly. Sino stops and asks if he was actually supposed to write the kanji for person instead, and Nekazane deadpans that he caught her teasing him. Nekazane admits she knew he would fall for her joke, prompting a sigh from Sino, though he secretly admits to himself that the distraction actually made him feel a bit better. Nekazane looks over at him and stares quietly. Nekazane calls his name and hesitatingly starts to bring up what happened between them the other day in the woods. Their conversation is suddenly cut short as a classmate runs up to announce that Nekazane is up next for her event, prompting Nekazane to apologize and head off, while Sino wishes her the best. Left alone at the sink, Sino thoughtfully wonders what Nekazane had been about to say to him. Students walk across the open sports field as the various events of the festival continue in the background. As they prepare for their event, the classmate with glasses apologizes to Nekazane for what happened the other day, leaving a deeply confused Nekazane to stare blankly, until the classmate asks if she does not even remember. The classmate explains that she was referring to the day they had asked Nekazane to hang out with them after school. The classmate confesses that, because Nekazane seemed to prefer being alone, she assumed she would not want to be invited, but Nekazane quickly clarifies that she simply had a conflict that day and did not mean to reject their invitation. Nekazane directly apologizes to her classmate, taking responsibility for the misunderstanding if her response came across the wrong way. The classmate with glasses looks back at Nekazane, completely stunned by her honest explanation and apology. Another student calls out to Nekazane to get ready for her turn, asking where her headband is, and when Nekazane mutters that it was a hassle to tie, her classmate with glasses steps in to tie it for her. As Nekazane prepares for her event with her classmates, the classmate quietly wonders if Nekazane and Sino have suddenly gotten close, while Sino sits in the stands recalling how Nekazane cried in the woods and huddled under his gym jacket. Nekazane finishes putting on her headband, exchanging a quiet look with her classmate, who gives her a friendly smile. Sino looks on as he suddenly overhears some nearby boys starting to discuss a realization they have recently had. One of the boys points out that Nekazane is actually incredibly cute, when taking a proper look at her face, causing Sino to jolt and turn around in surprise as the other boys start looking around to spot her. Sino silently processes their comments, realizing that everyone else is finally starting to see Nekazane's charm. Sino gasps as the loud starting signal suddenly sounds across the field. Sino watches intently as Nekazane runs down the track during her race amidst the cheers of the crowd. As Sino watches her run alongside her classmates, he quietly realizes something important. Sino reflects on how Nekazane is successfully making friends and how everyone at school is slowly beginning to notice all of her wonderful qualities. Sino stares forward with a heavy heart, quietly contemplating what these changes mean for him. Nekazane holds her baton and keeps her eyes cast downward, preparing for her next task. Staring at Nekazane's back as she mingles with the other students, Sino anxiously wonders to himself if she will eventually stop talking to him as she becomes closer with everyone else. Sino looks down, completely lost in his own quiet thoughts as the festival continues. Sino continues to sit silently with his hands on his knees, while nearby students chatter, loudly calling out for someone to join them. Sino remains completely still amidst the lively and boisterous noise of the crowd cheering on the final events. Nekazane softly calls out Sino's name. Sino looks up in surprise at her call, turning his full attention to her. Nekazane reaches out and firmly grabs Sino's hand, directly telling him to come with her. They both start running together across the sports field as the crowd cheers in the background. Nekazane pulls Sino along by the wrist while he looks back at her in complete astonishment. The announcer declares that the red team has won the race, while Sino and Nekazane stand together after finishing in last place. Nekazane catches her breath, sighing that running around is truly exhausting, while Sino realizes she was not running at full speed and asks her what her scavenger hunt prompt actually was. Nekazane suddenly steps in extremely close to peer at his face, causing a flustered Sino to nervously stammer and ask what she is doing. Nekazane displays her scavenger hunt slip, which reads someone with bad eyesight, explaining that she came to find him because she wanted to know if he was wearing contact lenses, which makes Sino realize the reason behind her actions. Sino notices Mori-san standing nearby wearing her glasses, making him wonder why Nekazane chose to run all the way to him instead of picking the classmate, who was much closer and clearly wearing glasses. Nekazane looks directly at him and simply explains that she chose him because he was the very first person who came to her mind. Sino stands completely frozen, his cheeks blushing deeply as her honest words sink in. Sino covers his face in sheer embarrassment, quietly stammering that he understands. Nekazane quietly asks that she spoke with Iri after their talk, and Iri reassured her that she thinks about her constantly and truly loves her. Looking away, Nekazane admits that Sino was completely right about Iri, and she realizes she never had any reason to feel so anxious about their relationship. Nekazane expresses that if it had not been for Sino's encouragement, she probably would still be too afraid to talk openly with Iri, even now. Nekazane pauses mid-step, preparing to finish her thought. Nekazane turns back toward him with a warm, bright smile, sincerely thanking Sino for everything he did. Watching her walk away, a smiling Sino quietly mutters to himself about how incredibly simple he is to be so easily cheered up by her words. The wind rustles softly through the leaves of a ginkgo tree under a cloudy sky. Walking down the school corridor, Sino realizes that autumn has fully arrived and reflects on how quickly the sports festival went by. Sino repeatedly reminds himself not to let Nekazane's previous words get to his head, even pulling his own cheek to snap out of it before opening the classroom door. Nekazane looks up from her phone to greet Sino with a good morning, and a slightly flustered Sino stammers back a greeting while quietly observing that she feels a bit different today. Sino jolts in surprise as Nekazane points out that he is not wearing his usual outfit. Sino explains that he decided to wear a sweater because the weather has been getting rather chilly lately. Sino points out that Nekazane is not wearing her usual hoodie either, and she explains that a cat named Masamune coughed up a hairball on it, forcing her to wash it. Feeling a subtle shift in their relationship, Sino contentedly reflects on how their everyday lives have quietly returned to normal. Sino receives a group message on his phone from Kiyomiya in the photography club, asking if everyone wants to go take photos of the autumn leaves this Saturday. Walking down the hallway, Sino smiles and thinks that an outdoor outing with the club sounds like a lot of fun. Sino pauses in the doorway as he spots Nekazane and Mori-san chatting together, happily noting to himself that the two of them have been talking regularly since the sports festival. Mori-san loudly scolds Nekazane for being the only student who has not submitted the math assignment, leaving a blank-faced Nekazane to ask if there even was an assignment due today. Sino stops his foot in his tracks outside the classroom door just as he overhears Mori-san transition to asking Nekazane about him. Sino quickly hides in the hallway and sweats nervously as Mori-san comments to Nekazane that the two of them seem incredibly close, especially during the sports festival. Leaning against the wall just outside the door, Sino anxiously overhears Mori-san directly asking Nekazane if the two of them are dating and what Nekazane actually thinks of him. Sino's heart beats frantically as he stands in the hallway waiting in breathless suspense as Nekazane begins to formulate her answer. With his heart pounding loudly, Sino anxiously questions whether he is even allowed to listen in on their conversation, yet he desperately wants to know what she truly thinks of him. Sino's heart beats frantically as he listens in, waiting for Nekazane's response, as she softly mentions his name. Nekazane directly states that she thinks Sino is cute, leaving him completely stunned. Sino stands completely frozen in absolute disbelief, his mind racing as he tries to process her calling him cute. Mori-san is surprised by her answer but quickly apologizes for springing such a sudden question on her, while a completely overwhelmed Sino quietly slips away from the door. Later at home, Sino's phone lies on his desk during a call with Takada, who is talking about bringing different things to mix into soda. Takada complains about how disgusting it was when someone brought cilantro, making Sino laugh before he hesitatingly asks Takada if he can ask him a quick question. Sino nervously asks Takada if he thinks he is cute, which only prompts a thoroughly confused Takada to ask if Sino is just exhausted. Takada jokingly asks if Sino is planning to enter a beauty contest, and a sheepish Sino quickly denies it, trying to explain his sudden question. Sino adjusts his glasses and admits that being called cute is not exactly a compliment he is thrilled to receive, as a guy, explaining that it just makes him feel a bit weird and fuzzy. Takada's blunt comment that it probably feels like he is not being viewed as a real guy strikes a painful chord, leaving Sino to sigh at his desk. Takada reassures him not to worry about it, pointing out that girls tend to call almost everything cute anyway, though Sino remains somewhat skeptical. Sino thoughtfully recalls that every other time Nekazane has used the word cute, she was always referring to cats, leaving him to ponder the true meaning behind her words. Sino worries that Nekazane might not even view him as a human, prompting Takada to burst into loud laughter, while Sino grumbles at him to stop laughing. The next morning at school, Sino politely greets Nekazane as he enters the classroom, and she returns the greeting while staring intently at him as he walks past. Sino sits down at his desk and sneaks a glance backward, only to see Nekazane quickly turn her head away to avoid his gaze. Sino looks back in confusion, wondering if it was just his imagination that she was watching him. Sino realizes with absolute certainty that it is not his imagination, as Nekazane continues to stare directly at him throughout different classes and events during the day. Sino self-consciously wonders if she is staring because his new sweater does not suit him, or if he accidentally got some food stains on himself. Finally, turning to address her, Sino asks Nekazane if he has something on him, and in response, Nekazane silently points her finger to her own head. Sino asks what she means, and Nekazane plainly answers that he has a bad case of bed head. Sino touches his head in realization, gasping as he admits she is right, while nervously walking away as she follows him. Nekazane holds a hand over her mouth and lets out a small laugh, catching Sino completely off guard. Takada's words about not being viewed as a real guy instantly echo through Sino's mind, making him feel self-conscious. Sino hunches over in a gloomy posture, finally understanding what Takada meant while Nekazane apologizes for not pointing out his bed head sooner. Sino notices Nekazane's feet as she stands before him and points out to her that her shoelace is untied. Nekazane stands silently and stares back at him with her usual blank expression. Nekazane agrees and bends down to fix it, leaving Sino standing awkwardly as a passing student wonders what is going on with the weird pause between them. Looking closely at the floppy bow on her uniform collar, Sino asks her if she is perhaps not very good at tying bows, causing her to jolt slightly. They stand together in the school corridor in a brief moment of silence. Nekazane looks away and softly admits that she indeed is not very good at it. Nekazane mumbles that learning how to tie bows is not going to help her in the future anyway, while Sino blushes and covers his mouth to hide a smile. Nekazane scolds him as Sino laughs, prompting him to quickly try and explain that he did not mean to make fun of her. Sino softly admits that he simply found her clumsy bow tying to be cute. Nekazane stares up at him with wide eyes, her cheeks blushing red in response to his words. Sino realizes what he has just said and lets out a soft gasp of surprise at his own boldness. A highly embarrassed Nekazane suddenly slaps his hands away, instantly apologizing for her knee-jerk reaction. Nekazane turns and dashes down the corridor in sheer embarrassment while a sweating Sino panics and calls out to her. Sino shouts an apology down the hallway, desperately pleading that he was not making fun of her, while another voice remarks that he is a dummy. The scene transitions to the cat cafe, where a white cat proudly stands wearing a neatly tied blue ribbon around its neck. Eri warmly praises Nekazane for her hard work, as Nekazane stands by ready to help out. Back at the cat cafe, Momoka holds up a cat wearing a new necklace she made, asking Nekazane what she thinks, which prompts Nekazane to praise her talent while Eri calls her a genius. Momoka excitedly suggests they make a necklace together, but Nekazane first lies on the floor to take multiple photos of the cat, before asking Momoka how she ties her uniform bows, prompting Momoka to patiently show her the steps. Momoka attaches a small ribbon to Nekazane's hair and presents her handiwork. Overwhelmed by Nekazane's cuteness, Momoka gushes that she could easily become an idol and asks to submit an application for her, which Nekazane immediately refuses. Nekazane sits on the floor with the ribbon still in her hair, recalling Sino calling her cute. Nekazane gently touches the bow on her head and notes to herself that wearing it now does not make her feel all squirmy like she did when Sino called her cute. Sino and his photography club classmates head to the school prep room, noting that all the equipment they do not normally use is stored inside. The club member explains that Sino will likely visit the prep room more often as the school festival approaches, adding that Kiyomiya often pulls out random ideas on a whim just like today, which makes Sino laugh. As Sino carries a box of equipment while warning himself to be careful and not drop anything, a laughing student suddenly runs past and accidentally collides with him. The collision knocks Sino to the floor, spilling the contents of his box with a loud crash, and as his panicked classmates quickly apologize and ask if he is hurt, Sino sits on the ground rubbing his head. Sino looks down at his hand in confusion as a mysterious liquid begins to drip down his face. Sino lets out a quiet gasp of confusion as he realizes what happened. Meanwhile, Nekazane sits on a bed in the school infirmary, rubbing her eyes sleepily. The sign for the school infirmary hangs quietly outside the room. Sino sits on a stool inside the quiet infirmary, holding his aching head in pain. Sino feels incredibly guilty for causing trouble and dropping the boxes, though he is relieved the equipment is undamaged, and decides to slide open the curtain to lie down on the bed because his entire body aches. Sino slides open the curtain and is completely shocked to find Nekazane sleeping soundly on the bed right in front of him. Sino immediately slides the curtain shut in a panic. With his heart pounding wildly from the shock, Sino quietly wonders if she is feeling unwell, before reasoning that she is likely just taking a nap, deciding it is best to leave her in peace. Just as Sino turns to walk away, a voice calls out his name, causing him to stop and turn around in surprise. Sino carefully parts the curtain to peek inside the bed once more. Nekazane remains curled up on the mattress, fast asleep. Standing beside her, Sino quietly wonders if she is actually asleep, noticing that she seems to be sleep-talking. Sino quietly wonders what kind of dream she is having and why she just muttered his name in her sleep. Nekazane groans and rolls over in her sleep, giving Sino a sudden start. As Nekazane's sleep talks about only giving Sino 3 cat treats a day, a sweat-dropping Sino realizes with disbelief that he is a cat in her dream just as Nekazane slowly opens her eyes and sits up to face him. Nekazane sleepily leans forward and begins patting his head while repeating that he is a good boy, prompting a heavily sweating Sino to internally scream that he is not a cat and desperately wish for her to wake up. Once she finally wakes up, Nekazane groggily greets him, and a flustered Sino quickly apologizes for waking her up and asks if she is doing all right. Nekazane rubs her eyes and clarifies that she was simply taking a quick nap, confirming to a relieved Sino that she is indeed fine. Nekazane reaches up to touch the cooling patch on Sino's forehead and asks how he ended up getting hurt, catching him completely off guard. Sino sheepishly explains that he tripped and fell, prompting Nekazane to ask if the injury hurts. Nekazane leans in close to peer at his face, softly murmuring that it must hurt at least a little bit. Overwhelmed by her extreme closeness, Sino blushes furiously and squeezes his eyes shut in sheer embarrassment. A sudden voice calls out for Nekazane from outside the curtain, prompting a panicking Nekazane to whisper to Sino to let her hide under the covers as the school nurse slides open the curtain and asks Sino who he is. With Nekazane completely hidden under the blanket, the nurse directly asks Sino if he has seen a girl with cat eyes and medium-length hair. Sino sweats profusely and nervously stammers that he has not seen her, making him look incredibly suspicious to the nurse. The nurse interrupts Sino's panicked state, asking if there is something wrong with him. The nurse complains that Nekazane constantly skips class and treats the infirmary as her personal nap room, leaving Sino to sweat nervously. The nurse notices Sino's injury and asks why he did not mention it sooner, inviting him over to get patched up. Sino lets out a hesitant grunt as he sneaks a worried glance back at the bed. Sino lies that moving around is too difficult for him right now, prompting a confused question from the nurse, while Nekazane quietly peeks out from under the covers. Nekazane pokes Sino in the back, causing him to let out a startled squeak. The nurse asks if his injury really hurts that much, and Sino weakly confirms it while wishing he could disappear, while Nekazane quietly giggles behind him. A small table nearby holds gauze and tape for treating his injury. The nurse finishes patching Sino up, advising him to monitor the wound for a few days, and bids him goodbye while telling him to report if Nekazane shows up. As soon as the nurse slides the door shut, Nekazane rustles out from under the covers in silence. Nekazane explains that she simply felt like pulling a prank, prompting a flustered Sino to call out her name. Sino asks Nekazane if she is sure it is all right to play pranks, since the nurse seemed genuinely troubled. Nekazane reassures him that it is fine because the nurse reads manga during his breaks anyway, leading Sino to comment that she seems to know a lot about him. Nekazane casually reveals that the nurse is actually her uncle, leaving a shocked Sino to suddenly spot a slight facial resemblance between them. A sudden gust of wind blows through the open window, rustling Sino's hair. Nekazane walks over to the window and stands quietly looking out at the sky. Nekazane smiles gently as she feels the cool breeze against her face. Sino watches her from behind, completely mesmerized by her peaceful expression. Sino's eyes widen as he continues to stare at her. Nekazane turns around and notes that since her uncle will not be returning anytime soon, it is probably about time to leave. Sino suddenly reaches out and grabs Nekazane's hand, calling her name. Sino asks if they have ever spoken to each other like this before. They lock eyes in a quiet moment, Nekazane's cheeks turning red as she stares back. Nekazane pulls her hand away and retreats behind the curtain. From behind the curtain, she softly tells Sino to take care of himself. Sino looks down at his hand, but Nekazane quickly slides the curtain shut with a bang, prompting an apology from Sino as she quietly walks away out of the infirmary. Sino stands alone in the quiet infirmary, thinking about what Nekazane said. Nekazane looks back briefly and apologizes to him. Sino stands in silence, completely unsure of what to think. Sino stands in the middle of the empty room before slowly walking away. Walking down the silent school corridor, Sino sweats profusely in sheer panic, desperately wondering if he just messed up big time. In a bonus comic, Sino comments to the nurse that his job must be tough, and the nurse recalls a student warning him not to touch any weird places. The nurse recalls bluntly telling the student that no one would be interested in her legs because a split radish has more sex appeal, urging her to just show him the injury. The nurse complains that the student then slapped him, while Sino's sweat drops and thinks the nurse's own insensitivity is the real issue. The scene shifts to the entrance of the school's photography club room. Sino slumps forward onto a desk, completely enveloped in a thick aura of gloom. Kiyomiya asks Gouda what is wrong with Sino. Gouda explains that Sino is beating himself up over dropping the equipment, though he notes that nothing was actually broken. Sino recalls how Nekazane acted and realizes he really did make her feel awful. Meanwhile, Kiyomiya mentions she borrowed her doll from the drama club, leaving Sino to silently wonder what it even is. Kiyomiya admits she has no idea what is going on, but she playfully pats Sino on the head with the doll and tells him to cheer up. Kiyomiya snaps a photo of Sino with the doll resting on his head, prompting Gouda to quickly tell her to cut it out. Standing outside the classroom, Sino silently practices apologizing to Nekazane for the other day. Sino takes deep breaths outside the door and debates if he should start with a simple greeting. He practices saying good morning before bringing up the other day, but worries that approach sounds weird. Sino decides to just go for it and slides the door open, only to be startled when he finds Nekazane standing right on the other side. Both of them freeze in surprise, and a flustered Sino stammers out her name. Nekazane quickly averts her eyes and quietly wishes him a good morning. Without waiting for a response, Nekazane steps right past him and walks away down the hallway. Sino retreats to the infirmary and slumps over a stool in deep despair, prompting the nurse to ask him what is going on. Recognizing him as the kid from yesterday, the nurse tells Sino to lift his head so he can check on his injury, and Sino politely thanks him. The nurse asks Sino what happened from his perspective, and Sino hesitantly admits that he might have ended up hurting someone. Sino explains that even though she is someone he wants to treat kindly and with care, he thinks she might hate him now, and he just feels incredibly sorry. The nurse admits he does not really get it since the details are vague, but he notes that it is definitely a very youthful sort of problem. The nurse tells Sino that if he is just trying to imagine how the other person feels all on his own without asking, the nurse advises that if Sino actually talks to her directly, things might go much better than he thinks. Sino looks up, taking the words to heart. Sino changes the subject to ask what happened to the nurse's face. The nurse exhaustedly explains that he tried to check on a female student's injury, but she yelled sexual harassment and stormed off, prompting Sino to sympathize that it sounds rough. The nurse casually asks Sino if he has seen the cat-eyed girl today, causing Sino to violently jolt in a complete panic. The nurse asks if Sino was talking about Mugi this whole time, leaving a sweating Sino to process the realization in utter disbelief. Sino confirms that the nurse is indeed her uncle. The nurse agrees, commenting that Mugi is not cute in the slightest, adding that she is always a handful, but it makes sense given what her dad is like. A confused Sino asks what he means, prompting the nurse to realize that he never actually told him about her father. The nurse explains that Mugi's dad is a total doting mess who gets even worse when he is drunk, describing how he either angrily demands booze from her or annoyingly pesters her with their cat, leaving Sino completely horrified. The nurse adds that Mugi really hates her father's behavior as well. A sweating Sino asks if he can do something to help her, but the nurse explains that it is not a situation he can just step in and fix. The nurse bluntly states that it is ultimately their family's problem, leaving a pale Sino standing in stunned silence. Back in the classroom, a lively chatter fills the room as students mingle. Sino glances over at Nekazane, who sits quietly by herself, staring out the window. Sino nervously groans to himself, realizing he has barely heard Nekazane talk about her home life. He agonizes over the heavy information the nurse D with him, feeling incredibly awkward about the whole situation. Nekazane suddenly speaks up, catching Sino's attention as she mentions his injury. Looking away from him, Nekazane quietly asks if he thinks his injury is going to heal. Relieved that she actually spoke to him, Sino quickly confirms that the nurse said it should be fine in a few days, which Nekazane quietly acknowledges. Resting her hands on her desk, Nekazane suddenly brings up a scratch. Sino points to his own scratch and asks if she means that one. Nekazane explains that she thinks he was in a bad mood when he did it, while a brief flashback reveals she got scratched by her cat, while her dad was drunkenly yelling in the background. Sino yells in absolute shock about someone trashing the place, while Nekazane plainly states that a scratch is better than when he went on a rampage and trashed everything, assuring Sino that she is used to it. As Nekazane calmly pictures her cat tearing up a toy, a pale Sino completely misinterprets the situation, concluding that the nurse's warnings were entirely true and thinking her home life sounds seriously dangerous. Sino turns slightly toward Nekazane and hesitatingly asks if she ever feels anything about her home situation. Sino quickly apologizes for asking out of nowhere, clarifying if she ever feels like she just does not want to go home, prompting a brief sound of realization from Nekazane. Nekazane bluntly declares with a serious stare that she just wants to move out as soon as she can, leaving Sino completely stunned. Nekazane adds that she wants to save up money and live with a cat. Hearing this, Sino sits trembling, completely convinced that her intense desire to leave is entirely because of her terrifying father. Sino leans forward nervously in his chair and asks Nekazane if she has tried talking to Iri about her home situation. Nekazane replies that she thinks Iri would probably listen, but she feels it is her own problem and wants to handle it herself. A distressed Sino desperately protests. Sino stands up, abruptly pushing his chair back with a loud clack, and starts to warn her that she will end up being the one who gets hurt. A classmate suddenly jumps right in front of Sino's desk, completely cutting his sentence short. Both Nekazane and Sino look up in surprise at the person who just interrupted them. The teacher announces that class is starting and instructs everyone to take their seats as the students chatter, and a confused Sino remains standing. A heavily sweating Sino sits back down at his desk as the classroom chatter continues, internally panicking, while a nearby classmate asks if they are doing okay. Staring out the window, Sino realizes with dread that Nekazane's home situation might actually be a very serious problem. The teacher instructs the class to turn their books to page 50 while Sino tightly grips his own wrist under his desk, glancing nervously toward Nekazane. Nekazane sits completely silent with her eyes cast downward, lost in her own thoughts. Sino gently holds his own wrist under the desk in quiet concern. In a bonus scene, Sino excitedly thanks Kiyomiya after she explains that she arranged for the photography club to take photos during the brass band club's practice, leaving him impressed by her wide network of connections. Sino thanks her again, but Kiyomiya excitedly pulls out a creepy doll she borrowed from the drama club, asking if it would be interesting to use for a photo shoot. Kiyomiya then holds up a takoyaki maker she borrowed from the home economics club, eagerly suggesting they play takoyaki Russian roulette, which prompts Sino to point out that she just wants to goof around. Gouda approaches and strictly tells Kiyomiya to return all the items to where she found them, acting as the responsible figure to stop her when she goes too far as she kneels in defeat surrounded by her borrowed goods. A black cat suddenly rustles from the bushes. Sino pauses on the sidewalk as he spots the black cat sitting on a low wall. The black cat suddenly jumps down into the bushes, startling Sino as he slowly turns to look at it. Sino grips his chest as he recalls Nekazane abruptly jumping away from him earlier, wondering why he feels a sudden sense of déjà vu. He realizes the pain in his chest comes from him still being hung up on their last interaction, noting that no matter how he looks at it, her reaction clearly meant she was avoiding him. Continuing down the street, Sino quietly resolves that if she hates him that much, it might be better if he does not try to get close to her again. Sino suddenly remembers Nekazane telling him that she just wanted to move out as soon as she could. Sino clenches his fist tightly and turns back around. Sino hurries up the stairs toward the Rescue Cat Cafe, noticing with surprise that the store's lights are on. Sino reaches the glass door and is shocked to see a sign indicating the cafe is closed. Iri steps out the door with her bag and greets Sino with a good evening. She apologizes that he came all the way there since they are closed today, and a flustered Sino quickly reassures her that it is fine. Sino politely tells Iri that he should be the one apologizing for showing up on her day off. Iri smiles warmly at Sino and asks if he came in a hurry or if something happened. Sino looks back at her quietly, thinking that Iri would surely be able to understand Nekazane's situation. He confirms to Iri that something did happen. Sino starts to explain, but suddenly remembers Nekazane firmly stating that it was her problem and she wanted to handle it herself, causing him to abruptly cut himself off. Sino looks away and dismissively tells Iri that it is nothing. Sino silently walks past Iri down the stairs as she responds to a nearby child admiring the pretty sunset. As he descends the stairs, Sino resolves that he has to talk to Nekazane properly one more time. A close-up shows a tear forming in an eye as a voice hesitatingly begins to explain their feelings. A fading memory shows a brightly smiling Nekazane. Sino abruptly stops on the stairs as Eri calls out his name from behind. Sino calls out her name in surprise as he turns around and finds Nekazane standing right behind him on the pedestrian bridge. The two of them stand facing each other in complete silence on the bridge. Breaking the tension, Sino takes a step forward and asks if she is going somewhere, and Nekazane replies that she has to get things ready and go grocery shopping for dinner. A surprised Sino asks if she cooks, and Nekazane confirms that she does, explaining that it is a hassle, but it is just her and her dad at home. Nekazane points out that one of them has to make dinner, then asks Sino what he is doing. Sino explains that he was just heading home, which Nekazane quietly acknowledges. As Nekazane turns to walk away, Sino urgently tells her to hold on. Just as he stops her, a loud ringtone suddenly goes off between them, startling them both. Nekazane apologizes and answers her phone while a worried Sino listens as she briefly speaks to her dad and reluctantly agrees to something. Nekazane explains that her dad is going out drinking tonight and will be home late, so he asked her to buy tissues and detergent. Remembering the nurse's warning about her dad being a mess when drunk, a deeply concerned Sino calls out her name. Sino distressedly asks her if she is really going back to that person's place. He pushes further, anxiously asking if she is really okay with that. Nekazane looks back at him with a calm expression and bluntly states that she does not particularly mind. She leans in slightly and directly asks Sino why he is questioning her about it, leaving him completely speechless. As Sino fails to answer, Nekazane brushes her hair back and dismisses the conversation. She steps past him and quietly bids him goodbye. As she walks away, Nekazane wishes for his injury to heal up soon. Sino stands completely frozen in place. Watching her back as she descends the stairs, Sino internally agonizes that there are things far more important than his minor injury or someone like him. He clenches his fists, deeply troubled by the realization that Nekazane is the one who is truly going through something incredibly tough. Recalling the image of her quietly crying in the infirmary, Sino desperately wonders why she is acting like everything is fine. Sino takes a firm step forward. Leaning over the handrail, Sino yells down to Nekazane that she does not have to go back. Nekazane abruptly halts her steps on the stairs, confused by his sudden outburst. Looking down at her from the landing, Sino loudly shouts an apology. Sino tearfully clarifies that he is apologizing for what happened in the infirmary and for making her feel bad. He admits that she might already be sick of him getting involved, fully acknowledging that he is being selfish. Clenching his fist with tears in his eyes, Sino cries that he hates seeing her suffer. He insists there has to be some way to help and promises to think of something he can do, begging her to please hold on before Nekazane interrupts by calling his name. Nekazane looks up at him with a blank expression and plainly asks what he is even talking about. Sino completely freezes in utter confusion. Sino hesitantly asks if her dad is being violent with her, but Nekazane plainly clarifies that she was just talking about her cat throwing tantrums. Sino brings up her previous comment about wanting to move out, and Nekazane explains that she just wants to live alone so she can finally have a pet cat, stating it has absolutely nothing to do with her dad. Sino realizes his massive misunderstanding all this time, and as the shock hits him, his foot slips on the edge of the stairs. Nekazane gasps in surprise as he loses his balance. Sino lands hard on his rear on the stairs, prompting a concerned Nekazane to ask if he is doing all right. Nekazane mentions that she managed to break her own fall properly earlier, and a highly embarrassed Sino sheepishly points out that this is his second time falling today. Nekazane struggles to hold it in before completely bursting into bright laughter, asking what his dramatic outburst even was, since there was so much going on at once. Sino watches her laugh warmly and quietly realizes that this massive misunderstanding is exactly why they were not on the same page at all. Nekazane complains that her stomach hurts from laughing so hard, leaving a heavily blushing Sino to cover his face in sheer embarrassment. Sino grumbles through his hands that she is laughing way too much, but Nekazane simply sits down next to him on the stairs and continues to giggle. Sino brings up the infirmary incident again and reassures her that she did not do anything wrong. Nekazane quietly asks if that is really true, and Sino firmly confirms it. Nekazane crosses her arms and asks Sino if he was the one avoiding her. Sino looks caught off guard and stammers that he only did that because, looking down at her hands, Nekazane admits that she felt weird. She explains that whenever she is with him, she gets all ticklish and restless inside, making her feel like running away. Nekazane softly adds that she does not even understand the feeling herself. Nekazane turns her head away and confesses that she did not actually hate it, assuring him that is the truth before apologizing for avoiding him. Sino lets out a stunned noise as the meaning behind her words finally hits him. Sino leans back with a massive sigh of relief, thanking goodness because he thought he had really messed things up. Nekazane calls his name in response. Crouching on the steps, Nekazane looks warmly at Sino and sincerely thanks him for worrying about her. Sino stares back at her, completely captivated by her gentle expression. A blushing Sino quickly tells her not to worry about it, but his sentence is suddenly cut short by his stomach letting out a loud rumble. An embarrassed Sino quickly apologizes, explaining that his hunger just hit him once he finally felt relieved. Nekazane holds back a laugh and reassures him it is fine, noting she always gets hungry around this time too, prompting a flustered Sino to call her name. They move aside to bow to a passing older man on the stairs. As they head down, they continue to laugh and joke together about the whole situation. The day before the sports festival, a heavily exhausted Nekazane stands outside the cat cafe suffering from severe cat withdrawal. She notes it has been a while since she visited and wonders how the cats are doing. Iri steps out of the cafe and notices her softly calling out her name. Nekazane looks down at Iri, who is standing on the street holding a small shopping bag. Nekazane walks up to the entrance to greet Iri, mentioning that it feels like it has been a long time since they last saw each other. Iri asks if Nekazane is on shift today, and Nekazane replies that she is not, though she admits that is not really the reason she came by. Iri smiles warmly and suggests that Nekazane stop by the shop for a bit, playfully pointing out that there is something good waiting inside for her. Inside the cafe, a swarm of cats immediately gathers around Nekazane with happy meows. Iri smiles and tells her that the cats are thrilled to see her after such a long time. Nekazane drops to her knees and intensely sniffs and nuzzles one of the cats, completely lost in a deep state of cat withdrawal recovery as Iri watches. As Nekazane playfully bites the cat's head gently, Iri steps into the back room to change her clothes, playfully scolding her that she should not try to eat the cats just because she loves them so much. Iri returns and calls out to Nekazane, proudly holding up a box of strawberry daifuku. Iri asks if Nekazane likes the strawberry daifuku from that particular shop. Nekazane confirms that she does, but asks why she brought them. Iri explains that the shop owner gave her the leftovers from an event, adding that he told her to eat them quickly because the expiration date is approaching. Iri fondly notes that the old man always gives her extras when she buys sweets, calling him a gentleman. She adds that she was worried when he had to close his shop due to a bad back, but she is glad he has recovered now. Nekazane asks when his shop was closed, and Iri is surprised she does not know, explaining it happened when Nekazane was in middle school. Nekazane admits she did not know, and Iri realizes it must have been before Nekazane started working at the cafe. Iri looks back, nostalgically musing that it has been a long time since then, as she recalls a memory of a younger rain-soaked Nekazane standing in the cafe doorway holding a stray kitten. Nekazane stares at Iri in silence. Nekazane looks down, slightly quietly processing the memory. Nekazane softly calls out Eris' name while one of the cats stares blankly nearby. Iri points out that the little cats are very attached to Nekazane as they affectionately rub against her legs. Iri warmly tells Nekazane that the cat's affection is proof that she gave them lots of attention and love, crediting it all to her hard work. Nekazane's expression falls into a serious stare as she listens to Eris' kind words. Iri gently adds that it is perfectly okay for Nekazane to use more of her time for herself instead of just focusing on the cafe. Iri suggests she do normal high school things like studying with someone after school or taking a small detour on her way home, expressing her desire for Nekazane to cherish this fleeting time in her youth. Nekazane casts her eyes downward, listening quietly with her hair shadowing her face. Nekazane softly admits to Iri that she just does not understand. Huddling her knees to her chest, Nekazane insists that she is working at the cafe because she likes it and wants to be there. She asks if that is a bad thing, declaring that as long as she has this place, it is enough for her. Nekazane gently presses her lips against the paw pad of the cat she is holding. Iri remarks that the cat's paw pads are fluffy while Nekazane remains silently focused on the cat. Iri calmly asks Nekazane if Sino came by the shop a while ago. Iri tells Nekazane how glad she was to see that there is someone at her school who worries about her so much. She adds that she thinks it would be wonderful if Nekazane could find another place besides the cafe where she enjoys spending her time. Iri reassures her that she is genuinely happy Nekazane cherishes the cafe so much. Iri gently places her hand on Nekazane's head and calls her name. Iri softly asks Nekazane to cherish herself just as much. Iri smiles warmly and tells Nekazane that she does not need a reason, she simply loves her very much. Nekazane looks down with a slight blush, silently absorbing Iri's heartfelt words. The scene briefly shifts to the exterior of the Rescue Cat Cafe under the evening sky. Iri tells Nekazane to take care on her way home and Nekazane thanks her. Just as she is about to leave, Iri suddenly tells her to hold on. Iri points out that it will be hard to carry the sweets as they are and offers to put them in a paper bag, but a cat suddenly rustles its way into the bag instead. A deadpan Nekazane asks if she can just take the cat home like that, but Iri quickly grabs the cat back and playfully tells her she cannot. As Nekazane walks away toward the stairs, she grips her hand tightly and calls back to Iri. Nekazane softly promises Iri that if anything happens at school again, she will make sure to talk to her about it. Iri smiles warmly and happily agrees to listen. Iri adds that she will always have tea and sweets ready and waiting for her return. Sino enters the school building thinking to himself that somehow things are changing. He enters the classroom and finds Nekazane fast asleep at her desk, heavily bundled up with hand warmers, a jacket, and a blanket making her look as if she is hibernating. Outside, December has brought winter, turning the view from the classroom window completely white. Nekazane sits at a bus stop on a cold day taking a bite of a warm snack and enjoying the sweet and salty taste of winter. Inside the library, Sino reaches onto a shelf to pull out a book. Sino browses the photography section to find some reference books for class, unaware that Nekazane has spotted him and is watching him from behind a nearby shelf. Sino admires the pretty cover of a photo book on display. Sino happily opens the book to use as a reference for his club photos, while Nekazane peeks over his shoulder to see what he is reading. Sino jumps in surprise and accidentally falls backward, knocking books off the shelf, prompting the librarian to loudly demand quiet while a panicked Sino quickly apologizes. After helping him put the fallen books back onto the shelves, Sino apologizes and thanks Nekazane, who replies that it is fine since she was the one who startled him. Looking at Nekazane, Sino suddenly remembers the girl he spoke to during the entrance ceremony. Sino recalls previously thinking that girl might have been Nekazane, but concludes he was probably mistaken. Nekazane asks what is wrong, and a flustered Sino quickly claims nothing is wrong, before asking if she is also searching for reference books for class, only for Nekazane's confused reaction to make him realize she was not listening to the teacher's instructions at all. Nekazane admits she did not come to the library for any specific reason, explaining that she simply saw him there. As they stand together, Nekazane holds up a book titled "The Clock Never Points to 7" and asks where it belongs, prompting a quiet sound of recognition from Sino. Sino asks if she knows that series, and Nekazane happily confirms that she likes it, leading Sino to mention that while the library does not have them, the author's other novels are also quite good. Sino explains that it is a mystery novel with a very clever twist. Nekazane silently stares at Sino with wide eyes as he talks about the book. Sino suddenly stops himself in a panic, realizing he has been rambling on his own, and hesitantly asks Nekazane if she reads books. Nekazane admits she does not really enjoy novels, though she notes that she likes picture books featuring cats, mentioning titles like The Restaurant of Many Orders and The Cat That Lived a Million Times. Nekazane adds that she is curious about the mystery novel he just described as interesting. Sino stands in surprise, sweating slightly as he processes her interest. Sino stammers nervously as he tries to find his words. Sino nervously offers to lend her the book if she wants to read it. He quickly adds that books do not always suit everyone's taste, so it is completely fine if she ends up not liking it. Nekazane looks up in surprise and asks if he is sure, and Sino quickly confirms it as the scene transitions to a quiet neighborhood at night. At home, Sino sits on his bed and tells Takada over the phone how he ended up lending Nekazane a book, to which Takada excitedly replies that it is awesome. Takada remarks that he could never have imagined something like this happening back in middle school, leaving Sino to reflect on how he is now able to spend time and talk with someone like her. Sino bashfully tells Takada that it feels like he and Nekazane are kind of like friends. Takada loudly points out that they are already friends, catching a stunned Sino completely off guard. Sino flustredly tries to deny it, but Takada presses him about all the things he has done with her so far. Sino explains that they talk together in class, sometimes recalling how she once showed him a photo of her cat, while Takada listens. Sino adds that they have even gone out together on weekends, prompting Takada to ask what happened next. Sino continues mentioning that they stopped by a scenic spot on their way home from the festival, which Takada acknowledges with deep interest. Takada yells in disbelief that they are definitely friends, asking if he is only just realizing it now as Sino sits sweating. Sino admits he never truly understood what being friends meant, prompting Takada to secretly think that the two are actually more than friends, though he keeps it to himself for his own amusement, before Sino compliments him on having so many friends. Takada explains that he has casual acquaintances he calls yo buddies, whom he simply greets in the hallway, leaving a confused Sino to repeat the term in shock. Sino wonders if there are other types like hey buddies or what's up homies as well, but Takada quickly shoots the idea down. Takada warmly tells Sino that it is great to have a friend, prompting Sino to look at his phone in quiet contemplation. Sino admits that even if he thinks they are friends, she might not feel the same way, prompting Takada to ask why he suddenly got so gloomy. The scene transitions to the rescue cat cafe Mew, where someone is quietly flipping open a book. Nekazane sits on the floor of the cat cafe, happily taking a break to read her book, when Yuzajihara enters the room and notes with surprise how unusual it is for her to read. When Nekazane casually mentions she borrowed the book from Sino, Yuzajihara completely freezes in shock, before quickly claiming that nothing is wrong. As Nekazane quietly continues reading her book, Yuzajihara suddenly slides next to her and rests her head against her shoulder. Yuzajihara asks if the book is interesting, and Nekazane's blunt reply that she does not really understand it leaves Yuzajihara sweat dropping in confusion. Yuzajihara mentally notes that Nekazane always falls asleep halfway through reading and assumes the exact same thing will probably happen this time as well. However, Yuzajihara is caught completely off guard when she looks over and notices Nekazane smiling softly as she reads. Nekazane excitedly explains that the main character is currently chasing after a cat that swallowed an important key, leading a bewildered Yuzajihara to ask what kind of book genre that even is. 1 week later, Nekazane approaches Sino at school and hands the book back to him. Sino thanks her as he takes the book back, and with his heart beating nervously, he asks her what she thought of it. Nekazane bluntly replies that it was hard to understand, leaving Sino completely stunned in disappointment. Nekazane quickly adds that she liked the part where the cat appeared and enjoyed the ending, which instantly brightens Sino's mood. Sino happily agrees that the unpredictable ending is what made it interesting, expressing relief that she liked it at least a little, prompting Nekazane to ask if he likes mystery novels. Sino admits he never thought about it before, but realizes he does like mystery novels, study guides, photo books, and science fiction, before asking why she wanted to know, to which she quietly replies that there is no particular reason. Nekazane softly adds that she simply wanted to know more about him. Nekazane silently walks back to her desk and sits down, leaving a surprised Sino staring after her. Sino looks down at the book in his hands, wondering to himself if she was really just talking about the book when she said she wanted to know more. At home, Takada's voice comes through the phone praising him for making a friend, but Sino silently worries that he might just be overthinking everything and cannot say for sure. Sino quietly questions what kind of relationship actually exists between him and Nekazane. Meanwhile, at another school, Takada's classmate asks if the person he is texting is his girlfriend, and Takada clarifies that he is just a friend from middle school. When the classmate expresses surprise that Takada still keeps in touch with his middle school friends, Takada jokingly compares watching over Sino to waiting for a mini tomato plant grown in elementary school to finally bear fruit, leaving his classmate thoroughly confused. Takada notes that he has not seen Sino recently either, and decides he might invite him out for a meal soon. A classmate yells that they are late, and that break time is almost over after he saved the court for them, but a smiling blonde student holds up a basketball and remarks that heroes always arrive late. Sino receives a message from Takada asking if he is free on Saturday, and when Sino replies that he is, Takada sends an OK sticker in response. On Saturday, Sino sits in his room quietly complaining that Takada never told him the plan, assuming they will probably just play video games like usual, and deciding to open his laptop to grind some gear first. Downstairs, Takada arrives and greets Sino's mother, who warmly welcomes him and tells him to go right up to Minato's room. As Sino sits at his computer, he hears loud footsteps quickly approaching his room. Takada suddenly slams the door open with a loud bang, energetically greeting Sino. Sino points out that they just spoke on the phone, but Takada insists it is a waste to stay indoors on such a nice day, ignoring Sino's confused questions about where they are going by telling him it should be obvious. Takada happily declares that they are going out to get ramen. As they walk down the street together, Sino grumbles that he should have been told beforehand, but Takada simply laughs it off. Takada playfully asks if Sino is happy to see him, and when Sino answers that it depends on the situation, Takada slaps him on the back and promises to treat him to EK ramen, though Sino suddenly halts and tells him to wait. Takada asks what is wrong, and Sino hesitantly explains that he just remembered a store he knows is located right up ahead. Takada directly asks if that is where his girl works her part-time job, causing a heavily sweating Sino to jolt in pure panic. Takada eagerly runs ahead, prompting a panicking Sino to desperately grab his jacket and try to pull him back. Sino flatly refuses out of sheer embarrassment, explaining that going to her cat cafe with such a motive feels impure, and he would hate to disrupt her work, leaving a sighing Takada to complain about his constant mumbling and squirming. Takada concedes that Sino has a point, adding that two guys visiting a cat cafe together would indeed look weird, and apologizing for the idea, while a sweat-dropping Sino silently wonders why he feels like the one who just got rejected. Takada cheerfully suggests that since she works nearby, they might just run into her by chance, though Sino highly doubts such a convenient coincidence would ever happen. Just as they pass by, Nekazane descends the stairs right in front of them, leaving a flustered Sino to stammer her name in utter shock, while Takada quietly realizes that she is indeed the girl they were talking about. Sino asks if her shift just ended, and when Nekazane clarifies that she is not scheduled to work today, a confused Sino questions why she is visiting. Nekazane plainly declares that there is no such thing as too much cat intake, leaving a sweat-dropping Sino to simply nod in response. Nekazane suddenly falls quiet and stares directly at Takada, who looks back as a nervous Sino watches on. Sino introduces Takada to Nekazane as a friend from middle school. Sino nervously remembers how much Nekazane disliked Kiyomiya before, and despite Takada's friendly nature, he worries that their personalities might clash. Sino turns around in surprise as Nekazane suddenly takes a step forward. Takada introduces himself as Naoto, thanking her for looking after Sino and sharing his hobbies, while Nekazane politely introduces herself as Mugi. When Takada asks about her unusual surname and finds her explanation cool, a relieved Sino concludes she only dislikes Kiyomiya, though Takada points out that he is standing there frozen like a stone statue. Nekazane asks if they are headed somewhere, but before Sino can explain where they are going, Takada's stomach lets out a loud rumble. Nekazane stares at them with wide eyes as she holds her stomach. Takada explains that they are about to get lunch and directly invites Nekazane to join them, startling both her and Sino. Sino frantically whispers to Takada to ask why he invited her, pointing out how awkward it is, but Takada simply questions why it shouldn't be an option. A nervous Sino turns back to Nekazane to explain while she quietly adjusts her hair. Nekazane agrees to go with them, catching an astonished Sino completely off guard. The three of them arrive at a family restaurant called Tona Family. Sino asks Takada if he is sure about changing the plan since he wanted ramen, but Takada reassures him that a family restaurant makes it much easier to take their time. Takada quickly slides into a booth on his own, leaving Sino and Nekazane to walk up behind him, while he silently tells Sino to leave the seating arrangement to him. Takada plans out the seating arrangement, realizing that if Sino sits directly across from him, Nekazane will naturally slide in next to Sino. Takada happily notes that he is glad they got seats, as he resolves to act as Sino's wingman, while Nekazane points out a spot the difference puzzle on the table. Takada suddenly screams in shock at Sino, asking him what he is doing. Takada quietly demands that Sino sit next to Nekazane since he set up the seats for them, but a blushing Sino protests that she is too close, leading an amused Takada to mentally comment on how pure he is. As Nekazane suggests ordering first and mentions she wants pizza, Takada suddenly stands up and excuses himself to use the restroom. Washing his hands in the restroom, Takada thinks that his first priority is leaving the two of them alone, hoping that Sino's nervousness does not keep him from talking since he gets embarrassed so easily. While waiting, Nekazane squats down to interact with a cat-shaped serving robot, thanking it as it asks for her name. Returning from the restroom, Takada notes how difficult it is to get the robot to reply and mentions that it likes having its ears touched, thinking to himself that this is exactly what he imagined would happen. Once their food arrives, Takada passes Nekazane her drink and enthusiastically asks if she visits family restaurants very often. Nekazane explains that she does not visit family restaurants often unless invited, confirming Sino's guess that she sometimes goes with Yuzujihara, which prompts a ramen-eating Takada to curiously repeat the name. Takada comments on how impressive it is that Nekazane keeps in touch with her middle school friends, and notes that he and Sino are the same, prompting a curious Nekazane to ask what Sino was like back in middle school. Takada offers to show her some photos of Sino from middle school, ignoring a panicked Sino's protests, as he quickly searches through his phone to find a picture from a school field trip. Before Takada can show the screen, Sino quickly reaches across the table to block the phone. Nekazane directly states that she wants to see the photo, leaving a completely defeated Sino to let out an agonizing groan. The phone screen displays a past photo from a school trip showing a younger Sino wearing glasses and a serious expression while eating next to a smiling Takada. Nekazane points out with interest that Sino used to wear glasses, which Takada enthusiastically confirms, while a thoroughly mortified Sino slumps his head onto the table. When Nekazane comments that Sino looked smart in the photo, Takada agrees and offers to show another picture of Sino's messy bed hair, prompting a panicking Sino to bolt from the table to get drinks. While Sino stands by the drink dispenser feeling utterly embarrassed, Takada smiles and fondly tells Nekazane that Sino is a very funny guy. Takada has a story from middle school explaining that, when Sino owed him a favor, he jokingly demanded to be paid back with some yakisoba bread. Takada explains that Sino actually went and bought the bread for him, to which Nekazane replies that she can easily picture him doing that. Takada notes that Sino had panicked, as if he were being forced to run errands, even though no one would normally expect someone to actually go buy it. Nekazane quietly sips her drink and remarks that she thinks Sino is a very straightforward person. Takada falls silent, looking quietly surprised by her warm assessment of his friend. The quiet afternoon continues as they finish up their meal at the restaurant. As they walk home, Takada excitedly stops at a gacha machine and begs for just one more spin of a Phantom Man toy, while Nekazane notes how late it has gotten and Sino sighs that Takada refuses to leave the machine. Takada warmly thanks Nekazane for the day, and she politely thanks him in return before Takada points down a street to let Sino know which way he is heading home. Sino tells Takada not to walk randomly based on instinct or stop every time he spots something interesting, to which Takada dismissively replies that he already knows, leaving Nekazane looking on in confusion. Takada suddenly lands a playful punch to Sino's stomach, causing him to grunt in pain. A groaning Sino asks why he did that, pointing out that he might knock his lunch right out of him, but a laughing Takada simply tells him to do his best, leaving Sino completely bewildered. Takada cheerfully yells back that Sino is treating them to ramen next time as he waves goodbye and walks away. With Takada gone, Sino and Nekazane continue walking home together down the quiet street. As they walk, Nekazane observes that Sino seems a bit different today compared to how he usually acts. When Sino asks if that is really the case, Nekazane suggests that seeing him with Takada feels fresh and different. Nekazane remarks that Takada is a nice person, and a smiling Sino warmly agrees, admitting that he is incredibly grateful to him. Nekazane suddenly brings up the glasses again, causing an embarrassed Sino to jolt in surprise. Sino sheepishly explains that his high school transition was rather embarrassing to think about, while Nekazane begins to speak. Nekazane softly confesses that she wishes she could have met the middle school version of him, catching Sino completely off guard. Sino insists that nothing good would have come from meeting him back then. Nekazane quietly asks him why he feels that way. Sino explains that he was incredibly gloomy and always alone in middle school, spending all of his time just reading books. Nekazane gently points out that it is because of those quiet times in his past that the person he is today exists. Sino's eye widens as her words deeply touch him. Nekazane adds that she really enjoyed the novel. He recommended suggesting that his habit of reading so many books is probably why he always scores so highly on tests. Reflecting on his middle school years, Sino recalls how he used to view that period as a pathetic and embarrassing past that he simply wanted to forget. He realizes with a quiet smile that he never once imagined anyone could look at his past in such a positive way. Under the clear sky, the two of them peacefully finish their walk home together. Sino reflects on Nekazane, thinking that everything she does and her way of thinking are things he could never do or have, and wonders if that is why she is so special to him. Nekazane suddenly leans in incredibly close and directly asks him what is wrong. A blushing Sino quickly slides away and stammers that nothing is wrong, but Nekazane remains unconvinced and points out that his face is completely red. Meanwhile, Takada wanders the neighborhood completely lost, muttering that he has no idea where he is due to his terrible sense of direction. Back in the classroom, Sino asks with surprise about fortune-telling. Nekazane looks back from her desk and confirms it. Nekazane explains that entering one's birthday on a certain website can predict their fortune, recalling how Yuzajihara once did how popular it was at her school. Sino asks if she believes in fortune-telling, and she replies that she only takes it with a grain of salt, hoping good luck means meeting a stray cat before she asks for his birthday, and he inputs September 3rd into the phone. As Sino sits waiting nervously, Nekazane reads out his fortune, which predicts that he will likely be troubled by unexpected events, but urges him to have confidence since an unforeseen outcome may be waiting. Sino wonders aloud what kind of unexpected events might be in store for him, which Nekazane quietly acknowledges. Sino asks Nekazane when her birthday is, and when she replies that it is on December 27th, he looks at the classroom blackboard displaying December 22nd, and suddenly realizes something in shock. Sino suddenly leaps to his feet in surprise, realizing her birthday is only 5 days away, which leaves a confused Nekazane staring up at him. Sino looks down at his fortune again as it warns him about upcoming unexpected events. Later, Sino opens a search engine on his phone and types in a query about birthday presents for girls. Sino clutches his head in sheer panic as he stares at the search results on his screen. Slumped over his desk in the empty room, Sino groans as he reads through common gift suggestions like food, cosmetics, keychains, and stationery, feeling completely out of his depth. Reflecting on the past year, Sino realizes how much time he has spent with Nekazane and decides he wants to do something special for her birthday as a token of his appreciation. As Sino anxiously wonders what kind of gift he should buy her, the door clicks open and Gouda enters the room. Sino notes that Gouda is early and asks if Kiyomiya is not here yet, which Gouda confirms before Sino suddenly gets an idea. Sino hesitantly asks Gouda if he can ask him for some advice. After confirming that he is looking for a birthday gift, Sino explains that he heard Gouda is currently dating someone, and since this is his first time giving a gift to a girl, he was hoping to hear what Gouda gave her as a reference. Gouda reveals that he gave his girlfriend a necklace because she had mentioned wanting one, leaving a starstruck Sino to marvel at how mature that sounds before Gouda adds that a gift ultimately depends on their relationship. Gouda warns that accessories can feel too heavy if they are only acquaintances, but he is suddenly cut off as the door slams open. Kiyomiya stands at the door, confidently announcing that she heard everything, much to Sino's absolute shock. Kiyomiya eagerly asks Sino about the birthday present, while Gouda tells her to close the door first, and she notes that while it is good to consult experienced people, there is a catch. Kiyomiya directly warns him that copying Gouda's idea would just be a boring rehash, leaving Sino startled. Kiyomiya explains that choosing a gift from pre-existing options lacks originality and stresses that it is important for him to decide on something using his own strength alone. When Gouda tries to speak up, Kiyomiya shushes him and compares a confused Sino to a newly hatched chick that is still learning how things work. She jokes that a pure chick will follow the first thing it sees and wonders what would happen if they told him that 100 roses make a delightful present, prompting a deadpan Gouda to warn her not to give him weird ideas. Kiyomiya laughs that it would be the funniest thing ever, but Gouda strictly tells her not to mess with their underclassmen. Kiyomiya argues that they should avoid giving him unnecessary information, because his sense of boundaries might fail and lead him to give her a ring instead, while a clueless Sino simply nods in agreement. Sino happily thanks his upperclassmen and resolves to think of a unique birthday gift on his own. Kiyomiya proudly congratulates herself on her advice while Gouda holds his head in utter exhaustion. Sometime later, Sino visits a local shopping mall called Nyaeon to look for a gift. Sino nervously peeks into a variety shop, remembering that it is the same store he visited with Nekazane some time ago. Sino hesitates outside, thinking that it is difficult for a guy to shop there completely alone, but he is suddenly startled when a cheerful voice calls out behind him and asks if he is looking for something. The shop assistant eagerly offers to help him find a gift, pushing him into the store, as she asks if the recipient has any preferences, leading a panicked Sino to stutter that she likes cats. The assistant cheerfully tells him to take his time, leaving a completely drained Sino to walk away with his energy nearly depleted. He spots a cute cat plushie with a bow and realizes Nekazane would probably love it. He imagines handing the plushie to Nekazane with her looking up at him in surprise. He gets lost in a daydream of her happily hugging the plushie, making him look dazed with joy. He is suddenly shocked to discover that the plushie costs 15,000 yen, forcing him to quickly walk away because it is far too expensive. Although Kiyomiya advised him to make his own choice, Sino continues browsing, convinced that Nekazane would still be happiest with something cat-related. The scene transitions back to the school building as the teacher makes an announcement to the class. The teacher announces that winter break will officially begin tomorrow. The students immediately celebrate the start of the holidays, prompting the teacher to scold them that he has not finished speaking yet. As the class ends, Nekazane gets her winter gear ready to head home. Sino nervously approaches Nekazane amidst the chatter of the classroom, prompting her to turn and ask him what is going on. Sino mentions that winter break starts tomorrow, which Nekazane quietly confirms. Sino internally struggles to calm himself down, reminding himself that he has already purchased the gift, before suddenly walking past her toward the exit. Sino abruptly turns back around and loudly asks her if she is free on the 27th. Sino waits anxiously for her answer while Nekazane stares at him in complete surprise. Nekazane apologizes and explains that she already has plans on that day. Sino freezes in complete shock at her unexpected refusal. Nekazane details her busy schedule, explaining that she is hanging out with Momo during the day and working at the cafe from evening until night, before noticing his dismay and asking if something is wrong. Sino nervously rubs his neck and claims that he simply thought it would be nice to see her for a short while, to which Nekazane offers an apologetic reply. Sino tells himself that it makes perfect sense for her to have her own plans. Sino continues to scold himself for being so focused on his own desire to give her the gift, but he is suddenly pulled out of his thoughts when Nekazane calls his name. Nekazane explains that while she is busy during the day, she could meet him at night after her shift at the cafe ends. Nekazane happily agrees to meet, then leaving a shocked Sino completely speechless. In a flashback to the summer festival, Iri loudly commands Sino to get Nekazane home safely, which a blushing Sino nervously promises to do while Momo watches them from a distance. Back in the present, Momo looks at her phone in quiet thought as it lets out a beep. Momo clutches her head in deep regret and lets out a long groan, feeling incredibly conflicted after she pushed the two of them together. As the day ends, Sino walks down the street alone, realizing that their plans for the 27th have officially been decided. He walks along with a completely dazed expression as he processes what just happened. As he wanders home, a passing dog suddenly barks at him, causing a startled Sino to jolt in pure panic. Sino recalls Nekazane's soft voice agreeing to meet him after her shift. Looking down at his shadow, Sino is deeply touched that she actually made time for him, realizing with a pounding heart that he is really going to see her on the 27th. Sino covers his face as he smiles warmly at the thought. Looking up at the sky, Sino thinks to himself how glad he is that he gathered the courage to ask her out. A spread of party food, including pizza, salad, and cupcakes, is laid out alongside festive Christmas decorations. Nekazane, wearing a Santa hat and a fake mustache, clinks glasses with Yuzajihara as they cheerfully wish each other a Merry Christmas. Nekazane impatiently asks if she can eat yet since she is hungry, but Yuzajihara tells her to wait so she can take some pictures first. Yuzajihara happily declares that winter break is the best since they get to have a Christmas party, and Nekazane agrees as she chews on the tasty food. Nekazane asks Yuzajihara if she is sure she did not want to spend time with her school friends, and Yuzajihara explains that their schedules did not match up, so the plans fell through. A plate holds several cupcakes decorated to look like little cats. Yuzajihara happily explains that she went all out since it is not every day she gets to spend Christmas with Nekazane. When Nekazane notes how cute the cupcakes are and asks if she made them herself, Yuzajihara proudly confirms it. Nekazane stares at the cat cupcake and admits it feels like a waste to eat it, bringing a warm smile to Yuzajihara's face. Yuzajihara points out a Santa cupcake she bought from a store, explaining she thought it would look cute placed next to the cat ones, and Nekazane agrees. Nekazane abruptly declares it is time to eat and casually stabs the Santa cupcake right in the face with her fork, causing Yuzajihara to scream in absolute horror. Panicked, Yuzajihara demands to know what happened to her, thinking it was a waste to eat them, and Nekazane calmly clarifies that it was a waste, but this one is just Santa. Nekazane then suddenly remembers that Yuzajihara wanted to post a picture of the food on social media. Nekazane offers the ruined split-open Santa cupcake to her, and a devastated Yuzajihara comments that it looks like something people post on X. Yuzajihara sighs in defeat and decides to just let it go as they sit together at the table. Nekazane stares intently at the pizza in the box and casually mentions to Yuzajihara that she actually ate pizza just a while ago with Sino. Yuzajihara asks in surprise if she went out with just him, but Nekazane clarifies that his friend Takada was there as well, leading a shocked Yuzajihara to yell that she hung out with two boys. Yuzajihara anxiously asks if anything happened and if they pressured her for her number, but Nekazane calmly assures her it was fine and mentions that she heard a story about Sino's middle school days. Nekazane asks that she learned Sino used to wear glasses, quietly wondering to herself if he still wears them at home and admitting she would like to see that. Yuzajihara sulks slightly and asks to eat some of the cupcake too. Nekazane hands her the candy, eyebrows and beard, making Yuzajihara think she is starting to feel bad for Santa. A clock on the shelf ticks forward to show the time passing. Dressed in her pajamas, Nekazane thanks Yuzajihara for letting her use the bath, and Yuzajihara happily tells her it is no problem before sliding in close beside her on the floor. Yuzajihara looks at a social media app on her phone and mentions to Nekazane that her friend recently went to see the winter lights with her boyfriend. Staring at the picture of the couple on her screen, Yuzajihara quietly remarks that it looks like fun. Yuzajihara admits that seeing posts like that makes her think how nice it would be, confessing to Nekazane that she yearns for that kind of experience a little bit too. Nekazane abruptly asks Yuzajihara if she has someone she likes, causing a flustered Yuzajihara to drop her phone in complete shock. After questioning the sudden topic change, Yuzajihara nervously twirls her hair and admits that while she might not have someone she explicitly likes, there is someone she is curious about. Yuzajihara explains that when she got separated from Nekazane during the summer festival, a boy helped her out. She adds that even though it happened months ago and she never learned his name or saw his face because he was wearing a mask, he left a lasting impression. Blushing softly, Yuzajihara confesses that she keeps wondering if she will ever be able to meet him again. Nekazane bluntly tells Yuzajihara that she is cute, prompting a deeply embarrassed Yuzajihara to hide her red face in her hands and tell her to stop. Nekazane admits she does not really understand those kinds of feelings and curiously asks Yuzajihara what it actually feels like to like someone. Yuzajihara ponders for a moment before explaining that it feels like wanting to be by their side or finding yourself constantly thinking about them without even realizing it. Nekazane looks away thoughtfully, quietly repeating the idea of constantly thinking about someone. Nekazane flatly states that she still does not understand, causing a flustered Yuzajihara to complain that now she is just feeling embarrassed for no reason. Later that night, the two girls lay side by side in their separate beds, ready to sleep. Yuzajihara chats about a shop with super delicious donuts, and Nekazane notes that Iri would probably like them, prompting Yuzajihara to suggest buying some to bring over next time. Yuzajihara happily remarks that the sleepover feels just like the exciting night of a school trip, and Nekazane agrees, adding that it feels like a waste to actually go to sleep. Nekazane gently calls out Yuzajihara's name, and Yuzajihara turns her head to listen. Nekazane quietly asks Yuzajihara if high school is fun for her. Yuzajihara closes her eyes and warmly confirms that it is. Nekazane quietly accepts her answer, staring thoughtfully ahead. As midnight approaches, Nekazane reflects silently on her own time back in middle school. Nekazane thinks to herself that her painful memories from that time are much stronger than the fun ones and still hurt her even now. However, she admits she is starting to think it might not have been such a bad thing after all, leaving the thought hanging in the quiet room. Nekazane lets out a soft gasp as she realizes that it is thanks to those past experiences that she was able to become friends with Yuzajihara. Yuzajihara smiles warmly beside her as they lie together in bed. Yuzajihara suddenly sits up, mentioning that she almost forgot something. She excitedly rummages through her things and holds out a wrapped gift bag to Nekazane. Yuzajihara cheerfully explains that they cannot have a proper Christmas without a gift exchange. Nekazane thanks her and notes that she actually brought something for Yuzajihara as well. Yuzajihara excitedly admires the cute box of tea Nekazane gave her, enthusiastically declaring that she will put it on display forever. But a deadpan Nekazane quickly tells her to please just drink it. Nekazane examines the cat-shaped hairpin she received and remarks that it is cute. Yuzajihara happily explains that she thought it would look good on her. Nekazane stares down at the hairpin in complete silence. Nekazane admits she feels kind of bad because her gift is not enough in return. Yuzajihara completely misinterprets this and panics, asking if her own present was not good enough, forcing Nekazane to quickly clarify that is not what she meant at all. Looking down at the hairpin, Nekazane explains that since Yuzajihara made sweets and got all sorts of things for her, she feels like the tea she gave in return is simply not enough to match everything she is receiving. Yuzajihara warmly tells a guilty-looking Nekazane not to worry about it. Yuzajihara looks down with a smile and reminds Nekazane of what she said earlier, emphasizing that she is incredibly grateful to her. Yuzajihara beams brightly and explains that she simply wanted to do something nice for her, adding that it was entirely her own choice. Nekazane looks up at her in quiet surprise. Yuzajihara reassures her that everything is perfectly fine, and Nekazane silently absorbs her kind words. From inside the snowy house, Nekazane softly agrees and thanks Yuzajihara. Yuzajihara falls fast asleep, leaving Nekazane awake as she quietly holds her pillow and stares off into the room. Nekazane reflects on Yuzajihara's words about being grateful to her. Nekazane's thoughts silently shift to Sino as she pictures him standing with his back turned. On a snowy evening, Sino stands completely alone at a park checking his phone. The screen on his phone glows to reveal that it is the evening of December 27th, shortly after 8:30. Sino takes deep breaths to calm his violently pounding heart. He nervously looks around and questions if he is at the right meeting spot, remembering she said her shift would end at 8. Staring at his phone, Sino reflects on Nekazane's packed schedule of meeting with Yuzajihara and then working her part-time job. He begins to anxiously worry if it was really okay to ask her out and frets over whether she might be too tired to meet up. A sudden notification chime from his phone startles Sino as he waits. Sino receives a message from Nekazane saying she is there, and right behind him, prompting him to turn around in surprise and find her standing there dressed in her winter clothes. Looking up at him with a soft blush, Nekazane apologizes for keeping him waiting. Sino stares back at her in complete blushing silence, entirely captivated by her appearance. Nekazane asks Sino if he has been waiting for a long time. Sino quickly assures her that he just got there and thanks her for coming despite her busy schedule. After Nekazane politely replies that it is fine, Sino quietly notes to himself that she feels a little different today. As Nekazane asks what is wrong, a flustered Sino quickly points out that it is simply rare to see her wearing a hair clip. Nekazane explains that Yuzajihara gave it to her as a Christmas present. Nekazane adds that Yuzajihara also helped her pick out her clothes to pair well together, admitting that she did not really know how to put an outfit together on her own. Nekazane shyly adjusts her bangs and asks Sino if it looks weird on her. Sino immediately blurts out a loud denial. Flailing his arms in a panic, Sino insists that it does not look weird at all, starting to say that if anything it looks great. Sino suddenly covers his blushing face and apologizes, admitting that he is just feeling really nervous, which brings a soft chuckle from Nekazane. The two of them stand together in comfortable silence by the fence as the snow falls around them. Nekazane points toward the nearby playground and asks if they can stop by the park for a moment. The quiet park stands empty under the snowy evening sky. Sitting together, Nekazane shows Sino a photo on her phone featuring two cats in festive collars, explaining that the picture is from Christmas. Sitting together in the park gazebo, Sino points out that the collars on the cats in the photo are festive themed, calling them cute. Nekazane explains that the best part about winter is how cats get fluffy and puffy as they grow their winter coats. Sino admits he did not know that, recalling how he usually struggles to adapt to new environments and changes during the winter. Sino gloomily notes that cats are better at adapting to new environments than he is. When Nekazane asks about his winter break, Sino explains that he has been taking pictures of snowy landscapes with his club seniors. Sino shows her a photo on his phone of a sparkling snowy landscape, explaining that he captured the effect by shining a light on the snow in the foreground. Nekazane praises the beautiful picture and tells Sino that he is really good at photography, which makes him blush. Sino abruptly stands up from the bench and calls out Nekazane's name. Sino nervously holds out a wrapped gift bag and tells her it is for her. Sino loudly wishes her a happy birthday, catching Nekazane completely off guard. With his heart pounding rapidly, Sino watches as Nekazane thanks him and asks if she can open it, to which he quickly agrees. Nekazane opens the gift bag and stares inside in surprise. Nekazane pulls out a tube of hand cream with a cat illustration and asks if it is supposed to be mass immune. Sino confirms it, explaining he chose it because he thought it looked exactly like her cat. Sino nervously adds that the hand cream is made with animal-safe ingredients in case a pet licks it, apologizing that it might not be a very novel gift. Nekazane grips the box tightly, blushing softly as she looks down. Nekazane thanks Sino, telling him that she is incredibly happy with the gift. Sino lets out a quiet sigh of absolute relief. Nekazane then mentions that she has something she wants to give him as well, leaving him staring in surprise. Nekazane rummages through her bag and holds out a small item to a bewildered Sino. Sino examines the item through its clear wrapping, questioning if it is a bookmark, as he looks at the illustration of a cat reading a book. Sino excitedly thanks her for the gift, and Nekazane points out that she chose it because she knows he likes reading. Sino then asks why she is giving him a gift since it is not his birthday. Nekazane explains that the gift is to thank him for helping out with Eri and for everything else he has done. As they sit together on the snowy park bench, Sino stammers to protest, but Nekazane gently tells him not to worry about it. Nekazane shyly admits that she simply wanted to give the gift to him, and a surprised Sino accepts it, saying that makes it fine. She then softly calls his name. Sino smiles warmly with a soft blush and thanks her for the gift. Looking deeply touched, Nekazane promises that she will treasure his gift. Nekazane suddenly steps away from the bench and walks out into the snow. Walking through the pure white snow, Nekazane remarks how fun it is to make footprints and calls for Sino to join her. Nekazane crouches down and comments on the cold as she packs a snowball together in her hands while Sino watches. Nekazane suddenly slips on the snow, prompting Sino to rush forward with a warning. As he tries to catch her, a panicked Nekazane begs him not to grab her by the neck. Unable to stop her momentum, Nekazane falls forward and crashes right on top of Sino, knocking him flat into the snow. Nekazane quickly gets up and asks if he is okay, and Sino groans from the ground that he got snow in his mouth. As Sino sits up, Nekazane crouches beside him with a soft chuckle, shivering slightly from the cold before calling his name. Looking down at their footprints in the snow, Nekazane suddenly asks Sino if he thinks she is a cold person, leaving him staring at her in surprise. Nekazane explains that in the past, she was never interested in anything outside of what she already liked, admitting that she simply did not care about school or other people. The two of them sit quietly together in the snow. Nekazane softly admits that it is true some people might consider her past behavior to be cold. She recalls the time she was stuck finishing a class assignment all by herself. Sino firmly tells Nekazane that if she were truly a cold person, she would not have stayed behind with him to help. Sino gently adds that she already knows this, while Nekazane looks down with tears welling up in her eyes. Nekazane thinks back to Yuzajihara and Eri at the cat cafe, softly stating that she loves that shop. Sitting together in the quiet park, Nekazane confesses that being alone used to be enough for her, and she had no interest in anything else. Nekazane continues her thoughts, stating that being alone was how it was supposed to be. As they sit together in the snow, Nekazane confesses that lately things have been a little fun, and she tells Sino that it is thanks to him. With a bright, tearful smile, Nekazane tells Sino that she is really glad she became friends with him. Sino looks at her in awe and starts to speak. Sino looks at Nekazane as memories of the time they have spent together flash through his mind. Sino stares deeply at Nekazane. Suddenly, Nekazane collapses forward, knocking Sino flat onto his back in the snow. Sino lets out a startled sound and calls her name as she rests her head on his chest. Sino covers his blushing face with his arm and anxiously wonders to himself if this moment just feels like a dream. Sino suddenly yells as Nekazane presses her cold hands directly against his cheeks. She casually explains that she was just checking to see if it was a dream, prompting a flustered Sino to question why she tested it on him. Looking down at him with a flushed face, Nekazane lets out a soft giggle. Nekazane remarks that Sino is warm, and a deeply embarrassed Sino replies that he is not a hand warmer. Sino's phone screen glows, displaying the time as 20 minutes past 9 in the evening on December 27th. As they walk home through the snowy streets, Sino apologizes for keeping her out so late and asks if her dad is worried. Nekazane assures him it is fine, though she nonchalantly mentions that she did get a call from him earlier, catching Sino off guard. Sino imagines an angry father waiting with a sword, sweating as he grinds his teeth, and wonders if he is supposed to apologize to him. Nekazane's phone suddenly chimes, and she casually decides to just send her dad a sticker in response. Nekazane notes her dad's fast reply. She then mentions to Sino that he walked her home just like this after the summer festival as well. Walking side by side, Nekazane silently wonders to herself if they were already friends back then. They stop walking as they reach the front of Nekazane's house. Nekazane tells Sino she will see him later, and he waves goodbye in agreement. Sino turns and begins walking away as Nekazane stands by her front door. Sino suddenly stops in his tracks, sweating anxiously as he wonders if that was really an okay way for them to part ways. Sino walks away deeply lost in his own thoughts as he questions if they have really become friends just like that. Sino realizes that their next meeting will not be until after the new year, making him anxiously wonder if there is something else he still needs to say to her. Sino suddenly turns back and runs down the street, calling out Nekazane's name. Nekazane turns around in surprise to see Sino bent over and heavily catching his breath in the middle of the street. Sino struggles to get his words out as he stammers, leaving Nekazane looking at him in confusion. Sino stands before her, gathering his courage as he prepares to speak. With a deeply flushed face, Sino shouts at the top of his lungs, pleading for her to stay with him next year as well. A heavy silence falls over them as the two of them stand staring at each other. Nekazane quietly processes his sudden outburst in confusion. A panicked Sino frantically waves his hands to correct his embarrassing wording. Sino covers his blushing face in regret as he realizes what he just said, but Nekazane quietly replies that she feels the same way. Nekazane smiles warmly and confesses that she wants to be with him too, adding that she looks forward to another year together, as a happy Sino enthusiastically agrees. Sino walks home alone in the snow as the current year officially comes to an end. As the new year passes and the snow starts to melt, both of them think of each other during the break. New buds begin to grow on the tree branches, bringing the quiet hope that a different kind of spring is finally on its way. A new school semester begins, and Sino stands outside the school gates, breathing in the fresh spring air with a beating heart. Sino reflects on the fact that he is officially a second-year student now. Standing outside the door of Class 2, Sino takes a deep breath to calm his racing heart, remembering how incredibly nervous he was on his first day last year. Sino reaches his hand out to open the classroom door, telling himself that things will be different this year. Nekazane suddenly pokes him in the back from behind, causing a startled Sino to let out a loud yell. Nekazane casually asks him why he isn't going inside, yet prompting an embarrassed Sino to quickly greet her back. Nekazane stares at him quietly as she speaks. Nekazane states that they ended up in the same class, and a relieved Sino happily confirms it. Inside the busy classroom, Nekazane looks at the blackboard to find her seat, while Sino realizes with a quiet smile that his initial nervousness has completely vanished. Sino marvels at how calm Nekazane seems while she silently clasps her hands together and prays that her seat is anywhere but in the front row. The classroom seating chart shows that Nekazane's desk is located at the very back of the room. Sino sits down at his own desk and feels a sudden wave of gloom, realizing that their seats ended up being incredibly far apart from each other. Sino notices a boy sitting at the desk next to him and immediately panics internally about making a good first impression, desperately trying to think of how to say hello. Sino nervously turns to his neighbor and stammers a polite greeting, introducing himself as the person sitting next to him. The boy politely returns the greeting, and as he holds his phone, Sino notices a sticker of a game called Monster Final on the back of the device. Sino asks the boy if that sticker is from Monster Final, catching his neighbor completely off guard. The boy excitedly asks if Sino plays the game as well, and Sino admits that he is currently stuck trying to beat a difficult boss near the water. The boy kindly advises him to use a lightning-based weapon because the boss is weak to that element, and eagerly asks if he can add Sino as an in-game friend later. Sino smiles brightly with pure joy, thrilled that he managed to make a new friend so easily on his very first day of the new term. A blonde classmate calls out to Nekazane, who looks up from her desk to respond. Nekazane greets Mori as she sits down, and Mori expresses relief at knowing someone in their new class since they ended up sitting right next to each other. Mori fixes Nekazane's twisted uniform ribbon, reminding her that she cannot wear a hoodie to the school assembly. Mori points out that the assembly is starting and suggests they go together. Nekazane agrees and starts walking with her. As she leaves, Nekazane glances back and notices Sino happily chatting with his new neighbor. The scene shifts to the school infirmary. The school doctor opens the medical curtain with a quiet greeting. The doctor scolds Nekazane for treating the infirmary like a nap room and reading manga on his work tablet without permission. Nekazane casually blames him for having the e-books downloaded in the first place, prompting him to tell her to go find that boy to keep her company instead. The doctor mentions that Sino has not been talking to him much lately and asks if they had a fight, which Nekazane flatly denies. Burying her face in the pillow, Nekazane mumbles that their timing has just been off. The doctor tells her not to hog the bed, and Nekazane acknowledges that sick patients should come first. The doctor notes that they get a lot of sick students around this time of year, and Nekazane points out that it was exactly the same last year. Nekazane recalls a memory of sitting on the infirmary bed last year while Sino sat on the bed right next to hers. Nekazane quietly reflects on the events of the previous year. Nekazane sits up and starts to ask her uncle about something, but he quickly reminds her to call him by his proper title while at school. Looking out the window, the doctor suddenly spots the boy she was talking about. Nekazane immediately dashes out the door, leaving her uncle to sigh over her tendency to do whatever she wants. Nekazane searches the school grounds but realizes Sino is not there. Guessing that he might be at his usual lunch spot, Nekazane heads up the exterior stairs to find him. Nekazane stops at the top of the stairs, her eyes widening in surprise as she looks down at the landing. She quietly sits down on the steps in complete silence. Nekazane recalls a memory of sitting on those very same stairs with Sino, remembering a time they sat close together while he happily talked to her with a drink in his hand. She remembers Sino smiling brightly at her as cherry blossom petals scattered in the wind. Back in the present, a somber Nekazane pulls her knees to her chest and rests her face against her arms as the petals continue to fall. Elsewhere, Gouda walks up and opens the door to the photography club room. He is immediately greeted by Kiyomiya and a horse mask wearing Sino, who pop party poppers and cheerfully welcome him to the club with a handmade sign. The three of them stand in the middle of the room as the confetti settles around them. Gouda dryly remarks that this is definitely the one club he would avoid if he were a first-year student. Kiyomiya excitedly explains that the surprise is meant to entice new students, but she quickly complains that it is a letdown since it is only Gouda prompting him to ask what they are actually doing. Gouda quickly realizes that Sino is the one in the mask, and Sino raises his hand to ask a question. Sino asks if there is actually any point to him wearing the mask. Kiyomiya emphatically insists there is, explaining that with so many clubs available they have to leave a strong impression. Kiyomiya stretches in her chair and complains that she wishes someone would show up soon, jokingly suggesting she should just go kidnap a new member. Sino quietly realizes that she is the exact person who kidnapped him last year. As Sino removes the horse mask, Kiyomiya suddenly asks him how Nekazane is doing lately and wonders if she might finally join their club. Sino awkwardly admits that they have not really been talking much lately. Kiyomiya asks in surprise if they had a fight, which Sino denies, explaining that it is not exactly like that. Kiyomiya quickly understands, noting that the club has been incredibly busy with event photography and exhibitions lately. Sino agrees, but as he looks out the window, he silently wonders what Nekazane is up to right now. A student suddenly knocks on the door frame and asks if Sino is there, mentioning that he wants to talk to him for a second. Meanwhile, Nekazane quietly reaches into her bag. Sitting completely alone at her desk in the empty classroom, Nekazane looks up as she hears the door slide open. Sino stands in the doorway, staring in surprise as he spots her in the room. The two of them stare at each other in complete shock, and Nekazane lets out a soft gasp. Sino nervously remarks that it is rare for Nekazane to stay behind after school. Nekazane explains that she still has some time before her shift, and Sino notes that it feels like it has been a while since they last spoke, which Nekazane quietly confirms. Nekazane asks Sino what he is doing as he begins moving his furniture. Sino explains that the teacher asked him to swap seats with another student, Yamamoto-san, who was having trouble seeing the blackboard. Sino then drags his desk and chair over to place them right by Nekazane. Sino smiles warmly at Nekazane and happily points out that they ended up next to each other again. Nekazane stares back at Sino in silent surprise. Sino suddenly panics and frantically waves his hands, quickly correcting himself that they are actually sitting front and back, rather than side by side. Sino explains that if he turns around they are basically next to each other, bringing a soft smile to Nekazane's face. Nekazane looks out at the school grounds where the baseball club is practicing and mentions that they recently hired a new girl at the cat cafe. Sino reacts in surprise at the news, prompting Nekazane to confirm it. As Sino silently wonders what the new part-timer is like, Nekazane explains that she is a very energetic girl. Nekazane flatly states that the new girl loves getting her butt spanked, leaving a completely bewildered Sino to stutter in absolute shock. Nekazane shows him a picture of a cat on her phone, explaining that she was referring to a cute cat that loves being patted. A completely relieved Sino lets out a sigh, thankful she was talking about an actual animal. Nekazane calls out to Sino and quietly brings up the previous spring. As Nekazane starts to mention their time in the infirmary, they are interrupted by loud cheers from the baseball field below, and Sino notes how hard the baseball club is practicing. Nekazane quietly repeats her thoughts about the previous spring. Sino admits that he was so overwhelmed last year that he did not really notice the view from the window, explaining that taking photos of the cherry blossoms for the club helped him appreciate their beauty, before he nervously grips the window. Sino explains that he is planning to take many photos this term and shyly asks Nekazane if it would be okay for him to show them to her. Sino waits in tense silence as Nekazane stares at him. Smiling warmly at him, Nekazane happily replies that she would love to see his photos. Sino stares back at her, completely captivated by her warm response. Nekazane points to his shoulder and casually mentions that he has a petal on his clothes, catching a startled Sino off guard. Sino examines the petal and explains that it is actually confetti from the photography club, prompting a curious Nekazane to ask if they were having a party. Nekazane sits quietly on the school stairs in deep silence. A classmate playfully teases Nekazane, remarking that she looks like someone who cannot live without her boyfriend. A colleague at the cat cafe holds out 3 discount tickets for a leisure facility, offering them to Nekazane and Mori. Mori excitedly asks where the discount tickets came from. Iri explains that a guest at the cat cafe gave them to her, prompting Mori to happily thank her for sharing them. Mori suggests that getting some exercise once in a while would be good and invites Nekazane to join. Although Nekazane complains that moving around is a hassle, Mori points out that the venue also has an arcade and karaoke to try and convince her. Mori invites Iri to come along with them, but Iri declines, explaining that she has work and that playing sports with high schoolers is too much for her body. Mori whispers to Nekazane to ask how old Iri actually is, prompting Nekazane to quickly quiet her down. Mori notes that with only the 2 of them going, they still have 2 extra discount tickets left over. Mori suggests inviting Momo to fill one of the remaining spots, leading them to think about how to use the final ticket. Mori remarks that they might have arrived at the meeting spot a bit too early, and decides to text the others, admitting to herself that she is quite surprised by the situation. Mori silently marvels at the fact that Nekazane was actually the one to invite Sino out. She notes that Sino is bringing a friend along and wonders what he will be like, but they are suddenly interrupted by a voice behind them. A boy approaches the girls and asks for directions to the station because he is lost. After Mori politely instructs him to go straight down and turn right, the boy asks if they can be his guides since he is unfamiliar with the area. Mori quickly declines his request, telling him that they are busy, before grabbing Nekazane's hand to walk away. The boy suddenly grabs Mori by the arm, pleading for her to wait and promising to make it worth her, which leaves Mori startled and upset. Nekazane gasps in surprise as she spots Sino walking up to their location. Sino politely offers to guide the boy to the station himself, leaving Mori to wonder if Sino just saved them from the uncomfortable situation. Sino continues explaining that his friend is also lost, because the area is so confusing, which makes Mori look at him with a deeply skeptical expression. Sino innocently pulls out his phone to check the map for the boy, leading Mori to suddenly realize that Sino actually believes the stranger was just genuinely lost. As Mori silently reflects on how incredibly naive and soft-hearted Sino is, the stranger awkwardly explains to a newly arrived person that he was just talking to the girls. Sino's friend, Takada, suddenly arrives and greets everyone, immediately wrapping his arm around Sino and asking what the other guy was doing. Takada bluntly points out that the guy was obviously just using the Lost Station routine as an excuse to hit on the girls, leaving a completely shocked Sino to yell in disbelief. Sino apologizes, admitting he did not even realize what the guy was doing. Mori reassures him that he really saved them, and Takada awkwardly mutters an agreement. Takada introduces himself to the girls, saying he is looking forward to hanging out and mentioning that Sino told him all about them. Mori watches him in quiet realization, wondering if this is the boy from Yuzujihara's story. Takada stands in brief, quiet thought. Takada calls out to Mori by calling her Usagi-san, prompting an annoyed Mori to dryly ask if he is trying to pick a fight with her. Takada wonders if he got the name wrong, and Mori flatly corrects him that it is Yuzujihara. Meanwhile, Sino excitedly mentions that it is his first time going to Spo Cha, and Nekazane points out that they also have arcade games there, which surprises him. Sino smiles and happily thanks Nekazane for inviting him out, and she replies with a gentle confirmation. As they head toward the ticket counter, Mori looks back at Sino and Nekazane in surprise. Mori is left feeling surprised by the two of them, but she is quickly pulled out of her thoughts when Takada starts heading the wrong way, forcing the others to call him back. They enter the facility and head to the sports court area. A basketball successfully swishes right through the net. Sino hunches over in complete exhaustion, complaining that it is unfair to play against someone with basketball experience. Takada laughs and praises Mori for her skills. Mori aggressively demands that Takada buy her a juice if she manages to score a point, which amuses him. She then confidently runs off, declaring to Nekazane that she is definitely going to win. Nekazane crouches down and casually tells Mori to do her best, prompting Mori to complain that she is already bored. Nearby, Takada notes that Sino is completely worn out as Sino gasps for air on the floor. Mori sighs that Nekazane and Sino seriously have zero stamina, leading Takada to suggest they move on to a lighter activity. Meanwhile, Nekazane casually balances a basketball on top of a dazed Sino's head. The group moves on to play table tennis, with Sino and Mori actively rallying against each other. A bowling ball crashes directly into the pins, knocking them over. Nekazane quietly celebrates her successful turn while Mori praises her, and a shocked Takada complains that she actually managed to beat his score. Nekazane turns towards Sino and silently raises her hand. Nekazane and Sino happily high-five each other while Mori watches them from the bench in complete silence. Staring at them, Mori thinks to herself in complete shock how incredibly close the two of them have become. Mori reflects on how much the dynamic between Sino and Nekazane has changed, remembering how standoffish Nekazane used to be around others. Mori recalls realizing how Sino was gradually becoming a much bigger part of Nekazane's life, though she still finds herself quietly contemplating the shift. Nekazane softly touches her chest as she sits while Mori watches her in silent observation. The group sits together on the waiting benches as Sino and Nekazane continue chatting. The scene transitions to a bustling and noisy dining area filled with the chatter of other customers. Mori is suddenly startled out of her thoughts when someone calls out her name. Sino explains that he and Takada are heading off to grab some drinks and asks Mori if she would like anything, to which she quietly reacts. Mori stares back at him with a hesitant expression, leaving Sino looking somewhat puzzled. Mori declines the offer by explaining that she is already quite full, which Takada acknowledges as he heads off. Mori exits the restroom area and spots Takada walking further down the hallway. Mori approaches Takada and asks him what he is doing in that part of the hallway. Takada explains that he got lost trying to find the restroom and asks for her help, prompting a deadpan Mori to ask how he could get lost in such an obvious place, before pointing him in the right direction. As he prepares to head to the restroom, Takada suddenly asks Mori if she dislikes Sino, catching her completely off guard. Mori smiles and asks what made him say that, and Takada explains that he simply got the impression she was annoyed by Sino. Mori tells him it is likely just his imagination, pointing out that Sino is not the type of person people usually dislike, which Takada acknowledges. As they stand talking in the hallway, the sound of loud laughter suddenly echoes from around the corner. Mori spots a group of girls walking down the corridor and is instantly frozen in absolute shock. Mori suddenly grabs Takada and drags him away down the hall, commanding him to hide immediately despite his protests that he needs to use the restroom. Mori looks ahead with a deeply anxious and distressed expression. Takada looks back at her in surprise as she desperately begs him to cooperate. The girls walk past laughing loudly while Mori continues to hide behind the wall. Once the girls are safely gone, Takada asks Mori if she knows who they were. Mori quietly explains that one of those girls was her close friend back in middle school. Mori adds that they used to hang out in the same friend group, but had a falling out which Takada notes must have been awkward. When Takada wonders why girls always have so much drama, Mori replies that it is not just girls, explaining that problems are bound to happen wherever people gather. Mori sadly reflects on how that girl used to be her only friend. She recalls how baseless rumors began to spread back, then causing everyone around her to distance themselves. Takada then changes the subject and asks Mori what she actually thinks about Sino and Nekazane. Mori clarifies that he is talking about Sino and Nekazane and notes that they have a good vibe together, which Takada confirms. Takada confidently states that he believes the two of them will eventually end up dating. Mori sadly admits that when that happens, she will not be able to be truly happy for them, explaining that seeing Nekazane spend more time with Sino than with her makes her feel lonely. Mori explains that she does not want to get in their way and knows Sino is a good guy, but she still hates the situation because she believes she has an awful personality. Takada smiles and points out that someone with a truly terrible personality would never actually admit to having one. Takada confesses that he cannot completely relate to her feelings because he would simply be happy for Sino if he managed to get a girlfriend. Takada pauses, wondering how to best explain his thoughts to her. Takada tells Mori that she and Sino are actually quite similar to each other. Mori sits in silence beside him as she processes his words. Mori gasps in complete disbelief at the comparison. When Mori demands to know in what way they are similar, Takada scratches his chin and admits he cannot explain it very well. Takada continues to speak, leaving a puzzled Mori listening closely. Mori asks Takada what he means by his previous statement. Mori questions if she and Sino could possibly be similar, firmly believing there is no way that is true. Mori remains completely quiet, looking down in deep thought. Mori calls out to Sino as he walks ahead with Takada. Mori asks Nekazane if she has ever played baseball before, and Nekazane replies that she only knows the basic rules. Mori opens the door to the batting cage, stating that the situation works out perfectly. Mori calls Sino over to the batting cage. Mori commands Sino to keep her company for a bit while he stares back at her in surprise. They stand before the batting machine set to 100 kilometers per hour. Mori swings her bat with a grunt but completely misses the ball. Sino also swings and misses, letting out a groan. Watching them from the bench, Nekazane flatly remarks that they both suck, while Takada bursts into hearty laughter. A few minutes earlier, Mori boldly challenges Sino to a match. Sino reacts in complete surprise to her sudden challenge. Mori explains the rules, stating that the first one to hit 10 balls forward wins, and the loser must an embarrassing story that they cannot tell anyone else, which causes a panicked Sino to scream in shock. With the match officially settled, Sino nervously holds his bat, doubting whether a contest like this will actually prove anything, while silently questioning if he is even holding the bat correctly. Holding her bat, Mori firmly tells herself that there is absolutely no way she and Sino are similar. Sino swings his bat aggressively, but misses the ball completely twice, letting out groans of frustration. Mori points out that Sino seems to have been swinging with his eyes closed the entire time, causing a shocked Sino to realize she is right. Sino prepares himself for the next pitch, repeating to himself that he just needs to keep his eyes open as the ball flies toward him. Sino swings his bat again, but still completely misses the incoming ball. A completely exhausted Sino panics in despair, realizing he cannot hit a single ball even when trying to bunt. Mori swings her bat and successfully hits a ball, sending it flying. Mori tells herself that she is getting used to the batting machine, but she suddenly misses her swing while Nekazane cheers for Sino in the background. The match continues with more missed swings while Nekazane encourages Sino that he is getting closer. Mori glares intensely at Sino and loudly declares that she has no intention of losing to him, prompting a startled Sino to awkwardly agree. Nearly an hour later, the scoreboard displays 0 hits for Sino and 7 hits for Mori. As Sino wheezes and gasps for air on the floor, Mori advises him to build up some stamina. Seeing how exhausted he is, Mori suggests they call the match off since she was the one who forced it on him, but Sino firmly refuses. Resting his arm on the fence, a determined Sino insists that they keep going. Mori looks at him in surprise before quietly agreeing to continue. The batting practice continues with the sounds of more missed swings echoing through the cage. The group continues practicing side by side inside the batting cages. As Mori watches Sino struggle with his swings, she silently thinks to herself how clumsy he is. Mori recalls that Sino has been incredibly clumsy and completely unable to lie ever since they first met, but she is suddenly pulled out of her thoughts when Sino calls out to her. Sino mentions a conversation they had while hanging out, previously asking what Mori meant when she wondered where she would be if she did not have any friends, though he adds that she does not have to answer if she is uncomfortable. Sino looks down at the floor and explains that back in middle school, he used to get so nervous that he could not speak to people very well. Sino reflects on his past, revealing that he was always completely alone before he finally became friends with Takada. Mori asks Sino if his past is the reason he is trying so hard now. Sino looks back at her in silence while Mori watches him intently. Standing in her batting cage, Mori adds that this is simply how the situation looks to her. Sino quietly looks down and admits that she might be right about him. Sino explains that, because of how he was back in middle school, he desperately wanted to change when he entered high school, prompting him to get contact lenses and try dressing loosely, even though it was not his style. He confesses that even though he altered his appearance, he still had absolutely no confidence on the inside, realizing that he could not simply change his true self overnight. Sino continues to speak, leaving Mori to look at him with wide, surprised eyes. Sino admits that he has always hated himself, which triggers a memory in Mori of Takada telling her that she and Sino are actually quite similar. Mori silently realizes that this explains Takada's previous comparison. Mori reflects on her initial feelings about Sino admitting to herself that she did not like him, because she felt like he was stealing her dear friend away. She recalls how genuine and straightforward Sino was, calling him the absolute opposite of herself, and finding his bright personality to be almost blinding. Mori tells herself that she was completely wrong about him. Looking at Sino, Mori realizes that he is just like her, while Sino quietly admits that he feels the same way about himself. Mori confesses to Sino that she also has times when she completely hates herself. Mori admits that she gets jealous easily and can be quite spiteful, confessing to a surprised Sino that she even thought he was some kind of creep at first. Mori explains that this was the exact reason she invited him to hang out, previously admitting that her claim of wanting to be friends was actually a lie before she quietly apologizes to him. A startled Sino quickly waves his hands to reassure her, insisting that he was acting highly suspicious at the time too, so it is completely fine. Sino looks down with a deeply saddened expression, quietly processing the realization that her offer of friendship was not genuine. Mori is suddenly overcome with intense guilt when she notices just how sad Sino looks. Mori frantically apologizes again, desperately insisting that she does not view him that way anymore, but they are suddenly interrupted when a ball flies past and startles them both. Sino smiles gently and tells Mori that he was genuinely happy when she invited him to hang out. He adds that lately he feels as though he is moving forward, even if it is only a little bit at a time. Sino attributes his personal growth entirely to Nekazane, which a surprised Mori quietly confirms as Nekazane's doing. Sino explains that reaching out to others, joining the photography club, and taking so many photos were all things he was able to accomplish because Nekazane inspired him. Sino pauses as he prepares to explain further. With a deeply determined expression, Sino states that if Nekazane is ever in trouble, he wants to be there to help her. Sino adds that he simply wants to stay by Nekazane's side, leaving Mori to stare at him in silent astonishment. Sino finishes by saying it is because Nekazane is a dear friend, which triggers a flashback of Nekazane and Mori happily sharing a moment together on a bench. Caught off guard, Sino lets out a sound as a ball is pitched toward him. The ball bounces away on the floor of the batting cage. Sino gasps in pure excitement, thrilled that he finally managed to hit the ball. Sino excitedly points out that this was the very first time he managed to hit the ball forward. Leaning on his bat, A relieved Sino sighs that he was starting to think he would never hit a single ball, prompting Mori to break out into soft, amused giggles. Mori laughs warmly and playfully teases him for getting way too excited over a single hit. Mori admits that hitting the ball like that was actually quite impressive. Mori puts her bat back in the stand and thanks Sino for keeping her company, pointing out that he already did an embarrassing story with her, which leaves a confused Sino to wonder what is happening to their match. As Mori begins to walk away, she calls out to Sino. Smiling brightly over her shoulder, Mori warns Sino that she will never forgive him if he ever makes Nekazane cry. Later on, Takada waves goodbye with a cheerful grin as he departs for the day. Nekazane casually waves goodbye and warns Takada not to get lost and call her for help again. Mori announces that she has somewhere to stop by and will be heading back as well, telling Nekazane she will see her at work later. As they walk, Takada asks Mori if she is really sure about leaving Sino and Nekazane alone together. Mori confirms that she is fine with it for now. Mori brings up Takada's earlier comment about her being similar to Sino, admitting that he was completely right. She explains that she feels a strange sense of kinship she cannot quite put into words, admitting that she simply cannot bring herself to hate him anymore. She clarifies that this does not mean she will immediately become their wingwoman. Mori adds that Sino is definitely not a bad person, and as long as he treats Nekazane right, that is more than enough for her. Mori concludes that the most important thing is simply for Nekazane to be happy. Mori quietly comments to herself that she knew it, prompting a confused reaction from Takada, before she abruptly shifts the topic to ask him about something that has been bothering her. Mori nervously asks Takada if they have met each other before, but Takada mischievously grins and asks if she is trying to hit on him. A deeply embarrassed Mori shouts in outrage while Takada bursts into loud laughter. Mori storms off in a huff, shouting that she feels like an idiot for even asking. Takada catches up and notes that despite all of her complaining, Mori is really just a devoted friend looking out for Nekazane. Takada warmly tells her that she really is a nice person. Mori turns around and stares at him, completely flustered and blushing. Out of sheer embarrassment, Mori slaps Takada on the back, causing him to cry out in pain. Takada begs her to stop the violence while Mori furiously demands to know what he is talking about as they continue their banter.